so much history in this league and there's so much history in the Cup. We were looking at the Cup earlier to see some of the names, players, coaches. It's a great honor.
The view from the top of the mountain is everything that I thought it would be.
And the Indiana Ice are the Clark Cup champions. Green Bay Gamblers, Clark Cup champions. Time. The Tri-City Storm has won the Clark Cup.
Around. No, Charlie Shane tried. Now a shot. Goal! Sioux City wins it. It is Nick Beer. The Musketeers are the Clark Cup champions. The Sioux City Musketeers are the Clark Cup champions.
When you watch those celebrations over the years and some of the teams that have won it and the coaches that have advanced from there and the players that have advanced from there, it's just an amazing accomplishment. And it's part of the building blocks and a body of work for great players to accomplish a league championship. And the Clark Cup is a legendary trophy. Make it to the Clark Cup finals is an amazing accomplishment in and of itself. But to then win the best of five.
Centering feet toward Grant, turnaround shot. He scores! He scores! Tyler Gratton in overtime, and for the first time in team history, the Chicago Steel are Clark Cup champions.
Not only the most difficult trophy to win in all of hockey, but the largest.
Many coaches and players that have won that trophy have advanced on to the highest levels of the game. It's a crowning achievement for any USHL team to achieve.
One team will be left standing. One team will hoist the Clark Cup. And one team will etch their names next to the greats that came before them. The road starts here.
And welcome, everyone, to the 2024 USHL Phase 2 Draft Show. I'm Frank Butler, Director of Player Personnel for the USHL. I'm joined by our Neutral Zone staff here, Ian Moran, Brian Murphy, and Brendan Collins. We got a great show on tap for you guys today. It's going to be a long one, guys, but I know we're all buckled in, ready to go. We had a nice meal, nice dinner last night. So for the pre-show here, we got some good tidbits coming up for you guys, some videos and some interviews that I think you guys will like. And then the first pick should be made at 12 o'clock Eastern, 11 o'clock Central. So with that said, we'll cut to a quick break here. We'll bring on Ian Gentile with our league office, and we'll be back in just a minute.
We'd like to take a moment to recognize the contributions of our USHL sponsors and corporate partners. These companies and organizations play an extremely important role in the success of our league, and we are extremely grateful for the relationships the USHL has with these important teammates. The National Hockey League, USA Hockey, Hockey Tech, Neutral Zone, Bauer, K1, The Rink Live, OT Sports, Howie's Hockey Tape, OGP, CCM, Tidal Wave, Warrior, True, Flow Hockey, USHL streaming partner, Gemini Athletics, Casper Sports, Shortside, Flow Hockey, Sports Science Solutions, Athletica Sports Systems, Force Premium Officiating Apparel and Equipment, Sport Testing Inc., Team Apparel, the Pittsburgh Penguins, RinkNet, Speedio, Wegmans American Cup sponsor, and Discover Green Bay.
All right, so we're back here. Ian, how are you doing? So you want to give us your role right now with USHL?
Sure. So Ian Gentile, Vice President of Hockey Operations here with USHL.
All right, and what exactly does that mean?
So I would be under our commissioner, Glenn Heffron. I suppose you would call it the top voice on the hockey operations side of the ledger, working closely with all 16 member clubs on all things hockey operations. So today, an important day for us, obviously the draft. But we also look at player safety. So I'll help head our player safety department. All of our transactions, rules, and regulations. When things go wrong, I'm usually the phone who rings, the bus breaks down, and those sorts of things. So all things hockey operations. It's also a really nice role because we work closely with the NHL, a great partner of ours, the NCAA, USA Hockey, and sort of everybody in the hockey ecosystem. So it's a nice position in that we get to work very closely with all of our member clubs, but the hockey world as
nice.
well.
Very, very good. And what is your background?
So I come to the USHL after 13 years with the Chicago Blackhawks in the NHL. A very special run for a hometown Chicago kid. There it was in scouting and player development. 7 of those years were spent in player development. So the Blackhawks were sort of the first team to embrace that multidisciplinary player development approach, strength and conditioning, nutrition, mental performance. So that's sort of my background is in that player development world in particular. And again, you could see the natural fit with the USHL,
right?
And hoping to bring a lot of those player development principles here. So 13 years there. We just hit a year here at the USHL.
Nice.
It's been great.
So when you were with the Hawks, were you dealing with just the draft picks, or were you dealing with everybody?
So what starting in scouting and in hockey administration, we're fortunate to win a cup, and then 2 others. But after we had,
I like that.
After we had a win there, it was, well, where do we gain the next edge? And quickly we looked at player development. In those years, you had one guy doing player development. He was your player development guy, and he's in charge of as many as 30 players around planet Earth. Well, how much player developing is happening? And the answer is none, right? And it's not his fault, but just by the time I see Ian, and then I see Murph, and then I see Brendan, by the time I come, you're really not having a chance to help improve the player. So that was really the start of that thing of let's expand those efforts. So we're very proud of the work we do once you get in our building, once you get to the American League, once you get to the NHL. We can get you bigger, faster, stronger. We can work on skills specific to your game. But those were sort of those first years of how do we take advantage of that? Could be a 4-year runway before you're in our building. And that's really what we keyed in on is you're in the USHL. You're going to college. Is there anything we can do to help accelerate your growth before you're in our building? I'd like to think the answer is yes, but that's how we did it. So again, it was, yes, you're drafted, but let's try to get you on that player development pathway as quickly as we can, because you have as many as 3 or 4 years potentially before you're a pro.
So it really is a long path for those kids after the draft.
Right.
Well, and again, that's why I'm partial to the USHL, of course, and the numbers bear that out. I think our college placement numbers in the USHL are always very special, but the NHL numbers seem to be bearing that out too, because this pathway is so attractive for an NHL club. If I draft Murph, he's going to go play in the USHL, I might draft Murph. And let's say I do, I know he's going to the USHL, a great place to get better for 2 or 3 years. Then he's probably going to college for another 2 or 3. So that extended runway becomes extremely attractive for NHL teams. I think we're seeing that, especially in those middle and late rounds. If I have to take a player and I'm deciding between this guy, if I know there's a longer extended player development pathway, why wouldn't I think of the USHL?
And I think that bore out in yesterday, with the number of players that, potentially could have gone to the CHL, and looks like they're headed south. And how closely do you who has first say when they're in the USHL, and let's say they're obviously a committed player to a college and also an NHL drafted player?
It's a great question.
They're all going to have differing opinions, and how do you manage that?
It's a great question. So first things first, when you're playing for the USHL, you're a member of that team. Right? Full stop.
Absolutely, yes.
That's your coach. That's your team. Those are your teammates. You're there to win. You're there to help that organization. So you always want to honor that. That's the most sacred thing of that's your team. When we were in the NHL, it became a thing of let's not come in and wave the NHL flag and try to take over. Let's be collaborative with you. Can we get in there and help maybe amplify what coach is telling you? Are there certain areas in your game that maybe you're not focusing on that we can, not systems play, not telling you something counter to what your coach is telling you, but can we work with you on those generalized skills? So when you're in the USHL, you're in the USHL. You're there to win. You're there to win a Clark Cup. You're there to get better on and off the ice. But you're right. Those player development messages, they can get convoluted pretty quickly when you talk about, well, I play in the USHL. I have a college commitment. I'm hoping to be in the NHL. Trying to get one unified player development voice is extremely important, because for an athlete, and you know this, Ian, you have so much coming in. At some point, you tune out. If I have too many mixed messages come in, it is very hard. So getting that one kind of unified player development message is pretty important. And you know this with all your work in player development.
So if you're you draft a kid, you say you're Hawks, you draft a kid in the 5th round, he's a scorer, goes to the USHL. Obviously, he's probably not going to jump right in and be running the power play. He has to buy a role. He's going to go to college. How do you view it as an NHL team with a kid who's been a scorer that had to play different roles along the way? Well, other than a huge plus.
It's yeah, you jump to it's a net positive, right? Develop a backup game, develop a well-rounded game, because that's what it's going to take to be a pro. So you're a scorer. Help your team right now. Yeah. Find those ways to help right now. And you know this. It doesn't have to always be scoring. Yeah. If there's a way to help your club now, these are all skills that are going to complement themselves in the long run anyway. Add tools to that toolbox. And it's not even just the on-ice skills. It's what are you doing in the weight room? What are you doing with your nutrition? Have you even thought about mental performance yet? And that's sort of maybe the newest frontier in player development is that mental edge. So trying to get at it, and Ian, you know this again for all your work in this space, like trying to have that long-term view, which is very challenging for young men, but understand that it is a journey, embrace every step along that journey. Just because you're not scoring today doesn't mean you won't be in a year from now. Develop those things that are going to help your game overall.
And another one with adding something to your toolbox, leadership. How much do you guys look at leaders and leadership, captains?
Well, I think you could ask our member clubs, and they'll tell you it's a critical skill for them. For any hockey coach, right? But we were just at the coaches convention in Florida, and one of the takeaways we took, at least that I took from the college coaches, is they really hold the USHL in a high regard, and that's not to throw shade at any other option, because certainly hockey players have plenty of options. But I think those college hockey coaches in particular, they look for leaders in the USHL. I think there's something about this league that inculcates that. It's a long season. It's a hard season. Our playoffs are important. So it's a proven model. I think the numbers kind of bear that out. I think the college coaches are attracted to USHL players for that reason. You come here, you get better on and off the ice.
Yeah,
sure.
And then as far as the draft picks yesterday, what kind of advice do you have for them? What kind of advice do you have for the kids that weren't selected yesterday? Obviously NHL, you see kids that are draft picks that make it, free agents make it.
Yeah.
So how would you
well, that's
tell
just
the kids
it.
from yesterday?
And I know you're giving the same advice out, Ian. It's that thing of it is a journey. It is the long run. You don't we used to say once you got the development camp in the pros, it doesn't matter if you were the first round pick or the seventh round pick or free. And you know this, but you're here now.
Yeah.
Those things go out the window, and it maybe gets you that look and it gets you in. But once you show up on the ice, those things don't matter. And I think that message holds for USHLers or for anyone else. Whether you are drafted in the first round, the 10th round, or you're not drafted at all, it's what you're doing today. It's how you're helping your team. It's are you getting better? Are you getting better year after year? It's a journey.
And there's a level of self-awareness that has to be there, right?
Well,
what you do well and what you, and I liked what you said about you're in the USHL, you're committed to that team, because a lot of times, and you see even at the youth level, kids are trying to play on a couple of different teams, and it's really hard to make a commitment and improve, in my opinion, if you're playing too much hockey and you're not committed to that one singular focus. And that's the best answer there.
I don't mean to be that guy, but it's almost a societal thing nowadays, right? Where we're looking too far down the road.
Absolutely.
And you lose what's right in front of you. If I'm playing for the USHL, am I helping us win games today?
Yeah.
I know there's a college commitment that's going to come. I know I'd like to be on an NHL radar. Am I being the best teammate I can be today? So again, it's just that stay in the now mentality. And Ian, when you're on the ice, I'm sure you message this with your players too. Stay in the now. What are you doing today to help to get better, to help your teammates? I think that's agnostic of age. I think that's probably good advice for any hockey player.
For sure, without a doubt. But off of that, so kids are drafted this year. They'll go to their development camp this summer with the USHL team, just like they would with an NHL team. What would be the biggest difference you see in a kid from first development camp to second development camp that's challenging to make a roster or challenging to make an AHL roster, earn a contract, all that kind of stuff?
And then I'd like you to answer it too. But for me, that thing of once you get the first one under your belt, I think the game slows down maybe. But what we've been told and having spent time at pro, I was shocked when I got here and Glenn got here. What the message we heard from well-established hockey men, hockey women, people that have been in the game, are longtime players. The hardest jump that they ever made in their hockey career was to the USHL. And I was floored. I mean, I don't know what, maybe I never considered that, but they said that the most difficult jump they ever made was to the USHL. I was probably the biggest, fastest, strongest kid I've ever, on every team I've ever been on. I was maybe the big shot in the small town, But I think once you get to the USHL and that funnel starts to get smaller,
sure,
life starts to get real. I think your hockey life starts to get more challenging. So you come to that first camp. I'm sure your eyes are open. I'm sure the game's fast. By year 2, things are starting to slow down. I've been there. I know, Coach. But let me ask you, as a guy who's done it at the highest level.
For me, I think it's the competition of it all. I think when you get to a place where you can get cut, and it has impact on your day, I think it becomes very real. I think in the USHL, when a young kid goes to camp, it's the first time they're playing against somebody who's desperate, who, their hockey future could be on the line. A story with me, my first ever NHL training camp, D-man by the name of Peter Taglianetti was really nice to me going into camp. I went out a few weeks early. We skated, went to golf, lunch, all that kind of stuff. Day 1 of the first scrimmage, we get into a fight and he beats the crap out of me. I mean, literally beats the bejesus out of me. And I was like, geez, I thought we were buddies. And then afterwards we get in the locker room and Tags' kids come in and they're all around him. And I'm literally it clicked in my head, like, this means way more to him than me at this point. I ended up in the minors. Tags was in the NHL, but it really was just like that. Like, holy, this means a lot to him. He's got his wife, he's got his kids. This isn't me just playing for shits and giggles with my buddies. This really means something. And it was great. It was a great lesson. I mean, it really was. It was fantastic. And I didn't let that happen again.
Yeah. So. Well, and again, I think there might be pressure for you. You get your name called yesterday. You get your name called today. I want to come in. I want to make the team right away. Again, we talked about that journey and that long-term view. Are you improving and doing what you need to do every day to get better? It may not happen right now today. Stay the course. Stay on that developmental path, and you're going to get where you need to be.
Yeah. I think yesterday a lot of the kids we talked about, they were skilled, but we talked about how competitive they are and how they can impact at both ends of the rink. And, they've been playing on good teams, but they were the ones that when a play had to be made on a hard back check or finishing a check or block a shot, they were the kids that had that added in their game. And maybe they didn't a couple of years ago, but they've got it now. And I think that's why they heard their name.
Well, and I don't think that's a coincidence. I mean, look at the 2 teams we're about to start our Clark Cup, which is our seminal event. Dubuque, Fargo, these are detail-oriented teams where if you're not playing a 200-foot game, if you're not playing a well-rounded game, you're going to have a hard time in the USHL. Yeah. So I think that there's a reason that competitive players, high hockey IQ players, a lot of these athletes today, they all skate like the wind. They've had skills coaches since they're young guys, but are you doing those other things like you said, or is the compete there? Is the hockey IQ there? You need that to play in the USHL.
Oh, for sure. It's an unbelievably competitive league.
Yeah.
So, we talked about it yesterday with I really think it's very important for the parents to go and see USHL games and see what it's really like. Because it's just not like the next step from Pee Wee to Bantam and Bam to midget. It's a huge jump.
Well, we were talking about it at breakfast this morning, you and I. I'm partial to the Fall Classic, which, again, of course, is our hallmark event. It's ironic that we do it at the start of the year, but really it's the most appropriate kickoff for our league. If you have the chance to come to the Fall Classic, you're going to see all 16-member teams in action in one place. And if you want to get a sense for what our league is, hey, I've been a pretty good player my whole hockey life. I've been on a pretty good program. All right, now come and see what the USHL looks like, and maybe that context helps you out.
Yeah.
And we have the best AAA programs in the country, or they're competing at the same time. So I'm there with my team. I'm there competing. I have a chance to go watch the USHL at night. If you haven't seen the USHL, certainly come to one of our home games. But the Fall Classic, I think, is a very special event for that reason.
You and I have talked about the first time you saw it when you went.
Yeah, I mean, I worked in Division III hockey, so it was a little bit different. And the first time I saw it, I was amazed at how clean it was. How every touch was soft, every pass was crisp, every zone entry was quality. There weren't a lot of mistakes made, and the kids were intense and hard and heavy, and the skilled players that popped are now stars in the NHL. Owen Power was one of the first players. I was like, whoa, who is this? He was a whoop. And if you stand out like that in that league, you are a legit NHL superstar.
Yeah, in the Fall Class, all NHL clubs are represented, and they have like 2 or 3 staff at one time. Yeah. We had 90 plus NCAA coaches and representatives there. So it's a really special event. And we mean this with all due respect. And Ian and I were talking about it this morning. I think for young players to come and watch this game in action and watch our league in action, that context is going to be so helpful to you in your development.
Yeah, the Fall Classic, you have U14 up through U18. You have the USHL. You have the national team. You have NHL scouts, you have college head scouts, you have NHL GMs, you have everybody there watching.
You're the center of the hockey universe.
It's unbelievable.
For that 7 to 10 days, you're the center of the hockey universe.
Right,
for
and
sure.
it's in Pittsburgh. You can go to the pro shop and pick up the Moran jersey.
Well, that's the other thing. The other takeaway was how many Moran jerseys were in the crowd.
Penguins, there weren't any Moran jerseys there, and I'm pretty upset about it. I was willing to pay good money.
Dan Hickling asked me a couple years ago. We were in the main rink, and there's the banners.
Shout out to
Stanley
Dan.
Cups. And he said, Ian, when were you in Pittsburgh? And I said, you see the gap in the banners? That was my stretch.
In fact, I think we got a picture.
Yeah, we got a picture of me standing like this.
But those were the foundational years, though.
Yeah, they were foundational.
One foundation to another.
They laid the foundation.
I helped crack it.
For Crosby and those guys, you really did.
Yeah. They needed to get high picks, so we did what we could. So, yeah. I don't know. Anything else, Murph?
Brendan?
No, well, how about on behalf of the USHL, we wanted to thank you guys and thank Neutral Zone for all the work you did yesterday. And
thank you.
The rave reviews we received on Phase 1, and you're going to be grinding today. I know that Phase 2 is kind of a different animal, but from the USHL, thank you guys for all the work you do and the spotlight you put on our league. Ian and I were talking this morning at breakfast. And again, with all due respect to the hockey universe, I don't know if the USHL has ever been in a better spot on and off the ice. I think empirically the numbers bear that out, that just the USHL on ice brand in particular is in a really special place right now. And it's because of the young men whose names are called yesterday and today. Yep. And a special thanks to you guys for the spotlight you're putting on them.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks to Neutral Zone.
First time I got here, it was so different. The first game, you probably remember, we played against Dubuque. And I was so shocked because I didn't know about those plays. So many turnovers, so many breakaways. Because back in Slovakia, yeah, you have like 3 breakaways in a game, but they're trying to settle in a zone, play like European hockey. But here, they're so fast. Everything is so fast. You can have turnover. And I needed to learn that, how to play like that, how to be focused to that. I get focused, I get in my zone, and I get everything what I need. I learn how to play that. Every game you need to be just focused. Focus on what you like to be, what you like to play, what do you want to do. You need to be focused on every shot, every rebound. If you're gonna be focused, you have it in your pocket. If I'm gonna be in the net, I'm gonna try to give them a chance, to give them confidence to win every game. And that's it. Still the show.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Next order of business here. I think if you guys are all right with it, let's kind of recap yesterday, rounds 1 through 10. We can go round by round.
Can we just talk about what a great commercial that was?
Yeah,
that's the best one so far. It's without question.
It was great. It was fantastic. Ton of personality.
So let's go to round 1 here. And yesterday, so we got the graphic up there. I guess we could start, Brendan, with you. If you want to talk about a player or something that stood out to you in the first round of Phase 1, and then we can just run from there.
Yeah, I would say if we're looking at Phase 1, first round, if we go away from the tenders for a second and just do the kids that were picked yesterday, we're seeing some diversity here. We got New Jersey, some Minnesota, got a kid from Russia, and then probably the pick there for me, anyways, that I thought might be the kind of a standout pick would be Noah Kozik out of Pacific Coast. It's a kid who's done it at the U18 level. He's played against high-level competition in Western Canada. He's the only NCAA commit out of this 2008 birth year at this point. He could be a pretty special player in this league.
Yeah, this is sort of maybe obvious, but I want to talk about David Bosco a little more. No, I'm just kidding. For those of you that watched yesterday, you probably would understand that. But I really like Blake Zielinski as a pick because he was the first pick. And he has so many different things that he can build upon. That's why I think he was taken first. He has a level of toughness. He's Jersey tough, and he also can move the puck all over the ice, in transition, along the offensive blue line, and he can get the puck out of his own end by skating it or carrying it. So you look at the different things that he does well: physicality, his stick, his ability to defend, his ability to move pucks. He can play in any situation. So many things, and he'll start to excel at some of those more, right? You're laughing at my jacket.
I'm laughing with you.
That's not funny. I'm being serious.
I know you are.
He has so many different things that he can build upon.
Without a doubt.
All of those things trend upward, which I believe they will, he's going to be a terrific player in the USHL and beyond. But even if a few of those things trend upwards, right? And
he's close.
He's close to being he's very, very good at everything. And so I think that's why I really like that pick.
He can make an impact this year on the roster. Without
I agree with that.
He plays their style.
He has a real
He's hard. He's heavy.
Right.
He's good in the slot. He's good below the goal line. He's good along the walls.
Yep. He's going to Des Moines, in case I didn't mention that. But go ahead, Ian. You.
For me, it would be have some big, strong kids like Zielinski or Davidson that are picked, and then you have Nate Peterson, who's undersized, really quick, makes plays. He attacks the middle, but it just shows that you don't have to be 6'2" to be a first round pick or be highly thought of. Or you have a kid like Nate who's a little bit smaller, but he's quick and agile and really thinks the game and processes it well. I think those are the takeaways that I have.
Yeah, and I think one player for me that kind of stood out, and you just touched on it, was Nate Peterson. Undersized guy, some would say, but he plays bigger than his size, right? Like
fearless.
He attacks inside the dots. He can shoot the puck. He's just a jitterbug out there. So that's something that I kind of took away from the first round. So now we'll move over to the second round here. Get it up on the screen, and I think we kind of do the same playbook. Brendan, if you want to talk about the second round recap and any thoughts you may have had.
Yeah, we had kind of a run on defensemen here in the second round. We had 6 in the first, I think 8 or 10 picks, and some of these players are high value. Cam Chartrand, as we said, we think he might be the number 1 pick overall in the Q draft. So he's tremendous value in the second round. That's a top 5 talent. I think then you have Caden Donia, Nate Selsky. These kids are a little bit raw in projects, but high ceilings. And then you get into Harper Bogus and Baird Gajdos, all different styles of play. But they're all players that are going to be able to play in this league within a year, maybe 1 year from now. And probably of those 3, I like Gajdos probably the most. He's somebody that I think has got the style of play to play at that level. And then the last pick in this round, Eric Fassard. I said might be one of my favorite players in the draft. Picked for Youngstown out of London Junior Knights. We had him as a first-round grade in the OHL draft. So for him to go this late at 30, like I said, he's a good student. I think he's going to come south, and that's a big-time player.
I think Zane Torrey was a nice pick by Dubuque here late in the second. Again, another player that does a lot well. He's playing up an age group at Shattuck St. Mary's, which is not easy to do. And we saw the number of players taken from Shattuck, and there's a reason for that. Hockey's pretty important at Shattuck St. Mary's, right? Yep. And he's a player that I've long enjoyed watching, and he's got a level of whoop in him, and he also plays the game the right way. So I really like that pick there.
All right, I'm going to go with defenseman Caden Donia and Nathaniel Selsky. I think, Brendan, you touched on it. They might be a little bit farther away, but I think that they're 2 kids that they'll go to their camps this June and compete. And then as the season goes on, they're going to get a taste of what the camp was like and playing against the older kids, and they're going to be a little bit dialed in, a little bit more focused. And when they go to their camp next June, I think they're going to see massive steps up in both of these players. They both have some bite. They both keep it simple. I think they understand who they are. But 12 months from now, when they've had another year of training and off-ice, commitment and development, I think they can really make an impact sooner rather than later.
And, White Bear Lake, right?
White Bear
if you're
Lake.
Playing for White Bear Lake as an 08, that says something. They come out in the all white sometimes, all white everything. And, White Bear Lake, go Bears. Right?
All right, we'll move to round 3 here.
You don't get to talk about Bosco.
I'm gonna. No,
Brendan, you could kick us off if you want to digest this for a second, and then let us know your thoughts about round 2 or round 3 here.
Yeah, I think round 3 we're starting. This is the part where you'd start saying value.
Yes.
there's quite a few here. I'll just do two of them. I'll do a forward or two forwards actually. Tim Kozda out of for Chicago Steel out of Seacoast Performance Academy. This is a player who he plays his best hockey when the games are most important. He carried that team at nationals, almost made it to the final game. He's got good reach, good touch. He can score. He's competitive. There's not much of a hole in his game. And then the last pick, Chicago again, they take Alex Haig, younger brother Michael Haig. This kid's got really high skill, very smart player. He's highly considered in the OHL as well, but his brother went down south, so I think he's going to do the same. And this is a great value pick here, as this was a kid that was in the beginning of the year. We had him as a top 15 pick in the OHL draft. So
I'll go with Noah Savalas, Dexter. Again, we talked about that he was our NZ Prep Rookie of the Year, and actually heard from a lot of USHL scouts who were happy that because their GMs were happy that he was a Rookie of the Year, because they all had him rated, as the highest prep player in that age group. And he's a December 30th, right?
27th.
Yeah. And so he's a very late 08. Both ends he's in a championship game at Harvard, plays is banged out, and he just doesn't miss a beat, playing his butt off at both ends, making plays. He's a really, really high IQ player, and that's going to help him a ton. And it may take him a little while, because he's a little younger and he's got some physical things to get stronger and work on. And then Will Bent. I mean, Will Bent is a player that's he maybe is a little bit down this year from where he was the year before, but he's a really talented player that's going to come out of that tunnel, and he's going to play like a first round pick, I think, in the next couple of years, and somebody that that's going to make a difference for Tri-City down the road. That's a really interesting pick in the third round, because he's a talented young man.
Yeah. All right. So I'm scout, but I'm also in a little bit of a unique position because I've coached against some of these kids. Right. So I'm going to talk about Maxime Dubé from the Gulls, and talk about the defensemen that I'm coaching and the players they have to play against, and just how the conversations we've had on the bench about Dubé and how he can impact with his speed and his pace on line rushes. He manipulated the gap. He really recognized, if the defenseman had a tight gap on him, he can fly. He'd blow by him wide. He'd drive deep in his suit. If he couldn't get to the net, he'd recognize when the defenseman's toe caps were turned to the corner. Boom, he'd do a quick escape and he'd find the late guy. If the defenseman had a soft gap, he cut to the middle. And I know he gave the defenseman that I coached, he gave him headaches with just his change of pace, his compete, and how hard he worked. And the second one, and Brendan talked about it, would be Kozda, and he just plays a simple, direct, hard game. He's the kind of kid that you want on your team. In all honesty, I said it yesterday, his hand-eye coordination is excellent. At nationals, he was back checking, and he would knock down passes out of the air, and not just knock them down. He would knock them down, control them, and turn and start transition the other way. He's a 200-foot kid. He's willing to block shots. He impacts it at both ends. And he's still he's long and lanky, and when he gets some weight on that frame, he's going to be a heck of a player.
All right, we can go to round 4 here. Kind of the same thing. Let's go from Ian down now. Ian, let's have you lead us off.
All right. Let's see here. I'm going to go with Cade Meyer, who I hadn't really seen a lot of until 40-man camp, and went there the day early, watched him practice. He was, jiggerbugging around. His hands were dancing. He was, really busy with the puck. He was moving it, and it looked like he was trying to play like Lane Hudson, which I don't blame him. And then in the first game at camp, I thought he was trying to do a little bit too much, and then he settled in, and I thought he moved the puck. I thought he moved it really well. His passes were hard and flat. He defended quickly. He had some pop and some jam. I like sitting in the corners to watch. There were times that he lined guys up, came hard, put his shoulder right into their chest, pinned them to the wall so they couldn't beat him to the front of the net. He's a player that, again, he might be a little bit smaller right now, a little bit undersized, but he's got very good quickness. His feet hit the ice the right way. He's got a great skating posture. He's a talented kid with the puck. He passes well. Another player here is a 4th rounder when he keeps training hard off the ice and gets some meat on his bones. He's going to be an impactful kid.
Murph?
Hold on. Let me pull my draft results up here. 4th round. Robin Kuzma. He's a player that I've seen enough of to know that he is extraordinarily opportunistic. He's in excellent spots to make plays all the time. And he puts the puck in spots where his teammates can make plays. He doesn't pass covered players, but he can finish. He's a finisher, ultimately. That's how I view him. Yeah, he's so clever and quick, and like Ian said, strong. He holds his ice near the net. He can really shoot it. His release is quick. I think he went on a long scoring streak, goals for that Mission team this year. So he's a player that I like here a lot. And then Nathan Huad, is that right? Sorry, Nathan, if I'm saying that wrong, man. Windy City Storm 15s. He's a well-rounded player who shows some real flash in and around the net, but his biggest strength is his versatility. And I think we sort of touched on that when we were talking with Ian, that versatility and the ability to become sort of a chameleon in whatever situation your USHL team needs you to be. I believe that Nathan's a player that can be a chameleon.
Yeah, he can impact it.
Yep.
I'll touch on Lincoln had 2 picks in this round, in the 4th round. I thought they were actually the 2 best players in this round, both Casey Vandertop and Griffin Sturm. These are both Minnesota State champions. Vandertop won with the Dyna in the AA division. One of the fastest players in this draft. Really high IQ, can think and process the game at a fast pace. Puck control. He's a dynamic player. And then Griffin Sturm, he won it with St. Cloud Cathedral in the single A division, and he took over games, which is really hard to do at an 08 level. Don't let single A hockey fool you. This is still high level hockey. He's one of the most dynamic puck moving defensemen. Great vision, excellent skater. Is quick and agile in all directions. So those two for Lincoln to get 2 state champs and 2 guys that impacted as 08s. Who've proven it against older competition. I think those are steals in the 4th round.
Awesome. Round 5 recap here. Murph, I think you kind of.
I did. I already talked about Nathan.
You were just excited.
Well, yeah, I'm not seeing the same graphic you guys are, so it's a lot harder for me. But you want me to start? I can start.
Sure.
Matthew Crayer. We talked about this yesterday. Very high IQ player, really good edges, sharp edges, balanced. Stride is compact. That's important. We talk about things and people sort of say, gets off checks, compact stride. So he's not using as much energy because he's not wasting any energy in how he moves around the ice. And he moves to really terrific spots with the puck and without the puck. And then Phoenix Cahill. His sister was again, we talked about it and was an intern for us, but that wasn't why he got drafted in the USHL. Obviously, Fargo took him. He's a throwback. He's going to be a throwback. I think he has a chance to be that. And I think throwback style defensemen, and I know Hudson was taken in this round too. They're almost sort of completely different, almost completely different players. This guy is going to be a throwback. And I think there's a market for those types of players that are going to be heavy, hard, strong, and just get the puck to skilled players up the ice. Not that he's not skilled, but that's going to be his role, to be heavy, hard, strong. And I promise you, he's hitting the weights hard this summer. He's a player that I know that our Minnesota staff thinks very highly of. So,
all right, I'm going to go with 2 D-men that are different. Oscar Dravzinski from Mid-Fairfield, and also talk about Lars Hudson. Hudson is like his brother. They're brothers. He's very elusive, really poised with the puck, makes plays along the blue line, can get forwards charging at him hard. He's got a ton of poise, makes a miss, moves the puck really well. He is a November birthday, so he's late. When you watch a game, you notice Hudson because he's got the puck on his stick, and he's just one of those kids that kind of wows you. I don't know, he's got some woo in him, as you like to say, but he's definitely whoop. He definitely has some wow in him without a doubt. And then with Oscar, he's the opposite. And Brendan and I had debated on him and talked about him a ton this year, where I loved him because you don't notice him. He just moves the puck quickly. He skates well. He's got tight gaps. His shot gets through the point. He walks the blue line very confidently. But he doesn't have the dips and the do that Hudson does. He just kind of holds the puck ready to rip it, and he gets it through to the net with a shot that creates a rebound or is tippable. So they're 2 different guys where Hudson, you watch him, you notice him, every time he's on the ice, he's got the puck on his stick. Just think of his brothers. He's very similar to those guys. And then with Trzybski, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it. It's a speech impediment for me. You don't notice him, and I think that's why he's so good.
Yep. I'll finish it off with the two last picks in this round. Sean Bursick for Youngstown out of Shattuck St. Mary's. 6'6" right shot defenseman. These are like unicorns. Very hard to find. And this kid's got pretty good feet. He's an excellent passer, which you don't see usually from players that size. I think once he fills out, he could be a special player. And then one of my favorite picks in the whole draft would be Zach Zimmerman out of Fargo, North Dakota, going to play for Fargo. It's hard to find local talent. Some of the USHL teams are, in the Midwest where, a lot of these kids come out of Minnesota or other areas. So to get a local homegrown kid is hard to do. And they have a great fit here. Fans are going to love this kid. What he did at Moorhead High School this year as an 08, led the team in scoring. He's got high compete and he's got skill, great combination, which is exactly how Fargo plays. So I think that's one of the best fits of the draft.
I would agree. Yeah, people bounce off him and he's going in the net. His balance is awesome. And what he does? He disconnects from the puck to absorb contact.
It's huge. You talk about that all the time.
He takes the contact and then he reconnects, and for players at this age to do, it's tough, right, Ian? I mean, I'm sure it's something you try to teach.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but it's a really, really necessary skill as you move into a league that's as physical and fast as the USHL. And he's not going to be the fastest player in the USHL, but he's going to be really hard to
disconnecting from the puck for contact is huge. Yeah, because it allows you to make the next play.
Kid from at number 97 for Seacoast does that. Zajic, right? He disconnects. Kazda, sorry. He's long. And he disconnects and he'll try to split the D. And it's just it's I love that kind of hockey. It's beautiful to watch rather than going all the way around and then all the way around the net.
Dean Youngblood.
Or, trying to snipe from the dot. Some kids can do that, but not many. And that direct, and just to the
net. Such a
net.
special skill to have when you're rolling up the wall and you want to attack the slot and you go across the top of the circles. If you can go shoulder into the chest of the defenseman coming at you and disconnect from the puck, knock the defenseman back, and then continue on with the puck where you want to go without having to stick handle 1,000 times. It's just allows you to make plays, and it allows you to make plays at the next level, higher level.
Awesome. Let's go round 6 here.
I'll keep going here. I'll go first. Cedar Rapids, Jude Heron. He's a kid I used to coach. I talked about it yesterday. He's down at South Kent. He trains like an animal. He's going to be a good-sized kid. He's a pretty good-sized kid right now, but he has a rip of a shot, and it isn't by accident. The kid is always shooting pucks. He's shooting pucks in his driveway, shooting pucks in practice, shooting pucks. That's all he does, and he can one-time it. And when you look at players in higher levels that have a one-timer and they can get it off, everybody has a one-timer when it's in their sweet spot. It's pretty easy to let it rip when it's right where you want it. Heron has an expanded one-timer zone where it can be 6 inches behind his back foot. It can be 6 inches in front of his front foot, and he's still going to get good composite blade on that thing. He rips it. It's hard. Told you yesterday he gave 2 goalies concussions last summer on consecutive days, and they were absolute cannons of shots. Second for me would be Ethan Garden. I just love the pace he plays with. I love how fast he is. First time I really saw him was 2 years ago at the U14 Nationals in Plymouth, and he came on the ice, and I just fell in love with how he plays. He's quick, he's energetic, he works, he's a leader. From the time he stepped on the ice in warm-ups, he was buzzing. He was trying to set the tone for his team, and he's a kid that I've taken a liking to. He's got a great name. It's an easy name to remember, and he stood out for me. And then this year at Nationals and coaching against him twice, he's a fun kid to watch. He's a fun kid to coach against. He impacts the game at both ends of the ice, which is key as the players move on and develop. So those are my guys. I got Jude Heron to Cedar and Ethan Garden to Youngstown.
Yep. Jackson Strukel to Tri-City out of the Duluth. Played, again, Minnesota high school varsity this year. Our Minnesota guys said that he's the best skater on his team. His feet are really good, moves the puck quickly, can run a power play. Played in all situations, and again, if you're playing at that level and you're that athletic, he's only going to get better and better. Then Gavin Holland, Lawrence Academy. I think there were 7 or 8 prep school kids that were selected yesterday. He's a player that we had a little lower than this, and his IQ is what got him here. He's
gotten better and better over the
last
12
and
months.
He's also his trend of where he is now versus where he was a year ago, and the work and the effort that it took for him to get there.
Yeah, 12 months ago, he didn't make it out of the Massachusetts first round for the festival, and he worked his ass off, kept his head down, and worked and believed in himself. That's a great pick by you.
That says a lot about the kid, and so those are the kind of players you want to take around here. So, and he's going to be on a good team this year, and be a leader as an 08. So this is
got a good really coaching staff. It's
great staff there. Yeah, great staff at Lawrence Academy. Go ahead, Brendan.
I'll take some big body defenseman, George Komodowski. This kid was at NTDP camp, invited out of St. Louis Junior Blues. He's tall, he's rangy, he's physical. He wants to stand up and attack guys. He's not just backing into the goalie. And he's also makes an excellent first pass. Jacob Zhu out of Toronto Junior Canadians. This is a tough kid, physical kid, strong net front, and he's got a big-time shot. And then for big forward, I liked Casey Kamzik, another kid who was raw, was figuring out his game early in the season. If you saw him early, you probably wouldn't have him on your draft radar, but if you saw him at Nationals and even before that, the BK showcase, this kid's really rising, stock's rising. I think he's got a really high ceiling.
Awesome. Let's take it to the 7th round here. Yeah, great job so far. Draft looks like the first pick will probably be in 13 minutes here. So,
buzz through this.
Yeah, let's buzz through. Let's have each of you guys talk about a player in round 7. How's that? And then we'll go one person each select a player. From
I'll go with number 101 with Youngstown, Odin Valkonen. He plays at Shattuck. D-man was at 40-man camp. He passes the puck really well. There's no need for him to dust it off. He works for his partner to be an outlet, and when he receives the pass, there's no extra stick handles. His stick is presented. He receives it flatly, cleanly, and then he gives a nice hard pass that's on the tape. He hits the stretch guy. Thought at 40-man camp he started out a little bit slowly, but then as it went on, he got better and better. And then I thought at Nationals in Fargo, I thought he was very good. He was a very, very impactful kid. Played, defended well, boxed out, and again, he can really, really pass.
Nathan Charlton, Creighton Durham, pace, fast. And that seemed to be Chicago's MO here in this draft. And so he'll fit right in with what it appears they're trying to accomplish, which is a team that can play really, really fast, force teams into switches, force teams on their heels. And he can certainly do that. He has a lot of flash and flair to his game, but it's quality, and he can score, and he's a really good pick here, I think.
I'll stay in the state of Minnesota with Luka Jarvis. He's one of the smoothest skaters, smoothest puck handlers, high IQ, quick processor. I think this kid is going to be a creative playmaker at the next level. And the fact that he's a late birth year, he's already over 6 feet tall. I'm shocked, honestly, that he's fell to the 7th round. We had him as an earlier round player. So I think that's one of the better value picks of the draft.
Awesome. All right, so let's go round 8 here. Ian, why don't you select one player, and then we'll move on to the next round.
I'm going to stay with the Lucas and go with Luka Kanata. There were bigger players that were drafted yesterday. There's bigger players on his BK team that impact the game. Luka is just very smart at understanding how to get to the scoring area. He times it when the puck is going to get there, when there's no coverage. He seems to be finding that soft ice, and it's on his stick, and it's gone very, very quickly. So Luka Kanata is my guy. Again, a little bit undersized guy, puck control guy, going to Chicago.
Awesome. Let's go round 9 here. Murph, who do you think in round 9?
Xavier Went, goaltender for Shattuck St. Mary's. He's athletic. He's been their guy, and they've been really good for the last few years. So I think he's a really, really good pick here. And there's another goalie that was taken in this round that's very good. But I like a lot of the picks in the 9th round, actually.
Yeah.
I thought it was a good round. Go ahead, Brendan.
And then last but not least, let's go to the 10th round here. Brendan, who you got in the 10th round?
10th round, I'll probably take several, but I'll take Chase Trumpeter, really skilled, high IQ playmaker out of Pittsburgh Penn's elite. There were times where he was one of their most impactful forwards on one of the better teams in the country. I think he's a good fit for Green Bay. He's looking to add scoring and playmaking, so I think that's good value in the 10th.
Awesome. Thanks for the recap, guys. Before we get into the Phase 2 draft, we have a video here from Casey Jones at Clarkson, who had Nico Sturm on his team. And Casey just talks about, kind of Nico's journey and his stops in the USHL and what it meant to his group and his university.
Yeah, Nico Sturm, boy, great memories of coaching him. He has everything you want in a student athlete. Nice part about him, he wasn't in a rush. Took his time. He got better from stop to stop. Had a great year in Tri-City prior to getting here. Came in here as a freshman, got better every year, continued to improve, work ethic's unmatched, but was just trusted the process, trusted to be a challenge, trusted to be pushed. Obviously for us, and then to watch him raise that cup in Colorado and see him reach his childhood goals and dreams, phenomenal for us. But like I said, Nico Sturm embodies everything we want in a Clarkson hockey player. He works hard on a daily basis to improve, has that desire to move on to the next level, and took full advantage of her education. So graduated a little bit after he finished here, but got his degree. We're proud of that and proud of where he's at. And like I said, that for all young people there, it says he took his time and developed at a proper rate, and you can see where that takes you if you have that desire and the work ethic.
Fuerza is proud to support the USHL draft and growth of hockey across the United States. From the first time players step onto the ice to celebrating careers coaching and officiating, Fuerza is there to capture the moments that matter. Photo, video, live event production, their team of creative professionals has your communications and public relations projects covered. For more information, check them out on social media at Fuerza-Strategy.
Awesome. Okay, so before we get started here at noon Eastern, 11 Central, I know some people are probably wondering the difference between Phase 1 and Phase 2. So we could cover that quickly before the draft starts. We have a couple slides that should hopefully help you guys. So yesterday, we had our Phase 1 futures draft, which was 10 rounds of the 2008 birth year only. And then today's draft will be any junior hockey eligible player from the 2004 to 2008 birth year. So if you were a 2008 that wasn't selected yesterday, there's still an opportunity for you to get selected today. And then, any junior hockey eligible player from 2004 to 2008. And today, like we've been joking around, today's the Wild West and it's much longer. So teams, there's no set round. It's teams make their selections until their roster is completed of 45 players.
So that's 45 players on the affiliate list.
45 players. Yep. And then here's kind of the affiliate list breakdown. So each team's allowed to carry 10 2008s, 8 2007s, 2 2005s, and then 2 flex spots. And those flex spots could be used on a player from the 2006 to 2008 birth years. So each team kind of submits their IPL list of, I believe it's 25. And then through the draft process, they should get to another 20. Is that, I'm not the math guy, but I think that's 45, right?
Yep.
And that's kind of how our draft works and how the draft is going to be completed today. So hopefully that solidified some of the questions. And, I guess before we kind of get started, we got 5 minutes here and the draft will start at the top of the hour. Just thinking ahead, we were talking last night at dinner. I think this is kind of, where GMs make their money, right? Like this is where you build a team and you live in the now, right? The futures draft yesterday was for, forward looking and forward thinking on high end prospects. But today is, what teams specifically need now. So I guess we could just run around the panel here and kind of see what you guys think and what you guys expect to go in this round. I mean, me personally, I probably expect a bunch of older goalies to go, would be my guess, right? Some goalies probably moving on to college and teams need goalies who have junior hockey experience. So for me personally, that's something I anticipate. And I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'm with you with the goalies. I think yesterday, what was our 5 or 6 goalies taken in the Phase 1?
Yep.
I think, goalies are a longer path to development, maturity, and their game maturing. So I think I agree with you 100%. I was going to say goalies, whether you said it or not, that I think we'll see a run of older, more mature goalies that are very close to being college ready.
I think we're going to see a lot of players from Sweden taken. no, I think you're going to see some international players taken that
sure.
that are maybe a little bit of a flyer for teams that feel good about their older players and they don't need a ton there. They may take some shots at some players that are international, whether it be Russia, Sweden, Finland, those places. So kind of hope they don't, because we don't necessarily know all of those guys at a high level.
I hope they do, because I want you to pronounce their names.
Yes, I am going to be in charge of pronouncing their names. I have trouble with basic names, but I think that's a possibility. And right, goalies are really hard to project, especially if you're trying to project an 08 goalie. I think there was some talented goalies taken yesterday, but it's really hard to project. But it's much easier to look at an 06 and say, yeah, that's a guy that can play, at least back up, and then maybe move into a starting role after that. So, yeah, I think that's fair. Brendan?
Yeah, I think this is a tricky draft. It's a obviously very important to the teams, because you have to figure out the difference between the prospects that you're going to have for several years. If you draft an 07 and 08 today, you're going to have this kid for 2, 3, 4 years. If you draft an 04, you've got him for 1. So I think what we'll see typically in this draft is older early, younger later. But there's some very good 07s that weren't taken last year that could go a little earlier, because teams are afraid that they won't be there later. But yeah, I think we'll see older kids early, and then as we get to the middle rounds and late, you'll start seeing some 07s come off the board.
So I actually have just a question for you about the affiliate list.
Yep.
Can you explain the makeup of how it works? Because I get people asking me all the time. So there's the graphic we just had up had 10 2008s. How does that work? Has to be 10?
Yep. So there's no flexibility in the numbers. The only flexibility is in the flex spots, right?
Yep.
So I guess in theory, 2008's a team could have 12 if they use both their flex spots on 2008.
Okay.
But you can't take 14 2008s and limit your number to 2007s, right? Like those numbers are pretty
just
steady.
looking for the explanation of how 2008s would go today with the tenders and the 10 draft picks.
Yep.
How it would be managed.
For sure. So if a team decides to take 2 more 2008s this year, right, they would use their 2 flex spots on that, because 10 rounds yesterday, that means they have 10 2008s that automatically go on their affiliate list.
Perfect.
And then if they take another 2 today, that'll take up those flex spots.
Excellent. Flex spots.
The flex spots.
Yeah.
Use your flex spots. All right, so we got about 2 minutes here. I think we'll go to a quick quick break. You guys can grab some water and stuff, and then we'll be back with the draft and the first pick at 12 o'clock Eastern.
We'd like to take a moment to recognize the contributions of our USHL sponsors and corporate partners. These companies and organizations play an extremely important role in the success of our league, and we are extremely grateful for the relationships the USHL has with these important teammates. The National Hockey League, USA Hockey, Hockey Tech, Neutral Zone, Bauer, K1, The Rink Live, OT Sports, Howie's Hockey Tape, OGP, CCM, Tidal Wave, Warrior, True, Flow Hockey, USHL streaming partner, Gemini Athletics, Casper Sports, Shortside, Flow Hockey, Sports Science Solutions, Athletica Sports Systems, Force Premium Officiating Apparel and Equipment, Sport Testing Inc., Team Apparel, the Pittsburgh Penguins, RinkNet, Speedio, Wegmans American Cup sponsor, and Discover Green Bay.
I'm Cole Caulfield, and I played college hockey.
I'm Adam Fox, and I played college hockey.
I'm Jake Gensel, and I played college hockey.
I'm Johnny Gaudreau, and I played college hockey.
Whether you are a fan or a player, nothing compares to college hockey.
It's been amazing so far. I think the USHL does a great job setting up these tournaments. They actually did the Fall Classic this season. I thought that was great, and I love how they get a lot of teams to come out and play out here. And I think setting up the tournament is great, and going 3-0 so far it's been great. Yeah, I think the Fall Classic and the Combine was really good. Just pulling in a lot of guys, top kids from the country is also a big thing, just having competition. And then I think the on-ice and off-ice Combine is really like a good thing to see how you match up against other players. And I think I went out there and just tried to do my best and compete with the best players in the country. Yeah. I think for me, just getting up the ice fast and moving my feet is like key for me. And then once I kind of enter the zone, I can kind of use my playmaking ability to, set a defender off and then maybe dish it to another guy so he can set up for a goal. I also like to use my shot too in different areas. I think it's a pretty lethal shot and I can hit my spots, but also using my deception to maybe feed another guy on the backside. Yeah, I think Johnny Mustard right now in the USHL, he's an Avs guy. So that's pretty cool to see him doing successful, especially in his first year. Just what he's doing for the whole USHL, being a rookie coming in and putting up points. I mean, it's good too, especially being from Avs. I skated with him in the summer, and he pushed me to be my best. And it's good knowing he's putting up points right now.
All right, and we're back. We got me and Ian loaded up on the coffee. We're ready to go here. Murph's got his water.
Yep.
So I think we did have the first pick come in for the 2024 USHL Phase 2 draft. So Ian, I think you want to take this one.
You want Murph to pronounce it?
Well, first of all, I want to say I told you so. Sweden.
Finland.
I said Sweden, right?
Yeah.
So we've got Heikki Ruohonen.
Yeah.
Nice. Did I say that right? Ian knows him. Ian saw him. So.
Yeah. So saw him earlier this year. This is what we wrote. He's a thickly built left shot forward, assistant captain as a 2006 for Keiko, and played primarily center versus HPK. Showed shoulder with skating base, keeping the shoulders over his knees throughout his stride and throughout contact with opponents. Still developing his first step, but he did throw a few reverse hits, which I'm a big fan of. He's controlled setting defensive zone coverage. He knew where to be, stayed on the net side, didn't get trapped on the wall. Let's see. Offensively, that game we saw, he had 3 shots, 3 grade A's, so he was playing in the slot. Went to the hard to compete areas, and on all 3 opportunities. After the shot, we would have liked to seen him use a hard step going after the rebound rather than just waiting to see where it went. But this is a kid I saw early in the year, but I definitely remember him.
There you go.
Perfect. Then we had Cedar Rapids came in with the next pick, Gabriel Ellison. There's your Swede guy, Murph.
Twice.
2-time, back-to-back.
Back-to-back, I told you.
This kid's a monster. He's over 6 feet, 6 inches tall. He's being seen right now as a potential second, third round NHL draft pick. Big, physical. He's got a long reach, tough to play against. In our most recent report of him, he got a B plus playing in the J20. J20 is a very competitive league in Sweden. So kids coming out of that league are going to be prepared and ready to play right away. And with this kid's size and strength, he'll be an immediate impact player.
So we got Des Moines on the clock now, waiting for Des Moines to make their picks. So Murph, good job with what we thought was going to happen. International players.
Well, if you're playing in that, that elite league, J20. Ian does more of it for the NHL or NHL site, but that's a very, very high level. Hockey. So those are players that if they're competing at that level, you talk about Minnesota high school. This is a whole other animal. So those are going to be players that are going to be ready.
Awesome. So we just had Des Moines make their pick. It's going to be Gavin Garland.
Yep. We just saw him. Yeah, go ahead.
Garland's one of our top-ranked players out of the Alberta Junior Hockey League. He's got great speed. He's a kid who's balanced skater, get off checks. He's got a hard shot. We saw him early at the AJHL showcase, and then he's actually progressed throughout the year. I think he's already got a college commitment.
Nebraska Omaha, and we just saw him a month ago, and he got an A in that report. So can be slick around the net, use both sides of his blades with ease. Skilled player. I think he'll have to add a little bit of jam, but he's a quality offensive pick here.
Put up some good numbers in the Alberta League too, didn't he?
Yeah, put up good numbers. We actually have him graded as a C for this year's draft. A lot of times later NHL picks, they're taking their time to get to the NHL. They're picked as a young kid. You won't see him, as Ian talked about earlier, he won't see him for 4 or 5 years. This is a kid that in 4 or 5 years could really make an impact and be on a roster.
For sure. And just kind of digest these first 3 picks, in your guys' opinion, these are 3 players that could probably come into the USHL and make an impact right away, correct?
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, and be leaders and not just come in and hang out, but like Ruhonen in the first pick, he's wearing a letter over there as an 06 now. I mean, he can come here and be a leader right away with Dubuque.
Awesome. So we got Lincoln on the clock here. Waiting for Lincoln to make their pick. So not a ton of surprises. We thought some international players. We thought some players that can make impacts right away. So the good thing about today is draft's a little bit longer and slower. So Murph, you get a lot more FaceTime.
No, and I like honestly, I'm director of U.S. scouting. Brendan does everywhere, and he doesn't sleep, and he's awesome. And but to see that we have a report literally from like 3 weeks ago on Gavin Garland is awesome, and he got an A. So he's been improving, but he is again somebody that has a chance to come in that offense right away. So that just from a personal standpoint for Neutral Zone, that makes me happy that we're on this.
Not much makes you happy.
Yeah.
Not much, no.
It's like those B+ ratings from Russ, right?
Russ, we love Russ though. We were talking about it this morning driving in, and Russ is a Russ B. He's a B.
So just waiting on Lincoln here to get their pick in. So I mean, one thing we could touch on too, right, is each team gets 3 minutes to make their selections. So shout out Sean Morgan, who's in the war room over there and grinding it out and getting every pick and looking up the players and putting it into our back end. So each team gets 3 minutes, and then they go through that due diligence process, and then the selections are made. So looks like Lincoln made their pick here. Daniel Shalane out of Shattuck St. Mary's. I don't know who wants to talk about that. Ian, it looks like you have him ready to go here.
Yeah, I got him here. This is just from the Circle K that Daniel was a standout for Shattuck this weekend. He had 7 points in 6 games, including a goal and assist in the semifinals win against Edge. That play resulted in Daniel goal, which was perfectly executed on a D-to-D. And Rios moved it up, cut to the middle, and Daniel filled the right lane and went hard to the net. That's just the kind of kid he is. He's 6'1", 170 pounds, left shot forward. He drives the net. He can keep a stick on the ice. He can receive a pass and give it. He can one-time it. He's got the skill as a late 05 to have a downhill tip. He received an A- from us at the Circle K.
Yeah, and they noted that this is just I love this is that he's unlikely to be taken this year in this year's NHL draft, but is a player to watch as a free agent signing down the road. So that means he's trending.
Awesome.
Yeah, he was ranked in our midterm 2005 national rankings. These are all the best 2005s throughout the U.S., Canada, and players that play in the USHL, BCHL, etc. So out of high school to get ranked in that is pretty high. He was 236.
Awesome. So then Chicago came in with the next pick. This is our first USA U18 NTDP kid, Charles Purdue.
I'll take this one.
Okay.
Spent a lot of time watching NTDP go to Plymouth quite a bit. Watch him play. He's a player heading into NTDP, high pace, very quick, compete at both ends. Playing at NTDP, he was in a bottom 6 role, killed penalties. I think his overall game expanded. I don't know Purdue at all, other than as the season went on this year. I personally was hoping that he would choose to play in the USHL next year rather than going to school, because I think his game is going to blossom next year. I love the fact that he's a Chicago kid getting drafted by Chicago. His path with NTDP might not have been easy, being a role guy and playing in bottom 6 minutes. But in the long run, this is going to help his game. It might have sucked there for a little bit, but Charlie, you are going to be fired up with Chicago. The way they play, it fits you perfectly. And when you go into school, you're going to be ready to make an impact playing top 6.
Awesome. And then we had, Sioux Falls came in with their pick back-to-back 18 NTDP kids. Austin Baker.
Yeah, he's really shifty, clever with the puck. He's on the NTDP. He's got a strong core. Puck poise. In our last report, he had an A- against. This is probably you, Ian, right? Youngstown versus Youngstown. Physically, he can do what he wants, but there is another dimension to his game that our scout felt like he can add. And
there were stretches early in the year, Fall Classic, where I thought he was NTDP's best two-way forward. I spent a lot of time watching this team, and I think this is a great pick here. He again, his game expanded as an offensive kid when he was younger. Played primarily bottom six, got some top six minutes, but not a ton. But he can impact it at both ends of the ice. So another kid at NTDP, it's tough. You swallow your pride. You play in the bottom six or the bottom four as being one of the top kids in the country, top kids in your age group. But I don't know Baker at all. I've never said hi to him. I've watched him play. He's another kid that his game is going to blossom this year in the USHL. I wouldn't be surprised if he's an NHL pick in the 25 draft.
Yeah,
he's got size. He skates well. He protects the puck well. And when he goes into school, he's going to make a real impact.
Yeah, I think Baker coming out of Little Caesars was a goal scorer.
Yes.
And then he learned, credit to him, he learned to play a power game, hard on the walls, north-south. But I'd like to see him in the USHL. I'd like to see him in an expanded role, which he's going to get that opportunity. And we've seen some success this year, even Hendrickson.
Yeah.
Trying to think of some other guys that went from NTDP to the USHL and had great success. Sioux Falls has Hendrickson, right? Or
they did. I think they traded him as the year went on.
And like these kids that played a bottom six role are going to get a chance to play top minutes. I'd like to see the Austin Baker that's scoring goals, that's playing up and down the wing and getting pucks to the net.
Awesome. And then Tri-City came in with their pick, Colby Wu out of Minot in the North American League.
So I remember when he was a Phase 1 pick a couple years ago. I just looked it up here. He was third round Phase 1 pick, 44th overall. Dubuque took him. And then it's a longer path for players. So you see here, he's gone to national camp. He played for the Stars. And then he spent some time in the Null, still went back to national camp. And then last year, he had in 22-23, he had 17 points. This past year, he had 39 points in 57 games with 77 penalty minutes. I think this is great. It's a great example for the kids out there. Just because you were a Phase 1 pick yesterday doesn't mean that it's going to be a direct path to the USHL. It's a winding road. This kid, I remember him. I remember watching him. His name sticks out in my head. And, he bought his time here and paid his dues. He played in the Null for 2 years and had very good years, 17 points in 56 games, 39 points in 57, steady penalty minutes at 52 and 77. Those are hard-earned minutes. Tough league. I think this is a great pick. I love the path that he chose to get here.
Yeah, and Colby, when he came out of midget hockey, he was more of a bruiser, kind of a tough physical presence. In his first year in the Null, this is a kid who kind of, like Ian said, played to his role, played to his strengths, kept it simple. And then this year at the showcase, we saw him early.
Yep.
And he actually showed some offensive flair. He was playing
a
on
long
power
road.
play. He's got a heavy shot. So he's someone that's every year seems to be adding another dimension to his game. So good pick by Tri-City.
Yeah, a college team that gets a kid that's played in the NA, and then that's a hard road, and then you play in the USHL, that's a hard road. You have a very, very prepared player.
He's got mental toughness because he was a third-round pick in the Phase 1 draft and then spent some time in the Null, and now he's going to be in the USHL, and then he's going to
They're
Western.
On a tear right now, and it's partly due to him. We really liked him at the showcase. He got a high grade. And he got an A in
Point
the
a
last
game in the playoffs right now.
Yeah, they're on a tear, and he's a big part of it. So, anyways, he's a good player.
Next up, we had Waterloo. Sticking with some USA guys here, Brendan McMorrow.
Yeah, McMorrow came out of Benilde St. Margaret, made the national team. Like Ian has said, some guys earlier, he had a bottom six role, but he's a balanced skater. He's hard on pucks. He's got a good shot, and somebody that I think has the style of play that will translate well in the USHL. He's going to be probably more of a goal scorer in this league than he was with the program, but he's another guy I'd like to see what he could do this year.
Absolutely. And then we had Madison, sticking with the USA guys, Kristen Epperson.
So I just remember him at national camp a couple of years ago. I mean, he was outstanding at 40-man camp. He went in and he was the most impactful kid at camp, I thought. He's another player with NTDP. Again, it's tough for these guys, these players. They go to NTDP. They've always been the best kid on their team, arguably one of the best kids in the country, best kid in their region. And they get to NTDP, and it's a real competition for ice time. He's another kid that had to, his game had to grow and expand. He learned how to play bottom 6 minutes. He learned how to play bottom 6 role. He learned the important areas of the ice. Going to Madison here, I think it's a great fit. Where's he committed? Is he
Michigan?
He's a Michigan commit. I think this is a great pick. I'm unbelievably happy that these players have decided to do this. I know I don't know these kids at all, but the fact that they went and mentally they had to battle. I'm sure there were nights they weren't sleeping a whole lot because they didn't know what was going on. But the fact that they're mature enough to make this decision, if I'm their college, I am just jacked that these guys have made the decision to go and play again.
Yeah,
and take their time.
He has a really smooth and violent release with the puck. He can score.
He whips it.
Yeah, he can shoot it, and I remember him as being that, and probably has a little more rounding out to do to his game, and that's one of the things for the players that go to the NTDP. Like you said, if you're playing bottom 6 or bottom 4, that extra year may be something that you need to help get yourself really prepared, because you want to go into a college situation and play, right? You don't want to sit, you want to play.
Yeah, you want to play. You always want to play.
So this is going to help him to do that.
Yeah, and Epperson, I think, coming out of midget, again, he was a Shattuck St. Mary's kid. He kind of wowed some people at NTDP camp, as Ian said. He's a puck possession style player.
Yeah.
He values possession. He can shoot the puck. He's balanced on his edges. He's somebody whose game's going to translate as well. But I think with Epperson, he's a good fit for Madison because they need goal scoring. And this is a guy who I think is really going to fill the net.
Awesome. And then we had our first trade of the phase 2 here. So Sioux City traded their 10th pick to Chicago for pick 15 and 20. So with that pick, Chicago selected Noah LaPointe.
So another NTDP.
Sticking
kid.
with the NTDP kids.
Yeah. We had him as going to Arizona State 2025. So it's not a total surprise that he's going to do that extra year. Brendan, do you want to start or do you want me to go? He's strong on his edges. He has good size. It's not like one area that you say, wow, like, we were just talking about the violent release but he's really has a chance to be a solid all situations up and down the roster player at Division I level. So
it's great for these kids at NTDP that they train the way they train. They learn a different role. They learn how to impact a team from a different spot in the roster. And now they're going to go, I don't want to say go back to the USHL, but they're allowing themselves more time to mature and find their overall game before going to school. And I think it's phenomenal decisions. It's great advice.
And play a different role too, kind of like we were talking about, right? When you're a versatile player, maybe you have to play a certain way on USA NTDP team, and then now you go to Chicago and your first unit power play and right your first D pair. So I think that's important for a player, right, to kind of be able to do both aspects of that.
You have to be able to impact it all over. Have to.
And a player like him, I'm guessing, is still in school, so he's going to get a chance to go play and really focus on hockey for a year, just like what happens in college. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, and then with the next pick, we had Tri-City. Tri-City took Ethan Bayer out of the Alberta League with Brooks.
Yeah, Ethan Bayer is a talented defenseman, versatile. He defends well, he's a tight gap kind of player. He can move pucks. He can run a power play. He was on a loaded Brooks team, and he was a top pair defenseman. He's a guy, obvious immediate impact, and he plays the way Tri-City wants. This kid can skate. This kid can force the play up ice. He's got to get maybe a little more physical would be the only knock, but this is a guy who's going to be able to run a power play this year.
Yeah, his feet are slick, athletic. And, he got he got an A- in our most recent report from Brooks. Is headed to Arizona State, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but he defends going forward a little bit. And that's something he'll have to probably work on is keeping tight gaps and getting back to defend with physicality. And anything else to add?
No, you guys had it there. Yeah.
Perfect. And then we go to Sioux City here, had the next pick. They selected Easton Hewson from Calgary out of the Alberta Junior Hockey League.
6'4", 6'5", left shot D-man, 210 pounds. We have him from a report March 24th. He's committed to Minnesota State. We have it written here. He is a towering presence at the back end for Calgary, using his length to his advantage by being relied upon for every important game situation, again, impacting it all over. He was deployed late in the game when they were down a goal. He killed off the entire 5-on-3, ran the top power play unit. He's a Swiss Army knife that can be utilized in any situation to find success. That is huge, and he's massive.
Yeah, I think that's exactly. He's a Swiss Army knife. He plays in every situation. Saw him early in the year at the showcase. Long, athletic, moves better than you'd see with guys that size. But the coach trusts him. He plays for a good team in Calgary. And like Ian said, he's on the power plays. He's blocking shots, killing penalties. He was one of our highest ranked 2005s in the AJHL.
Absolutely. So now we have Muskegon on the clock, waiting for Muskegon to make their pick. While we wait, what do you guys think so far? I think something that's interesting to me is, the amount of NTDP kids taking that, we were talking last night at dinner. We weren't sure if they were going into school or if they were. So that's something that's surprising to me, was how many of those kids were taken.
Yeah, Frank, to that, I think we talked last night about, the impact of the transfer portal.
Yeah.
You're not going to see that in the phase one, obviously, because that's future players, but you're definitely seeing it already in the first round here today. I don't think we've ever seen this many NTDP players picked in the phase 2 draft. And sometimes it might be a flyer late. Maybe he doesn't go to school.
Right.
But these are first round picks, which means these are confirmed kids that are going to.
Yeah, we're going to have to change some commitment,
I think
dates
it's
of entry. And we have, this is not a negative, because these players could go to the colleges they're committed to and make a contribution next year. Let's not be mistaken about that. But Brendan's right. The transfer portal is crazy, right? Coaches are dipping into that consistently. And, hockey, college hockey, unless you're Ryan Leonard or somebody like that, is it's hard to play at 18 years old. Really, really hard to play. And again, you want to play. So that extra year, Ian's right. And it's a same league, but it's a totally different perspective, and I think that's cool.
Yeah, it's great.
I think it's cool. And I think next we have another N8 kid, maybe.
Yep, we had Muskegon made their pick with Drew Mackey. Drew was with Aberdeen out of the North American League.
Yeah, he's Aberdeen is a great organization, and he's I think he's committed to Notre Dame. He's a 2005. He's physical, really good at both blue lines. He bumps passes quickly in transition. Not sure that he's got a lot of confidence and a lot of athleticism. Could see him using being on the power play and playing there, but I think he's going to be more of sort of a end of game lockdown type. He'll hit you, and I liked a lot how when we saw him, he started transition. He didn't dust it off. He just pushed it and bumped it through seams to send his forwards off to the races. You have anything to add?
No, I agree. I thought he was one of the best defensemen in the NOL this year. So.
Yeah, he got an A grade at the showcase, so that's hard to do.
And then we have Dubuque made their selection, sticking with the USA NTDP kids. Lucas Van Vliet.
Is he a Caesar's kid?
Yeah.
Yep.
Van Vliet. Take it, Ian.
It's the same thing. He's a kid. He's a very talented kid. He went to 40-man camp. He played well enough that he earned a spot on that roster. There were stretches where he was very impactful and played a lot, and there were other stretches where he was playing in a bottom six role. We're echoing it over and over right now that these guys play NTDP, spend 2 years training, representing their country, have been the best player wherever they came from, and got to NTDP and played a role. I'll say it again. I'm sure it sucked for times, but your overall game, your mindset has expanded, and I'm so happy for these kids to see them, because next year when we get to the Fall Classic and we're seeing them play, they're going to be having fun. They're going to be making plays. They're going to have the puck on their stick. They're going to be out there key minutes, start the game, end the game when they need a goal. And now they've got it added to their game if they're trying to defend and hold a lead, a 1-goal lead late in the game. These are the kids that just figured out how to play that way with NTDP. And I think it's awesome. Honestly, I think it is phenomenal that these players have chosen this.
Absolutely, for sure. And then rounding out the first round here, we had Sioux City took Connor Arsenault out of St. Andrews College Prep.
Yeah, Arsenault. I mean, every time I'm in New Brunswick, you see in Arsenault, there's a ton of them up there, and every one of them can play. This is a kid who was highly sought after in the Quebec Major Junior draft, decided to go to Ontario and play for St. Andrews. This is a kid who did everything for them, works hard. He's got a 200-foot game, wins face-offs. Their star player there this year was a big 6'6" guy.
Yeah, I don't know his name.
Can't think of his name right now, but first-round NHL draft pick. But Arsenault was a guy who really did a lot to help them win games. He's got a winning style of hockey. He's someone that's going to go into Sioux City. He can play anywhere in that lineup. I really like that pick just because of the way he plays, maturity, the toughness, the compete. This is a hockey player.
Yeah, I mean, he's been drafted in the USHL and the Q already, so he's a player that everybody's known about and wanted, and so he's going to get a chance here. And I think that's awesome. I think he's going to Cornell, but I can't confirm that.
So we had the first pick of the second round by Dubuque, international player, no surprise, Kristen Kostinsky.
Yeah, so he's an 05. Seen him play. He's a big kid, 6'5", probably closer to 220 pounds at this point. We had him as a player that NHL teams should be watching last year because he's going to be able to play at probably close to 230, 235. He's got to work on his posture, but he's got a solid skating base, but he's got to work on his foot speed, and he's going to add more weight. His hips stay open, and this allows him to face the play all the time. We've got him here from the Five Nations, where he's going to have, again, thought he was going to have serious draft considerations. He's huge. He's strong. Plays very simple, defensively oriented game. For a big man, his skating is pretty solid. Has a lot of prospect for his age. He's simply awkward with a growth spurt, but Christian seems to have gotten past this stage. His pivots and first three steps are good, but they have room for improvement. He uses a long stick to his advantage. He's a kid we've got a report on him. I've seen him play at against Finland, Sweden, the Five Nations. Had a report on him last year. I thought he could be a draft pick coming over. This is a kid. He's probably going to play big minutes. He's big. His footwork will be improving. I think it's a great pick by Dubuque.
Awesome. Then we had Cedar Rapids taking Charles Blanchard out of Avon Old Farms Prep School.
Yeah, I mean, I cover the Avon Christmas Classic every year. So I feel like everybody says I live at Bowling Hill, but I live at Avon partly too.
You're a Wing Beaver.
I'm a Wing Beaver. Yeah, I'm a Wing Beaver at heart. It's way better than the Sexton time machines. But anyways, he is and I think there's a few guys from Avon that you might see get taken. Blanchard is Chucky. He was hurt actually this year at the Christmas Classic, but he is highly athletic and direct. Players will bounce off of his really firm edges. He wants to go to the net, and when he gets there, he's got the sort of the skill. I mean, he can go skate to blade like nothing at full speed, and his hands are quick and firm. And so he's another player again that plays sort of that direct, hard-nosed style, and he is a highly competitive young man with leadership qualities.
Yeah, I'll say you watch him in split season a lot of times with the prep kids when they're playing split season, U18. It's kind of wheeling and dealing and floating around. I saw him earlier in the year playing down at Northford, the blue rink, actually.
Yep,
we weren't in the white one or the red. We were in the blue rink. And he was running guys. That's not something you see all the time in split season hockey, but he was playing with an edge. He was running guys. He was setting the tone. He's a strong, powerful kid playing through an injury this year.
Yeah.
We had some inside info there.
Yes.
We went down and spent some time with Coach Gardner.
Yes, we did.
Yep.
We had lunch there.
We did.
It was delicious. It was Taco Tuesday on Wednesday.
It was barbecue.
Yeah. It was good. But it's a beautiful place.
Taco Tuesday.
It was Taco Wednesday. I had put it in a taco. Was I not supposed to?
I don't know.
Coach Gardner is awesome. For those of you that have never met him, he knows, been around for a long time. And I see that we may be talking about another one of his guys here.
We got
who's next?
The next pick from Des Moines, third pick in the second round. Our first goalie taken, Elliot Sagan Lescarbo, Shreveport, North American League.
Yeah, this is a kid who kind of took an interesting route to get here. Has been an underrated prospect. He did play 1 year in major midget with St. Eustache Vikings, which is a very good program. split time there, and then went to the QCHL. That's the kind of a junior league in the Quebec area, and then made his way to the Null. Played for Shreveport, had a huge season. Stat line: 38 starts, 925 save percentage. That's a lot for that league. It says a lot for that division. It's probably the hardest division in the league.
Yeah.
And then in the playoffs, 933 and 6 starts. So they talk about goalies. They'll say, that's a position that usually takes time to develop, and kids really start figuring out later. This is someone as a 15, 16-year-old. He was a good player. It's a late round Q pick, but he's really developed, and now he's the first goalie off the board.
Yep, absolutely. And then we had the fourth selection in the second round by Lincoln is sticking with the Avon Old Farm Wing Beavers, Alex Pelletier.
Yeah, so the Christmas Classic this year, he was arguably the best player. Had Avon won, they lost in overtime. He would have been the MVP without question. He was all over the score sheet. Plays direct, plays tough, plays in every situation. 3-on-3, he was sensational. He plays with pace, plays with some grit, a lot of grit, and then he actually hurt his hand, and so the rest of the year he still played, and he played with a pretty bad hand, and was really good. And what I liked was they played Holderness. They have a very good defense, Caden Harrington, who was in the league the end of the year this year.
At the airport.
He's pretty much my best friend now. And Alex, I think they sort of said, okay, we want to shut him down. We think he's their key guy. And Alex, and even when I was talking to Caden Harrington, said like they really shut me down. And Alex was the player that really did that. His angling, his stick placement, his ability to stay with anybody as far as his skating, and to play a role. He couldn't shoot a puck, but he still impacted their win to get to the final with the way that he played. And I think, a healthier Pelletier might have made a difference for Avon moving forward. He's
impacting it in different ways.
He's going to Cornell, so they don't take players that don't play hard and don't play heavy. So this is a great pick. I love this pick.
Then the next pick we had Sioux City, fifth pick in the second round is Sam Lorella with the NTDP.
Brendan, you want it or me? I mean, I'm just going to echo another kid that he was on NTDP, earned his way there, played a lot of bottom 4 minutes. Again, the same thing we said about the other players. He's going to go here. He's going to go to Sioux City. He's going to go to Sioux City. He's going to get to play. He just learned really hard how to defend, how to play bottom 6 or bottom 4, how to kill penalties, and now he's going to go here and Sioux City. He's going to play. He's going to have the puck on his stick. He's going to be a guy to look to play big minutes, beginning a game, end a game, power play, penalty kill, all of that kind of stuff that matters as you get to higher levels. Again, I've said it. I think it's great that these kids are making this decision, and they are making the decision to go and do this. And this isn't something that was happening last year or the year before. It used to be kids in NTDP were going into school, whether they were playing top 4, bottom 4, whatever they were going in, it didn't matter. I think it is great advice for these kids to spend another year. What's the rush? Find your offensive instincts again, have some fun, enjoy it. Like, there's no doubt in my mind we'll see him in the fall in Pittsburgh, and he's going to be smiling. He's going to be running a power play, moving pucks, firing one-timers. It'll be great just to see.
Yep. You talk about the long process, right? This is part of that long process to get.
And they're still young. I mean, he's just playing U18s. It's easy to go.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. All right. So then the next pick we had was Youngstown. Youngstown selected Melvin Straw, another international kid.
Yeah, Straw's a big goaltender out of the Sweden J20 League. He was a 5th round pick in the NHL draft last year by the Columbus Blue Jackets. I haven't seen him personally, so I can't speak to his game, but he's got over 900 save percentage in the J20. So that's
yeah. His goaltenders have a longer path. He's a draft pick. He's going to come. You're not worried about anything other than a goalie development and having a net. He's going to have a net. He's going to continue to play. He's in the U.S., so it'll be easier for. Would you say Columbus picked him? It'll be easiest for Columbus to see him and watch him. And we had Ian on earlier with the player development aspect of it all. It's everyone wants to be in a rush to get there, and I understand it because you want to play and you want to play at the highest level as soon as you possibly can. and keep going and challenge yourself. But you're way better off taking your time and getting there when you're ready to make an impact and ready to play and have a role where as a goalie, it's your net. And to me, this makes perfect sense, especially playing for a USHL team, Columbus pick. You're going to want to win with your USHL team, but you're close to home. You're close to your player development guys with your NHL team. That makes perfect sense.
Yes, absolutely. And then we had back-to-back goalies go. So Omaha with the 7th pick in the second round was Cam Hendrickson out of Chanhassen.
Yeah, he played AA hockey for them, 9.35 save percentage in the state tournament. He actually won he was first team AA all tournament and won the Frank Brimzek Award for being the top high school goaltender in Minnesota.
He also, at the end of the year, he got called up. He went to Omaha and played games. I just looked it up. He ended up playing 7. I thought it was less than that. I thought he only played 2, but he played 7, had a 2.92 and a 9.24.
Wow.
So, I mean,
yeah, it talks about he's composed, crisp movements in the crease, and he doesn't have to generally make spectacular saves because he's always well positioned.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he's been one of the best. He might have been the best goalie in the state last year.
Yeah.
Out of Minnesota as well, but he really was a catalyst for that state tournament. They made it all the way to the championship. They lost to Edina 2-1. The game before that, they won, I think, 6-1. The game. I mean, I don't think he let in more than 1 goal.
Yeah, very controlled.
Games there.
Special stuff, and when you're doing that in front of 20,000 people, yeah,
yep, absolutely,
like Bobby Brink did.
You are a massive Brink fan.
Love Bobby Brink,
massive.
He was the king of Minnesota, man. All right,
then we had the 8th pick in the second round by Waterloo was Ryan Zarimba out of Sherwood Park in the Alberta League.
Yeah, this is a kid. He's smooth. He's quick hands. He's undersized, but he's dynamic. He's a playmaker. And he's, again, we talked about with Garland, this is our number 2 rated 06 forward in the Alberta Junior Hockey League. So you're showing that the USHL is not afraid to go up north and go after some of the top players in that league. Sherwood Park is making the move to the BCHL. But yeah, this kid is very skilled. He's smart. He's got great hands, and he can create offense.
Awesome. So then next up we had Tri-City. Tri-City selected with the 9th pick in the second round, Landon Fandel.
Yeah, another NA guy. I'm sort of the NA expert, I guess. I don't know. But
you've been going to.
I've been the combine for a lot of years. Yeah, between when I was coaching and being here, and is a sharp stick, picks pucks off the wall and retrievals, tight gaps, stops zone entries. He's quick, he's precise, cuts down angles on puck carriers rapidly. We didn't see. He's a high IQ player and makes great reads defensively. I think he has some offensive upside for sure. Northern Michigan commit, and Northern Michigan, they're the type of team that's going to love this path. Again, NAHL, USHL, college. That's like a perfect path for a kid like this, in my opinion. So
yeah,
absolutely, yep. And then just saw a couple questions come across in the chat, and just got a text. So with Hendrickson, he was a e-bug for Omaha. They didn't retain his rights, and then they have the ability to draft him. So that's nice. How he got drafted there. He got those games in as an emergency bug.
E-bug.
E-bug, and then they drafted him, and they'll have his rights.
What's an e-bug?
Emergency backup goaltender.
Oh. Wow. I never knew that.
Yep.
That's a new word. We should get hats. E-bug.
Yep, for sure.
So moving on, Sioux Falls, 10th pick in the second round from NTDP, Johnny Whipple.
I absolutely love Whipple. He's a quiet assassin.
He's a player. Plays hard.
Yep.
He'll hit you, and he's not necessarily built, like a huge guy. But I really love, John Whipple. I loved him from the first time I saw him playing at Shattuck, and he had this like golden blonde hair, and it's for the anthem. I'm like, look at that kid. That's great hair. And he put the helmet on and he ran someone and right into the stanchion. He'll hit you. He'll move the puck. I think that simplifying his game a little bit, which he'll have to do, but he'll also get some power play time, and that's going to help him because he didn't see that a lot in the national team, right?
No.
Right.
He just played in U18s
Yep.
for the U18s, so I mean he's that kind of player.
Yeah, Whipple's best when he's got latitude to make mistakes and play that kind of game. He's going to have to learn to play in a structure a little better.
Yeah.
But in terms of raw ability,
Yes.
his toughness, his skating ability, his balance, his passing, this is a kid who could really flourish, like Ian said, with extra time.
Yep.
I'm with Murph on that. I think this kid could be really good.
Awesome. And then so Madison with the 11th pick in the second round takes Ian Scherzer.
Yeah, so he's an Austrian. He's committed to Miami, Ohio. He played for Rogel last year. Had 11 points in 35 games. That doesn't look like much, but that's a very, very good league. He was assistant captain on Austria's U20 team, where he played had 5 points in 4 games. So that kind of tells you where he is. And then with the national team, he had 3 points in 7 games. So he's got real international experience. He's worn a letter for Austria, which is huge. We talked earlier about being a captain and being a leader. He'll play this year at the USHL and then head into Miami.
Awesome. And then 12th pick in the second round by Fargo, Alan Lendak.
I don't know him.
That's
He's
a
an
foreign
international.
goalie.
Yeah, looks like an international goalie out of the
who's got-
Slovakian league.
Yeah, another guy's got international experience. He's put up good numbers everywhere he's been, but I've not seen him.
Alrighty. And then we move to Muskegon here. Muskegon with the 13th pick in the second round selected Gleb Berlaka, 2007 forward. I don't know if you guys have anything on him.
No, just pulling up. He's an 07, 5'11", 150. We've got no stats on him other than that we played in the District Cup as a young kid. He had 10 points in 8 games. Again, I think these are the chances you take on a highly skilled kid. I'm guessing, I don't know this, but if I was managing a roster, I wouldn't be taking Europeans that are going to be role guys. I'd be drafting kids that are going to come in and impact the top 6 and play and be able to impact your power play. They just had he's Muskegon, right?
Yep.
So they just had Mete Gridden come in, had a great job. This guy's an 07, so we'll see. But I would imagine he's going to come in as a chance to really impact it offensively.
Absolutely. And then we go to Dubuque. This is an interesting pick. I'll let you guys talk about it. Josh Niedermeyer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Niedermeyer is a kid who had a lot of success in Penticton, then made his way onto Arizona State. I didn't see him this year at Arizona State, but just looking at the stat line, he didn't play a ton of games, and looks like he's might be coming back into junior hockey here. He's good size. He's a heavy forward, plays hard, physical, and somebody that I think could play a role here in not only USHL but re-up his college. He's a defenseman. I have him as a forward, but he's a big, strong, physical defenseman.
Awesome. And then rounding out the second round here with the 15th pick by Youngstown, Michael Coleman out of the North American League with St. Cloud.
Coleman?
Yeah. So he's about a 6-foot kid. He plays hard. He drives the net. He had in 59 games, he had 25 and 25. So again, those are the kids when you're scoring 25 in the null. That means you're around the net, you're around the top of the crease, you're battling hard. Played for Grand Forks for high school or 2 years ago, 27 games. He had 69 points, 27 goals, and then followed up with 25 goals in 59 games last year in the null for St. Cloud. And again, him scoring 25 in the null tells me he just goes to the slot, goes to the crease.
He wins wall battles.
Willing to battle.
Yeah, wins wall battles and then attacks the net. It's a pretty simple formula, and that in the null, he's got some skill. And I'm just reading the most recent report that we have on him, and key back check late in the game to break up a 2-on-1 chance. Yep. You read that, and that tells you a lot.
That tells you the null.
Yep.
Really.
Yep.
Just work their butts off.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so that rounds out, the second round. I think it's time we could take a quick little break, get some more coffee maybe. We'll throw it to a video from Muskegon Earning the Axe, one of their episodes, YouTube series, and then we'll be right back with the start of the third round.
First time I got here, it was so different. The first game, you probably remember, we played against Dubuque. And I was so shocked because I didn't know about those plays. So many turnovers, so many breakaways. Because back in Slovakia, yeah, you have like 3 breakaways in a game, but they're trying to settle in a zone, like play like European hockey. But here they are so fast. Everything is so fast. It's like you can have like turnover, and I needed to learn that, how to play like that, how to be focused to that. I get focused, I get in my zone, and I get everything what I need. I learn how to play that. Every game you need to be just focused. Focus on what you like to be, what you like to play, what do you want to do. Like, you need to be focused on every shot, every rebound. If you're gonna be focused, you have it in your pocket. If I'm gonna be in the net, I'm gonna try to give them a chance, to give them confidence to win every game. And that's it. Steal the show.
Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. Little whispers in my head, man, is you fake or loyal? Why no water, death designer, baby, pick your poison. These little demons living underneath my bed, creeping. Know the real monster lives above them all, sleeping. That subtle breathing in your closet every single evening. Thought you never see me again, looks can be deceiving. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Here we come. Here we come. Here we come.
Jack Hextall, welcome to Youngstown.
Excited to be here.
So, Jack, tell us a little bit about your game. What can we expect to see from you next year?
Honestly, just a 200-foot game, just trying to work my hardest and play both sides of the puck and hopefully bring a little offensive upside too.
Right-handed shot centerman for the Chicago Mission. How's your season going so far?
It's going well. I like my team. Got a good team. I like my coaches. It's fun.
What drew you to the Youngstown Phantoms?
Probably just the coaching staff, just like the facilities, and just being one of the best development teams in the USHL.
So you were with Windy City for a couple of years. Did you get to interact with Coach Ward at all over there?
He was my coach for 1 year.
What did you think of him back then?
He's been my favorite coach for I don't know how long. So.
All right, Sam, any questions for Jack?
Yeah, how'd you get started playing?
Just my dad and my grandpa, I guess. They just put me out on the ice and started skating.
Guys, any questions for Jack? All right, Jack, we're excited to see you. Good luck the rest of the year, and we'll catch you next year here in Youngstown.
Thank you. Excited to be here.
Awesome. All right, and we're back here with the start of the third round. The first pick in the third round by Omaha is Lucas Bush. Looks like a Minnesota high school kid. Got some games in the North American League with Wisconsin.
Yeah, this is a kid out of Maple Grove High School. It's a talented team. He wore the C for them. He's strong at lower body strength. He's balanced. He gets the pucks. He's got some deception in his game, but mostly at the high school level, he's more of a power forward, late 05. He's got some NHL draft attention as potential late rounder. Probably won't go in the draft, but he's someone that really impressed us in the Minnesota Elite League before the season started, and then almost a goal per game in Minnesota High School, one of the best leagues in the state.
Awesome. And then with the next pick, second pick in the third round by Cedar Rapids, New England kid Jack Sadowski.
From your hometown, Murph?
Well, my hometown, Arlington, Massachusetts.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. That's where, well, I won't get into the history of it, but so he played at Arlington High School, and then he went to KUA. And I always was very worried about his skating, and I don't think I'm saying anything that's earth-shattering to anyone, including UNH, who recruited him. Then I watched him. Well, Brendan watched him at Floodmar, told me, and then we watched him play in the final of the top level of the prep championship, and he was the best player on the ice by so much that it was scary. He got on the sheet. impacted the game at both ends. He's really, really smart, and his hands are of the NHL caliber.
He can pass.
Yes, they are.
I think he had 37 goals in 35 games, and he's a playmaker.
He's a playmaker. He's just his vision. He's a sensational offensive player who has learned to play at both ends. Again, reads plays unbelievably well. Excellent vision. I'm a fan. I think he's a highly rated player. Should be for us. And it took time. Took me time. It wasn't like I crowned him. But he's not ready to crown him yet, but he's getting closer.
He's another kid, though. He was a Phase 1 pick, I think, by Muskegon a few years ago.
Yeah.
And, again, kind of taking his time. And here you have him as going early to Cedar.
Yeah.
Again, players, I think it's important that everyone makes their own path, makes their own decisions, don't get caught up with what the Joneses are doing and have FOMO and you feel like you're missing out on everything. Take your path and do what's right for you. So when you're ready to move on to the next level, you are. Sagowski played at Arlington High for a few years, didn't rush into prep, took his time. Then he went up to KUA, played for Coach Whitehead. They're a really well coached team, detailed, disciplined, and he was phenomenal this year. Phenomenal.
Yeah, there's no doubt now, none, zero. He's a player.
All right, and then the third pick in the third round by Des Moines was Keaton O'Reilly.
Yeah, as a kid, St. Cloud, he stayed home somewhat locally. He's at Egan High School in Minnesota. Then he played for the St. Cloud Norsemen. He's not someone who's going to jump out at you in terms of stat line, but he's a physical presence. He's a plus player. Manages the puck very well. I actually really like him on the power play. I think when he's around better players, he's going to set up and create more offensive game. But this is a reliable player. The coaches trusted him in his first year in the NAL. Usually the NAL takes, like the USHL, a year or two. This is someone who came in right away and was an impact player at both ends of the ice.
Then the fourth selection in the third round by Youngstown, we have Justin Kerr from Lone Star North American League.
Yeah, Kerr is big, 6'5", 210, right shot forward, can play center and wing. Again, he's kind of taking his time. He's a Bowling Green commit. He was playing 2 years ago. He took his time. He was playing U18 for Car Shield. He had 52 points in 46 games. And then this year goes to Lone Star, playing for Coach Wildfong. He ended up 44 points in 58 games with 22 goals. Big, strong kid, taking his time. He's committed to Bowling Green to go in 25-26. This is a great pick, as you know. He's just going to train. And when he gets there, the USHL, it's another step, another way, going U18s to the NAL, USHL, NCAA.
Yeah, he's going to be prepared. He's got a shooter's mentality, which I really liked. Saw him play, and he had a 2-on-1. He did not have a lane to pass. The defender did a great job. He said, you know what? Ping, short side, bar down. Confidence to shoot it.
Where's ping?
Ping, ping. That's the sound it made when it went short side, bar down.
Yeah.
Wicked shot. Didn't even hesitate to take it. He knew he had to. Shooter's mentality. I love that, especially at that size.
Awesome. Next pick here, fifth selection in the third round by Waterloo, Brady Peddle out of BK Selects.
Yeah, Brady Peddle's a kid, Nova Scotia born, who's been playing in the States the last 2 years with the BK Selects program. He was pretty highly sought after as a U15 prospect. And it has really, I think, solidified his game going back and playing with the 16s. Almost a point per game on the blue line. Thought we might hear his name sooner. Good size, mobile, puck moving defenseman. He can run a power play. He's got a pretty heavy shot from the point, and just real athletic. He just committed to Michigan State, I think, like 1 or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So this is a player who's trending up.
Awesome. And then the sixth selection in the third round by Sioux Falls, we have Brock James out of North American League Lone Star.
So Brock James, he's a Maine kid. He's committed to Maine. He has definitely made his own path and learned to deal with ups and downs. He played at Berwick for a few years, which is prep school in Maine, and then he went to Northfield Mount Herman. He ended up being a pick by Tri-City. Played in the USHL, spent a season in the USHL, 45 games, 4 goals, 6 points. So he wasn't playing a lot. And then last year he went to the NAL Lone Star and had a heck of a year, average over a point a game, 56 points in 54 games, 22 goals. Again, this is a kid. He was in the USHL. He was probably, obviously by his stat line, was playing bottom 6 minutes. He put up points when he was playing in prep, and he realized that for his game to round out, he went to the Null, reestablished his game, played for Lone Star, Coach Wildfong, and now he'll be in the USHL next year, and I'm sure he'll have an expanded role.
Absolutely. Moving on here, it's 7th selection in the 3rd round by Sioux City. This kid was just in the U18 World, Andreas Straka.
I don't know him. Did you know?
Not very well.
No, we don't have him. We're not going to make something up.
Yeah,
we don't do that.
We love the
is he Marty Straka's?
Is
it Marty Straka's kid?
I don't know. We're looking. So I figured you were doing when we were just hanging out.
No,
here.
I'm looking up a couple more picks.
So he's a July 7. He's eligible for the 25 draft. He's played Slovakia U18 World Juniors. He had 3 points in 7 games. During the overall with international competition, 15 points in 16 games. He's played games in this Slovakian Professional League, the 2nd division, 7 points in 21 games. Again, I think if you're a European player coming over with roster management, I don't think you're taking a kid here who isn't going to play in your top 6 or have an opportunity to be in your top 6.
Right.
So.
Okay, the 8th selection in the 3rd round by Lincoln, Eteni Lassard.
Yeah, this is a kid out of College Esther Blonde in Phoenix and in the Quebec Midget U18 team. You could tell this kid was going to be a great player from a young age, puck mover, really skilled, smart, excellent skater, agile, but he was undersized. When he went and played junior in his first year in the CCHL with Cornwall, he didn't struggle, but it was definitely an adjustment year. He wasn't getting top power play time. Then when he came to the showcase this year, it was clear this kid was going to take over the league. 35 points in 23 games. This wasn't the strongest year for the CCHL, but that's an impressive stat line. And then halfway through the season, made his way over to the BCHL. I didn't see him live when he was in the BCHL because I think the last time I was there was during Christmas, so I played after that. But again, made an immediate impact in that league. This is a kid who can really skate. He can really move the puck, breakout machine type, and he's a high IQ player. He doesn't risk pucks. So he's undersized, but we're starting to see some 19-year-olds go.
Yep.
He's the second 19-year-old so far taken. And it looks like we may have another one here too. So the 9th selection in the 3rd round by Madison, Leo Bergstrom.
Yeah, so he's a late 04, good size, left shot. Can play left wing or right wing, 6'2", 200 pounds, big kid. He's played for Leftio. He doesn't have any international experience, but everywhere he's been pretty steady with playing at about half point a game. As a late 4 coming over, good sized kid, he's going to be strong on the puck. You know, the Swedish mentality is you're diligent, you work at both ends of the rink, so you know he's going to do that. Who did you say took him? Leo Madison. Yeah, so he's going to go in. He's got a puck control system, how they like to play. That'll suit him very well. He's a big, strong kid. So this will probably end up being a very good pick that we get to Fall Classic. Be like, look at this kid.
Then the 10th selection in the 3rd round by Dubuque, Liam Bierman.
Yeah, he's in the NAHL. He's had a sensational year for Anchorage. He's athletic. He cuts off, shooting lanes. Precision as he tracks pucks. Brendan, you've seen him. Anything to add?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's somebody that was in the Shattuck program for a long time. He played I'm looking at now 3 seasons with Shattuck, 2 on the prep team. He's had some games in the USHL. And then his first year this year in junior hockey, 42 games, .923 save percentage on an Anchorage team that he faced a lot of shots. So I think this is a guy who can compete for a starting spot.
And I think that this is an example of we saw some rubber right in the NAHL, whereas at Shattuck he didn't see as much. And so sometimes for a goaltender, it takes that to sort of prove yourself. And I think that the NAHL allowed him to do that. So he should have a chance. And again, I love that progression, just like I love the progression of the higher level players that are playing 2-3 years in the USHL, and Ian saying the NTDP kids, going same thing with this, go from the NHL, cut your teeth a little bit and then move up, hopefully. So
11th selection in the third round by Youngstown, Adam Benak.
Adam Benash, he's this kid can play. He's undersized. He's a center. He's really sick, smooth.
He's a whoop.
He's a whoop. He's a whoop.
He's a whoop guy.
Yeah. He sees it. He's undersized, but he's not afraid. He goes to the net, plays hard. He's going to be a top prospect for the 2025 NHL draft. He's played U20 in Pilsen. He's played in the top league in Pilsen. This kid can play. He's undersized, but man, is he slippery, and he sees it really well. So it's around elite prospects that he's supposed to be going to Pilsen again next year for 24-25, but maybe he's deciding to come over, and they know something that others don't. But this kid, he sees it. He really sees it.
Yeah, I'm looking here, Ian, on our I haven't seen the kid, but two of our directors, Nick Earl and Marlon Mueller, in the Gretzky Helenka tournament, which is a highly competitive event, both gave him A-minuses. So
we can see it.
Yeah.
He can play.
All right, moving on. The 12th selection in the third round by Madison is Drew Waterfield out of Shattuck St. Mary's.
You want it, Brennan?
I can look him up.
He's big. He's athletic. He's really good skater for someone that size. He's been with that program for a few years now. We gave him pretty high grades at everywhere he's been.
Going to Yale.
We just saw him at U18 Nationals. Got a B+ there. But I think with his game, when he was younger, he tried to be more finesse. He's best when he's being a power forward, when he's playing between the dots, because he's got a physical dimension to his game. He's hard up and down on the wing. He's got a pretty hard release. But I think his athleticism is what stands out to me.
Yeah, his wingspan, ability to protect the puck with his reach. Been a national camp guy. So, and again, he appears he's committed. I say appears, but committed to Yale, because who knows? Things can change. But so, yeah, he's a big, strong power guy.
And then sticking with the Shattuck kids, the 13th selection in the third round by Waterloo, Caden Hawkins.
Yeah, it's a kid, one of his teammates. We actually just saw him at Nationals as well in early April. Gave him an A- in that report. But he's someone with good pace to his game. He can make plays in traffic and in space. He protects the puck well. He's committed to St. Thomas. But he's someone that I think plays his best in those kind of tight checking games because of his ability to go into dirty areas, win pucks, and get it to the net.
Absolutely. Moving on here, 14th selection in the third round by Dubuque, Torkel Jenners Joe.
He plays for Leksand. He's a leader. He wears a letter in Leksand, playing in the J18 and for Sweden in the U17s, the World Championships. He was wearing an A. He's strong on the puck. He's not afraid to go to the top of the crease. He's got 11 goals playing in the J National in 16 games. Standing at the top of the crease, he stands there and takes a beating. He's not a big kid, but he's strong on his skates. It's not a secret when you see a Swedish player, he's going to be able to skate. He's going to have good edges. He's going to be balanced. He falls right into there. To me, what matters here is that you see that he's been a captain on his junior team. He's been a captain on a Swedish national team, wearing a letter, wearing an A. So that's to me says that's what you want in your locker room.
Absolutely. And then rounding out the third round here, 15th selection by Fargo, we have Samuel Huck out of the Alberta Junior League.
Yeah, this is a kid. He's really dynamic. Been on this kid for years. Decided to go the NCAA route, so he went to the Alberta Junior League. Played with Okotoks the last 3 years. Shifty, elusive playmaker. His head is always up. He's always looking to make plays. He's got a quick first step. He can beat you in small areas. Really smooth hands. A little bit too one-on-one at this point. He's going to have to learn to play better with his teammates and maybe be a more complete player to be an impact in this league. But at the USHL level, this is a kid who's got really high-end offensive ability and is committed to Western Michigan.
All right, so starting off the fourth round with the first pick, we have Youngstown, who took Hubert Clark.
Yeah, I would say he's in the same sort of area. Yeah, he's a late 07, very late 07. So he's a development pick. A lot of skill, a lot of whoop, pace, edge work, athleticism. He's got some work to do to round his game out. But, at this point in the draft, I think this is where you're going to see really talented players that maybe are missing that one little piece that's very fixable, that the coaches are confident they can help fix. He's not a bad player. He's a really talented one, but playing the USHL, he's got some work to do, and there's time because he is essentially almost like an 08.
No. Second selection in the fourth round by Cedar Rapids. We have a goalie, Andrew Rayelts.
Yeah, Rayelts has been a dominant player at Proctor High School. We saw him at in the summer at the Select 17 camps, and he was outstanding there. Gave him a BB plus ranking. He had a shutout. Now, he's a little bit under the radar because he didn't play in the Elite League this fall. He played the previous fall, and it was excellent. And Proctor High School doesn't draw a lot of eyes, but he did get 6 games in with Kenai River Bears, and so he got some time in junior. Didn't see him in those 6 games, but he's got good size. He's athletic. He's smooth. I think the thing with him is he's got good body control, and he makes the game simple. He's a Lindenwood University commit, kind of an underrated prospect. I think that's probably a nice value here in the fourth round.
Then the third selection in the fourth round by Des Moines is Max Wellant, another goaltender.
Yeah, so he's dual citizen, American and German. Pretty good sized goalie at 6'2". He's a left catcher. In 22-23, got a couple games with Dubuque, had great numbers, the 198. And then last year he played in St. Cloud in the Null, 32 games, 2.26 with a 9.10 save percentage. Again, here he's a goalie, dual citizen, so you don't have to worry about import. He's an 05, with experience in the Null, playing a lot of games with 32 and having very, very solid numbers. Again, a good value pick right here.
Then the fourth selection in the fourth round by Lincoln, Cade Kohansik.
Yeah,
Kohansky.
I know him. He's a Hermantown kid playing for Bismarck. And when we saw him at the showcase, there was we had 4 sets of eyes on him, and there was some a conversation about, he's really talented, he's really skilled, but he wasn't quite consistent. He's worked that out as the year has gone on. The showcases are early, right? Best hockey's being played now, and he had a ton of points for them. Almost 50 points, and he's a forward that's trending for sure. Will make you miss. He can shoot it, goes to the net, keeps it simple, doesn't dust it off, and it looks like he's found that consistency. Being 05 playing in the NAHL is definitely challenging, and he's one of the best players in that league right now.
Then the fifth selection in the fourth round by Chicago. Interesting one here, NTDP goalie John Parsons.
Yeah, so he's committed to Providence. We have him going in 25, the fall of 25. Played at Mount St. Charles, had really good numbers, made NTDP. NTDP's kind of a little bit run and gun. Played 33 games this past year with a 3.71 and 8.64. In the USHL, he had 14. Played 14 games. To me, this makes sense. He goes to Chicago. He's gonna have a chance to have the net and play. And then when he does go into Providence in 25-26, he's ready to go. Again, this falls right in what we talked about earlier with the position players. Then TDP, you learn to play a role. Here, Parsons is gonna be able to go in Chicago, compete to have the net, to own the net, play big minutes, big games the whole year. I think again, I'm a big fan of these kids making this decision.
And I would throw out the stats from this year, honestly, with
that's what I was trying to say, run and gun.
Yeah, he the stat line's not going to wow you, but you look at the way this kid moves in the net, his size. He's got to read the play a little bit better and put himself in better positions. But from a pure athleticism standpoint, this kid could be very good. Providence doesn't miss on goalies often. I think that this kid's the best hockey's ahead of him. And if he goes this route and plays in Chicago, I think he's somebody that by the end of the season next year, he could be a playoff goalie, playoff starter.
6th selection in the 4th round by Muskegon, Carter Sanderson out of Sioux Falls Power U16 team.
Yeah, he's a player that he's another late 07, has good size, strength, grit, dog on a bone type, creates chaos on the forecheck, turnovers, and has enough skill, plenty of it, to make plays and to create offense, can score, can dish it off, and kill penalties. When I saw him, he was being used as one of the 3 forwards on 5-on-3 kill. That tells you what the team thinks of him, and also he can fill it up. So there's a lot of versatility there.
Pretty good
that's
hair.
why, yeah, great hair. yeah. The flow is the salad's unbelievable. Yeah, late 07. So, well, not I guess technically, but he's September 07.
Okay.
Is it the 12th?
12th.
Just misses.
Just misses.
Just misses.
All right, so the 7th selection in the 4th round by Madison is Austin Moline out of Shattuck.
He's a big boy. He's a November 05, 6'4", 190, 195. He's gonna play much bigger than that. After Shattuck, he went and he played for Brooks Bandits, or played in Shattuck. He'd have him here next year. He's going to the Brook Bandits, so they must know something that we don't know. He moves the puck. He's big. He's strong. He's got some snarl. He can move the puck. I think he moves the puck better than people think. He doesn't overcomplicate things. He makes good area passes off the wall, but he's a big boy who's still under 200 pounds, who's probably going to play at closer to 215, 220.
Yeah, it's a late birthday. He could be another, he's probably not an NHL draft, but he's probably on some teams' lists anyways as considerations. He challenges guys at the blue line. He's got a good stick defensively. And he's actually a Las Vegas kid and just came back from Nationals at U18 in Vegas. And had a strong showing, gave him a B+ there.
All right, sticking in the 4th round with the 8th selection by Cedar Rapids, Maxon Vig out of the North American League.
Yep, big, strong, tight gaps. You as a player that jumps right out at you when you watch them play. Oozed upside, got better and better as we've watched him this year. I think he's from North Dakota. Strong physical game with mobility, and so he played high school hockey in Bismarck. So and then the NAHL, and adjusted very quickly. So his ability to be, like we talked about, chameleon, is that the best term to use? Swiss Army knife, whatever that might be. I think he has that ability, and he can play mean. He's got some snarl to his game.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very good.
So 9th selection in the 4th round by Madison, Tyden Bergensen.
Yeah, that's a standout player at Moorhead High School. We've been talking about Moorhead a lot over the last couple of days. They've had some real prospects. He was an excellent player in Bantam, made the move up to high school this year, started the fall with the Elite League, point per game kid. He's got great speed, really dynamic puck handler. He's got real one-on-one skill, and he can create plays out of nothing. He had 37 points in 27 games, including 20 goals. We have him as more of a playmaker, but like Ian said with a kid earlier, when you're a playmaker and you're scoring almost a goal per game, that shows a dual threat.
I really like this player a lot, and I just like you have Avon is like a second home, so the field like Moorhead is too, and it's a really enjoyable place to go up, Fargo/Moorhead, and their rink is just meticulously clean. And I know I'm getting off topic, but those, one thing leads to another. That song, one thing. Yeah. If you have a facility that you care about and you love and the community loves, you're going to develop players that love the game and love playing for their town. So he fits into that perfectly. We have him as a 4-star. So he's highly regarded with our staff.
No doubt. So then moving on with the 10th selection in the 4th round by Green Bay, we have William Samuelson, Swedish kid.
Yep. He's a late 05. He's eligible for this year's draft. Central Scouting has him as 79th with European skaters. He's a late 05. Physically, he's a little bit farther behind than some of his peers, so he hasn't had an opportunity to play with the national team or to represent Sweden, but playing for Södertälje this year in the J20, he had 18 goals, 44 points in 50 games. He can play. He obviously skates well. He moves well. He sees it. I think just because he's a late 05, there's other kids that were farther along the list or along the line developmentally, physically developed than he was, is probably why he hasn't had an opportunity to play. Would you say Green Bay got him?
Yep.
Yeah, Green Bay. They've had success the last couple of years with taking imports. This kid, he can play though. He's going to score goals.
They took one early on yesterday.
Yep.
Phase 1.
Yes, they did.
Okay, so the 11th selection in the 4th round by Youngstown is Liam Fleet out of the North American League.
Yeah, Liam Fleet was captain for that Shreveport Mudbugs. Kid is a physical, tough hockey player.
His line is awesome.
Yes.
724 for 31 points in 60 games and 186 PIMs.
Yeah, he plays.
Does he take the net into the corner with him?
He takes his own net into the corner with him.
Yeah,
I love that this
game.
kid. He's gotten better as the years. He's committed to Fairbanks, Alaska Fairbanks, but continue. Brennan, you saw him too.
No, he's a player that he's not a goon. Like 186 penalty minutes would say he's a goon. Obviously, he plays a very physical game. He's a tough and tumble kind of guy. And he's going to protect his goalie. He wants to protect his goalie. But he also can skate. He can handle the pucks. He was on the power play. He really ran the show. I thought in many games that we saw him that he was the best player on their team.
Yeah. Do you ever see The Blind Side when the mother shows up and,
Oh,
and says that you see that quarterback, that's your family, right? And all of a sudden the guy just starts smoking people. This kid thinks everybody's his family on his team, and he'll
186
smoke you.
PIMs. I'm sure there's
You
probably a
don't
couple
mess.
5 for fighting. And
No, but I
game
mean,
this
who
next
took
year.
him? Who took him?
Not a lot of twos.
Who took him?
Youngstown.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick up for people there.
All right, so the 12th selection in the 4th round by Sioux Falls, Ryan Manzella out of the North American League.
Yeah, so he was at St. Cloud. He is a He is a 5'11" goalie, so he's a little bit undersized, super quick, very balanced, plays out beyond the top of his crease, challenges the shooter. He played for Sioux Falls Power, where his numbers were outstanding. He had a 1.47 and 9.45. It doesn't matter where you're playing when you have those numbers. It matters. And then he carried that over. He played a little bit in the AJ with Bonneville and Sherwood Park. Very good numbers. And then last year was with St. Cloud, 34 games, 2.62 and a 9.04. So a goalie who's listed at 5'11", that they have very good balance, very good technically. They know how to take up the net. They know how to stay on their feet. They don't get outside their posts. This kid he's going to be out and he's going to challenge Sioux Falls. Those are some serious numbers with a 9.45.
Yeah, and we have a Manzella that also is in the NHL who's 6'5". So I'm wondering if they're related and maybe he's grown or is growing. But anyways.
All right, so the
next?
13th selection in the 4th round by Des Moines is Philip Monik-Hagen.
Yeah, Monik-Hagen's not someone we've seen, but he played in Norway in the U20 league. He's got some international experience playing with the 18s last year, his country's team. So yeah, that's all I can say on him.
Awesome. Okay, so the 14th selection in the 4th round by Dubuque, Eric Comstock out of the North American League.
Yeah, we're fans of Comstock. He's undersized, but kid can really distribute the puck. He's smart. He's heads up. Makes quick decisions under pressure, and he's somebody that, even though I think he's 5'7" or less, he holds his ground, boxes out in front of the net, takes away the stick, and he's shifty in the corners. Tough for forecheckers to get a body on. Escapes pressure and moves pucks up ice.
Yeah, he received an A- in our most recent NAHL write up on him, and he's going to Augustana. So he should be a nice addition to that program, probably in 2025.
Awesome. And then we got Youngstown's on the clock. Looks like they just got their pick in. It is going to be Cade Stengren to round out the 4th round from Brainerd High School. Minnesota.
Yeah, it's a Brainerd High School prospect who, averaged almost a goal per game. In the elite league, he was more of a 200-foot presence, more of a hard, responsible, tough to play against style. And then at the high school level, he was their featured player. So he was more of a carrying the load, putting pucks on net, and being more of a scorer. So I like the pick in the sense that the kid can play up and down the roster.
Yeah, can do.
He's a big body.
Yeah, and he can do a lot of different things. That's just
6'4", 195.
That's just smart. That's just smart.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we have, kicking off the 5th round, we have Lincoln on the clock. So I think maybe let's touch on one thing, and I'll ask you guys here is, so when it's a kid that you guys haven't seen or don't have a ton of information on, would you say, or is it safe to assume that that's probably a good pick by a team because it means it's an under the radar type kid that isn't on a ton of teams' radar?
It's tough to know on that. We've seen obviously some guys come over here from overseas that have done very well. We've seen some other that don't come, so I think they're all good players, no question. Agents play a key role in this. They'll have a stockpile of players from all over the world, and they'll let GMs know. They'll watch video. The video resources now are incredible, Instat and others, where you can get film on these guys. So I think it's definitely, I would assume these players are good players. These people, it's hard to get jobs in this league, so they know what they're doing. They do their homework. The question would be, are they going to come? How are they going to react to North American hockey? There's question marks with those kids.
Yep. Sure.
Again, there's question marks with every kid, but that would be my point on it anyways.
Yeah.
From what I've seen.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I would think from a GM standpoint, in the USHL, it's probably, if you guys haven't seen him, it's probably hard for other teams to see him, I would think, because you guys watch so much hockey. So from a USHL GM standpoint, when you're drafting someone that there's not a ton of information on, that's probably a good thing for your group, right?
I would think if they're selecting a European kid, that there's been quite a bit of interaction with the agent and with the player to see if they're going to come. I don't think you're just wasting one here in the top 6-7 rounds on a kid that you're never going to see, never going to come to camp, and that kind of thing. I also think when you're drafting a European this high, you've done your research on him, you've done your homework on him. You're not going to have him come over just purely on roster management and put him on the the 4th line. This kid's going to have an opportunity early in the year and in training camp to play big minutes, whether it be on D or forward or in net. You're going to have a kid that you've done your research on. You might be surprising us or surprising other organizations, but you obviously have a connection to him somehow, whether it be through, agent or, somebody local that, played for you and played in Europe over there, something like that. But I don't think you're wasting the pick at this stage.
Well, and like we talked about, right, each team's only allowed 4 import players, right? So that's, you're putting a lot of faith in the player coming over. So, those conversations.
Homework in there,
there's definitely a lot of homework for sure. All right, so we have the first selection in the 5th round. Lincoln selects John Hirschfield out of North American League.
Or St. Cloud Cathedral, depending on how you look at it. I'll talk about his play in the state tournament this year. So I think it was the semifinals. So again, we're talking about, the X center is banged out, right? It's full. Team's down by a goal. He goes to the net, bodies all over him, buries a backhand to tie the game. Game goes to overtime, drives the net hard, and buries a rebound. Again, in front of 18,000 people. That's money. That's going to the net. He's not a big player, but absolutely unafraid and will go to tough areas. And I would say has a flair for the dramatic, right? Those are big time goals and probably be remembered forever. In that part of the country. So go ahead.
Yeah, and St. Cloud went on to win the state championship. He was their best forward. He's a really smooth skater. Like Murph said, he's undersized, but he's balanced, and he can make plays all over the ice. I think that's a really nice pick.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for being in that environment and succeeding. You have to have an enormous amount of confidence and mental toughness.
Swagger.
You better walk in with swag, the chains, the pink jacket, everything. All right.
You're wearing chains.
I love this pick. What?
You wearing chains too?
My wife won't let me wear chains.
All right. second pick in the 5th round by Cedar Rapids. Looks like it's a kid that played some USHL games as well. Daniel Astapovic.
Yeah, I mean, Ian spoke earlier about NTDP kids coming to the USHL. And I think this is a guy who did it in a different way. He played in the USHL, played 44 games with 9 points, then went to the Null the following year and really played a bigger role for that Minnesota Wilderness team. 40 points. He's good size. He's skilled. He can make plays. Goes into traffic areas. He can hit passes through tight windows. He's got a quick release, and he plays at both ends. He's willing to go down, block shots, defend in his own zone. So I think you're getting a more confident version than what Des Moines and Madison had. He's committed to Merrimack, and it'll be a nice fit, plug-and-play player.
Absolutely. Sticking in the 5th round here, 3rd selection in the 5th round by Green Bay. Another international Swedish player, Edvin Nielsen.
Yeah, so he's a late 05 November. He's ranked this year 47th European Central Scouting. As a late 05, he has played internationally for Sweden, which I think is huge. Just plays a steady, simple game, moves the puck quickly. Played in the J20 National last year for HV 71. He moves the puck quickly. I don't think people understand how difficult it is for a late birthday to play games internationally, games for Sweden, games for Finland. So when you have a late 05 who has played games for Team Sweden, it shows that he can play. He moves the puck really well. He's balanced. He's strong. He's not going to wow you with end-to-end offense, but he moves the puck quickly in transition. And he's ranked by Central Scouting this year. There's a chance that he can be a pick. The only reason he's not picked, I think he's under 6 feet. I think he's closer to 5'10" than 6 feet. But he moves the puck really well.
Absolutely. And while we wait for Lincoln, who's on the clock right now, Ian, you touched and we've talked about it a bunch about late birthdays. Can you just go into what it means to be a late birthday and the difference between kids that are much older than you physically and the impact that being a late birthday has, and the you having the ability to play games at high levels like that? Yeah,
I mean, it just is, and it's all done off draft year. And it's September 15th is the cut 21. So after September 15th and later falls into the next year's draft. So that's when we say late birthday. So it's not, July, your late birthday. It's mid-September. It's just, there's kids yesterday that were late birthdays. We talked about it with Hudson. I think he's November 11th, of 08. So he falls into the 09 draft class. And you have, there'll be kids that are taking today that are 07s that are going to be in the 08 draft class.
Right.
So when I'm saying this about he's a late birthday, he's he was in November, but he's playing national games for Team Sweden, and that's very difficult. There was a player, a couple of picks ago, he was a late birthday and puts up big numbers, and he never had an opportunity to play for Team Sweden. And to me, all that says is that Sweden had other kids when they were younger that were, more physically developed. And this kid can play. He's putting up points. He's playing in the same league and putting up points, but, maybe hit puberty a little bit later or whatever, that kind of thing. So Late birthday is mid-September, not July.
September 15th, that's my birthday.
September 15th. So you must have gone high.
Yeah.
In the draft.
First rounder.
Round. Well, that's like by a player like Michael Hagens, who people have probably watched play for the U.S. in the U18. He's not in this year's draft. He's a late birth year. So he's in the next one.
Yeah.
But moving along, I think, what do we have next?
We got the 4th selection in the 5th round by Lincoln is going to be Michael Sandrick.
Yeah.
Out of the Rochester Junior Americans.
Brendan saw him. I saw him. Go ahead.
He's been at BK forever. He started there as a Bantam, played 15s, played 16s, and this year he played 18s, and then moved up second half of the year with the Rochester Junior Americans. This kid's a truck. He's physical. He's hard. No frills in his game. Just plays direct, goes hard to the net. Wins a lot of puck battles, uses his body to win pucks, and just a tough 200.
He has fun playing. He has fun running people over.
Yep.
He has fun driving the net. He knocks the net off the pegs.
Yeah,
he's young.
He's my boy.
He's
to go from playing at BK to go to Rochester, and we have a report from him from a game in April. We got an A-. That's not easy to do. The NAHL is certainly not the USHL. The NAHL is a grind of a league as well.
It's the right step for him at the time.
It's a right step at him for right now. But he had success, and he was net front presence.
He's got the mindset. He's had it since he was young.
And yeah, he plays just mean and tough but with intent.
And he enjoys
there's a purpose to it.
He enjoys running people over.
Did you ask him that? Or you just see him smiling?
A few years
Michael,
ago,
what's going on, man? What are you doing? You giving the thought? Are you going, yeah, every time you hit someone? Because Moran says you love it.
Oh, he does.
Oh, he does love it. He invites contact. He invites contact. There's no question.
Years ago, we were up in Exeter watching young kids on the ice, and he was one of the players on the ice. And
yeah,
I thoroughly enjoy small area games when kids are competitive and getting after it. And I just kept happening to put the puck into his corner for races. And I haven't seen him.
For those of you out there, you kids at small area games that, again,
competition
have been around for a long time, and it's not about toe dragging the small area games. It's about
he
moving
enjoys contact.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did he send invitations out to
No,
contact?
but just putting pucks softly into his corner. There was no shying away.
You enjoyed it.
And he would slow up to make sure he got shoulder to
shoulder. All right, so Ian knows he loves contact. All right, we're getting behind here.
All right. Fifth selection in the 5th round by Chicago, Eric Nielsen.
He's a 2007, highly skilled. He's still light. He's probably around 6 feet, about 150 pounds, but he can make plays. He can score. He's played J20 as an 07 and had 15 points in 29 games this year. He's represented Sweden in the World Championships in U17s. He had 23 points in 22 games representing Sweden all along. Who'd you say Chicago drafted him? This falls right into the wheelhouse for how Chicago wants to play and how this kid plays. He is he's a name that you're going to watch and you're going to like and you're going to see him. I hope he comes over because he'd be fun to watch here. His father is Marcus Nielsen, who played in the NHL. So I would imagine you're going to see him in Chicago next year.
All right, the 6th selection in the 5th round by Sioux Falls is going to be Tomas Anderson out of the MJHL.
As kid out of Stillwater High School in Minnesota, made the move up to OCN in the Manitoba Junior Hockey League. Had a good rookie season, 36 games, .931 save percentage. Our goalie scouts, note him for having rebound control, body control, good stick, and moves well for his size. He's a 6'3", 220-pound netminder.
Yeah, I mean, to go from Stillwater to the MJHL, and he actually won the best. He was the best goaltender in the league. So it says a lot.
Yeah,
it's hard to do. The Ponies are a good program, but yeah, MJHL is real.
All right, 7th pick in the 5th round by Omaha, Zach Wooten. I think I said that right, out of Eastview, Minnesota High School.
Yeah, we just saw Sam Wooten, his younger brother. We thought he might get drafted yesterday as a 2008. Zach is a similar, great pace to his game, speed, edges. He actually can get through checks. Didn't see him at Eastview.
Going to Maine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see him at the high school level this year, but seen him through USA Hockey. He's got good size. Like I said, he's got good speed, pace to his game.
Values possession, has puck poise. Anything else?
No.
Okay.
Perfect. 8th selection in the 5th round by Muskegon, Raiden Legal out of the MJHL.
You got him. He's a late 06, September 16th. So, again, you fall into there. He's a little bit undersized at 6 feet, 160 pounds. He played last year for Niagara Nighthawks, 37 games, 273 and 920. He's committed to Bemidji. Again, we talked a little bit earlier about goalies that are, undersized at 6 feet, skates well, stays on his feet, plays out at the top of his crease, challenges goalies, doesn't go down just because, he has the poise to, the patience and poise to outweight the shooter and outweight the passes. Again, if you're a goalie under 6'2" and you're being drafted and putting up those numbers, you're balanced, have good posture, and you read the game really well.
Absolutely. Moving on here, the 9th selection in the 5th round by Madison. We have Sam Smith out of the Windy City Storm 16U.
Yeah, he can really skate. He's quick and he's fast. Pushes people back on their heels. Pushes bad gaps on opponents. He will delay. Little stutter step, curl. and wait for help. So he mixes it up, which is great. And he's got vision. He knows how to force defenses into switches. Brendan.
He's produced at every level. Like you said, Murph, his speed is his game. He's a balanced skater as well. And I liked what one of our scouts said about him. He said, for some reason, he was passed over in last year's USHL draft. So not passed over this year.
No. Congrats, Sam, man. Go get a number 55.
Hey, Frank, next up is your guy.
That's it. I didn't know if he was going to go yesterday, but
Frank, what are your thoughts?
I'll tell you, the 10th selection in the 5th round by Sioux City, Tyler Rokas. So Tyler's at Hotchkiss School, really tall, long defenseman. Once he fills out, he's going to be an all-star player. He missed, almost all the year this year at Hotchkiss with, I think, a broken back. So he had an injury. I heard he did really well at New England Districts, and this is a kid that has poise. Poise with the puck. He plays the game like a pro already, right? And he's just taking steps in the right direction every time I watched him. So I imagine going back to Hotchkiss for another year and going to develop there and probably get some affiliate games. But, this is a kid that I'm really high on and I thought could have gone yesterday. So it looks like Sioux City's probably going to use one of their flex spots on him. Hopefully.
He was very good at New England development camp last weekend. Looked really good, really fluid, really smooth along the blue line. He was standing up. He played with a hidden stick, but would step up, extend it, knock down, go stick on puck, and go through people. He was a kid instantly in that camp last weekend. I was like, whoa, look at this. He's found it.
Bearcats, man. And he was a topic of conversation back at the hotel.
2 days ago, he was a topic. Last night at dinner, he was a topic. This morning, he was a topic.
And
he's somebody.
You like him. So it's like, what is it, that show, America's Top Talent? We would hit the button, right? Yeah. I would hit the button on the next pick for sure.
All righty. So moving on here to the next pick.
This is birthday. You want to explain it?
11th selection in the 5th round.
This is like my favorite thing in the world.
By Youngstown, Ryan Chudzinski.
All right. Yeah. So I'm in the scout room at the combine, and I'm like, I go. People were asking about prep. I go, there's a prep kid who doesn't play a ton. He plays a role, but every time he goes on the ice, I go, Ian Moran told me, watch, I'm not even going to tell you who he is, but every time he goes on the ice, something really good happens. And Ryan Chudzinski is that guy. He is extra. And so one of them, and I'm not going to tell you which team, wrote on a piece of paper and went like this to me, and it said his name on it. So they knew who he was. Yeah. So, played on a very good St. Sebastian's team, and just being honest, didn't get a ton of minutes.
No, but like points per minute,
points per minute. He led the country.
He was unbelievable.
Every time he went out, he went out one game, it was 2-on-1, slipped it over, boom, goal. 8 minutes later, he gets on the ice, he comes down, he plays great defense, takes the puck up, drags it, ping, right off the crossbar. Like he had like 2 points, 3 points, and he played like 7 minutes.
So for last
no
year,
exaggeration.
So he's December 31st, born late in the day. So he's almost an 08. He is a late birthday.
This is a great.
So last year for the Phase 1, the GMs and scouts will text who do you like, and I give them a list of guys, and then I literally wrote, "You're going to think I'm crazy. There's an 8th grader at St. Sebastian's that you should take," and I said the name. And nobody took him last year. And then he ends up going to national camp last summer. And I have all those same GMs texting me, "Why the hell didn't you tell me about this kid?" And I just said, put in your search bar, Ryan Chudzinski. And they all looked and it all popped up. You're going to think I'm crazy, 8th grader at Sebby's or St. Sebastian.
No, Ian's been on this kid for a long time. And then I watched and I just was sitting there sort of chuckling because he had hit it so spot on. This kid is athletic as heck. His brother, I believe, is going to play like Division I lacrosse somewhere.
No, he's a football. Committed to Princeton. Yeah.
When's the Tigers commercial coming on?
Chudzinski's 6
Let's
feet
go,
tall.
Tigers. Let's go.
Chudzinski's 6 feet tall and he can dunk a basketball.
Can I give some shout outs to the Princeton
kids?
You
have enough. You have it on your keychain. You have it on your
car. I have a kid that goes to. I do. I'm wearing Princeton underwear. I'm embarrassed by that. All right, let's go.
All right, 12th selection in the 5th round by Fargo. We have Tyler Graham out of the North American League.
Yeah, Tyler Graham's one of the best players in the North American League this year. Decent size forward. He's got some USHL experience. Played with Madison. Actually was decent with Madison. Then he went to Wisconsin, over a point per game which that's a tough league to score. 23 goals in 53 games. He's got good speed. He's balanced on his stick. He can shoot, makes plays in traffic and in tight areas. He can create off the cycle and off the rush. Graham's a nice pick, and he's got real junior hockey experience.
Yeah, I mean, a player like this is interesting. We have 15 reports on this player, and about 8 of them from the showcase this year on. So, again, if you don't know about our site and you want to learn about players that are going to your schools, he is committed where? Nowhere. Dartmouth. Dartmouth's coming. The big green. I like Dartmouth. Anyways, sorry, I'm getting a little bit loopy here. All right,
we'll take
Jack
a break
Chris.
at the end of this round.
Jack Chris is a Minnesota kid, right?
Plays for 13th selection in the 5th round by Muskegon. Jack Chris.
Yeah, he was a standout at Chanhassen High School. We mentioned them earlier because they made it all the way to the state finals against Edina. This kid got A grades in the state tournament.
Yeah.
Kind of a bit of an underrated player, I think. He's a late 05. He doesn't have great size, but he's really strong on his edges. He's quick to pucks. He can score. He can create. He's a Minnesota State commit.
Put points up in the null at the end of the year.
Yeah, and then
or beginning of the year, whenever he was there.
Yeah, he got called up late and had a strong end of the season. It was after that he gained his commitment. So he doesn't have a ton of experience in junior hockey yet, but this is a standout Minnesota high school player who's consistently gotten better every year.
All right, and then the 14th selection in the 5th round by Dubuque is Melvin Ekman, another Swedish kid.
Yeah, he's dual citizen, Swedish and American. So does that count as an import if he's dual?
No.
So he's not an import. 5'11", 155 pounds, little light still. Hasn't represented his country yet, but he's played for Djurgården. He's played at a point per game pace everywhere along the way. With Cali, he's Dubuque, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, with Cali, he's had great luck with Swedish players coming over. He's going to fall right into that area, I would imagine. Again, dual citizen, it'll be easy for him to come over, has family here, make the transition a little bit easier. He's an 06, still pretty light. Train hard this offseason, train hard, come over maybe closer to 170 pounds, and he can make plays.
All right, and then we got 2 more picks here in the 5th round. The 15th selection in the 5th round is by Fargo, and they select Matt Leahy out of the BCHL, Nanaimo.
Yeah, Nanaimo.
Yeah, that's a speech impediment for me too. It really is.
This kid's really intriguing. We actually like him probably more than the market. 6'4", 6'5" defenseman. He can skate. He's fairly light on his feet, which is hard to imagine a player his size. He can move pucks. He's got a heavy one-timer. He kind of snaps it off. He doesn't have to stick handle it to make a play. And he's athletic. He's got good range. He can defend it in open ice. And he's somebody, I wouldn't say struggled in his first year with the Nanaimo, but we didn't have much on him in his rookie season. And then this season, he's one of our higher-ranked defensemen in that 06 birth year. So smart pick by them. He's a Clarkson commit. And somebody that might take a year, but he very well could make the team. But I'm saying his best hockey's ahead of him.
Yeah, he's on our watch list, right, Ian, in NHL?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a player to watch. So
perfect. And then rounding out the 5th round here, 16th selection in the 5th round by Sioux City is Kieran Dervin.
First time I saw him play was at Providence College a couple years ago. He was playing for Penn's Elite. Big kid, strong, plays hockey the right way, full 200 feet. Handles crappy passes into his feet with no issues. And then as an 07, he played for St. Andrews this year, was right around a point a game. Got to see him play against, as an 07, playing against some older kids in prep hockey. He always held his own and did very well. He's a Penn State commit. I think the biggest thing for me here, which, see him a couple years ago playing I don't even know who they were playing, but he stood out to me as just a big, strong kid, played hockey the right way, and it continued on at St. Andrews last year. He doesn't cheat it, stops on pucks. He's strong. He defends. Penn State commit. This to me is a very good pick.
Awesome. All right, so that concludes the 5th round. We'll make Murph happy here. We'll take a break, and we have a video from Princeton head coach Ben Sear.
Go get him, Ben.
He spent decades in the ECAC, and he has become very familiar with the depth and quality of our league. So we got a quick little video here.
I love going to Hobie Baker Rink, and I'd love to have a jersey to wear in there. At some point.
I imagine you won't get up. You probably want to see this video, would be my guess.
No, I'm gonna get up. I've seen it.
So we'll kick it over to that video now, and then we'll be back for the start of the 6th round.
Go Tigers.
So in terms of USHL players as a league as a whole, I mean it's fantastic. It is known as the greatest development league for college hockey. There's long bus trips that prepare you for a little bit of adversity. It prepares the players to be tough. There's competition daily at practice, so there's a real depth to the league, and I've had an opportunity to spend a lot of time recruiting in all of the venues that are home to USHL teams, and those coaches do a great job. Those kids are well prepared to be able to transition into college hockey.
I'm Cole Caulfield, and I played college hockey.
I'm Adam Fox, and I played college hockey.
I'm Jake Gensel, and I played college hockey.
I'm Johnny Gaudreau, and I played college hockey.
Whether you are a fan or a player, nothing compares to college hockey.
We'd like to take a moment to recognize the contributions of our USHL sponsors and corporate partners. These companies and organizations play an extremely important role in the success of our league, and we are extremely grateful for the relationships the USHL has with these important teammates. The National Hockey League, USA Hockey, Hockey Tech, Neutral Zone, Bauer, K1, The Rink Live, OT Sports, Howie's Hockey Tape, OGP, CCM, Tidal Wave, Warrior, True, Flow Hockey, USHL streaming partner, Gemini Athletics, Casper Sports, Shortside, Flow Hockey, Sports Science Solutions, Athletica Sports Systems, Force Premium Officiating Apparel and Equipment, Sport Testing Inc., Team Apparel, the Pittsburgh Penguins, RinkNet, Speedio, Wegmans American Cup sponsor, and Discover Green Bay.
Yeah. Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. Little whispers in my head, man, is you fake or loyal? Why no water, that designer, baby, pick your poison. These little demons living underneath my bed, creeping. Know the real monster lives above them all, sleeping. That subtle breathing in your closet every single evening. Thought you never see me again, looks can be deceiving. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Here we come. Here we come. Here we come.
First time I got here, it was so different. The first game, you probably remember, we played against Dubuque. And I was so shocked because I didn't know about those plays, so many turnovers, so many breakaways. Because back in Slovakia, yeah, you have like 3 breakaways in a game, but they're trying to settle in a zone, play like European hockey. But here, they are so fast. Everything is so fast. You can have turnover, and I needed to learn how to play like that, how to be focused to that. I get focused, I get in my zone, and I get everything what I need. I learn how to play that. Every game you need to be just focused. Focus on what you like to be, what you like to play, what do you want to do. You need to be focused on every shot, every rebound. If you're gonna be focused, you have it in your pocket. If I'm gonna be in the net, I'm gonna try to guys to give them a chance, to give them confidence to win every game, and that's it. Steal the show.
All right, and we're back with the start of the 6th round. Looks like we had some picks come in here. The first selection in the 6th round goes to Muskegon, and they take Matthew Manza.
Yeah, Matt Manza is a kid that we've liked for a while.
Yeah.
We had him at top 65 prospect in the OHL draft last year. Actually thought we'd hear his name earlier today as a late 07 and an Ohio State commit. He played his first year junior hockey for the Toronto Patriots in the OJHL, had a point per game, which is a tough thing to do as a 16-year-old. He's a balanced skater. He's got good deception in his game. Hands, he can make guys miss, and he's not afraid to go into corners, battle for pucks. He made plays off the cycle. But yeah, he's a disruptive guy. He can play up and down the lineup at this level, and somebody that is coming off a really big year in the OJ, and someone you can get for multiple years. So I like this pick a lot.
All right, and then the second selection in the 6th round by Fargo goes to Ashton Bynum.
Yes, towering, smooth strider, moves the puck effectively, gets his sticks in lanes, clogs, great on the PK, and play power play. In fact, he runs the power play at Austin in the NAHL. Has a little bit of he makes forecheckers miss, or at least hesitate and slow down, sort of freeze them, look one way past the other.
He's massive, right? Like 6'4",
he's
6'5".
Massive, and he looks bigger than 6'4", but that's what he's listed at. And he's got good vision. So this is an interesting pick, and somebody that can, I think, play a number, again, versatility, play a number of different roles. I also think this guy, he's an 04. Big guys take longer. I think he's really athletic. So his upside is high. I think he's going to get better and better and better even after he moves on to college.
Awesome.
That's it.
Third selection in the 6th round by Waterloo, Phyllis Lechat.
He's a 6'3" goalie. He's a Swiss player. Saw him play earlier this year. Plays for Team Switzerland. World 18s, the numbers aren't particularly good, but I think that's more of a reflection of the competition he's playing against and just being under a nonstop barrage of shots. He's a left catcher, 6'3", good sized kid. Obviously, they must know that he's coming over. Waterloo, yeah. So this is the kind of kid you could see him when he came over here earlier in the season. He played. He's represented his country and he's done well. This is Feliz the Shah. So.
All right. Fourth selection in the 6th round by Lincoln is Shea Bush.
Yeah, this is a Penn State commit at a Yale Hockey Academy out of Western Canada. He's got both Canadian and German descent. But when he made his way to Vernon as a rookie, some people thought he might go in the Western League. He decided he wanted to go the NCAA route. Had a really strong rookie year for 2007. He's 6'2", 200 pounds. He looks the part. He's a fairly fluid skater. He's only got 8 goals on the year, but I wouldn't get tracked on the stat line. In the games I've seen him anyways, he didn't get power play minutes. So that's mostly all 5-on-5. He can play with some jam. He's going to get a little more confidence with more experience at that level. But this is a guy who can play in a lot of different areas. And we really liked him at the showcase game of B+.
Yeah, he got a high grade at the showcase. I wasn't there, but I did notice he got a high grade at the showcase for a player that age in that league.
Yeah, so, one of the only 2007s in the league.
Right.
All right. The 5th selection in the 6th round by Cedar Rapids is Henry Ament out of Shattuck St. Mary's.
Yeah, he's left shot forward, 5'11", about 175 pounds. Played U16 for Shattuck this year. Played it over a point a game pace. He's a Minnesota kid who played for Shattuck. He goes to the net. He's still pretty light, but he goes to the net. He's got a good quick stick. He's got good puck anticipation. We're saying here that he's 5'11", 175. I just watching him play, I don't believe that's how much he weighs. I think maybe that's a hope of what he's going to weigh next year, but it certainly doesn't stop him from going to the front of the net because he's strong on his edges. He can battle with players. He's a kid. He might be a year away from challenging for a spot. Most of the time, kids at Shattuck, they stay at Shattuck.
Yep.
So I'm guessing he's gonna stay. But he's a kid that down the road can make an impact on the roster offensively.
Yeah, he's coming out. We just saw him at top 54 camp, and he had a big showing there. Definitely, like Ian said, he might not be the biggest guy, but he's really strong on his edges, and he's tough. He's real tough.
All right, the 6th pick in the 6th round by Waterloo, Morgan Brady out of the BCHL.
Yeah, Morgan Brady is a skilled defenseman. He's mobile. He's got good size, smooth in transition. He had an excellent rookie season in the AJHL 2 years ago with Spruce Grove. We had him ranked pretty high. This year in the BC, took him a little bit to get adjusted. He didn't get as high a grade in the showcase, but after Christmas kind of settled into his game, playing with a little bit more jam and somebody who can really skate. So I think Brady is somebody who is coming off of a season where he learned a lot about himself and has figured out who he is and how to play his game, and someone who's probably ready to play at this level.
He's got a lot of tools in the toolbox. It's a quote from one of our scouts. He also can be a pancake man. He could knock you flat down, which he's a big player, but he's not gigantic, which means he has strong edges. And it is really hard. It takes a lot of athleticism to hit a player in open ice and knock them flat. And that's something that we always note, when we're watching. And it's also mentioned that he's not afraid to hold his blue line, and did get beaten a couple of times. But don't ever stop holding your blue line, Morgan. You're doing the right thing. And he got better as the year went on.
As long as you have back checkers.
Well, right. Yeah. Obviously. Thank you, Ian. Point is I'll forgive that if I'm watching a player and he makes a mistake at his blue line because he's trying to be aggressive and
I'll tell you that if I'm watching and a kid makes a mistake at his blue line without back checkers, I'll give him a slide.
All right, let's pretend there's back checkers.
Stay up.
Okay, for my argument.
And stay up and challenge. Well,
stay up and challenge.
Specify it.
I specified it. They got to be back checking on his inside.
You need to be back checking. They need to be on the defensive side of him because
on his
D-men
inside.
Do not trust a forward. If they're even with them, they don't have them. Just telling you the truth.
Anyways, Morgan, he's gotten better as the year went on. So
there's no debate in that. I was just casual advice when Murph telling you to step up.
Yeah, we were talking about
3-on-1 probably isn't the right thing to do.
No. Well, you know what? We're gonna fight later.
Promise.
Yeah, I do promise. And you would fight a guy with a bad head.
All right.
I'd use your cane.
I'll use my cane. It's got a sword in it.
Yeah, fine. Let's go.
All right. The 7th selection in the 6th round by Muskegon, Isaac Nielsen. There's been like 3 or 4 Nielsens taken. They all were spelled differently.
So he's actually an early 04. He's a January 04, so he's already 20. He's an undersized winger. He can play both wings. He's a left shot. He has represented Sweden internationally, not a ton, but he has done it. Last year he played for Rogel in the J20. He had 35 points in 47 games, but being undersized, he had 24 goals. So what's that tell you, Murph?
I'm not listening to you.
That tells you that when a D-man steps up on him without back checkers, he just keeps on going and he scores goals. That's what that says. Yeah. Murph's feelings are hurt now. Be ready. He's going to go into a shell.
No, because it was assumed there were back checkers. That's the thing.
If you assume what happens, you make an ass out of you and me.
I make an ass out of me.
Yeah.
We got a Moran coming next.
Yeah, we do. I don't know if there's any relation.
Take your shot.
I'm gonna. I feel bad for Dylan.
Dylan, this has nothing to do with you. This is all about me. Then I'll talk about you as a player.
All right. The 8th selection in the 6th round by Des Moines is Dylan Moran.
Murph?
Yes. Yeah, Chicago Reapers. Brendan, you go ahead. He's got skill and grit, and so there's that diversity thing we keep talking about is here with Mr. Moran. Go ahead.
No, I think you hit it.
Yeah.
He's a skilled player. He's got good size. He can handle the puck. He's not afraid to go into dirty areas. And he's got a pretty heavy shot.
Yeah, in traffic too. He can get it off, pull it towards his feet. Misses shin pads and skates. That's a real skill.
He's got a great name.
Great name.
They probably call him Mo.
They probably do call him Mo. He's going to switch to 24 in the USHL.
Don't have to do that though.
You should though. It'd be pretty great.
No,
okay.
No.
All right. Along. 9th selection in the 6th round by Madison, Alex Lunsky out of the North American League.
Yeah, Lunsky's a big, heavy presence, physical, plays up and down the middle of the ice. He wins puck battles. He's a guy who's very good at his net front. He's a St. Thomas commit. What I like about his games, he doesn't cheat it, plays in both ends, defends his net front, and he's a December 13th, 2005. Earlier in the year, there was some talk about him potentially being on draft boards. I think he's a little raw at this point.
Yeah.
He's got to improve his straight line speed and first step quickness, but this kid battles, and he's someone physically who can play at the USHL now.
All right, moving on. The 10th selection in the 6th round by Waterloo is Kale Doc.
Yeah, so Doc, he's an 07. He's eligible for the 25 draft, and he's getting some attention there. He's a left shot centerman.
I'll take Daniel.
Pretty average size, about 5'10", 160, so you can put some meat on those bones. Played last year for Sherwood Park. Consistent. He was a point a game when they were playing in the AJ. He was a point a game when they were playing in the BCHL. He can pass the puck, moves well, a lot of poise with the puck. He delays coming over the line, can find the late guy, in the wide dot lane. He's got a low panic point, and he's committed to Penn State.
All right, the 11th selection in the 6th round by Omaha is Hugo Daniel.
Murph loves this kid.
I saw him. I saw him a few years ago, actually, probably at least two, up at North Yarmouth, and sitting with Terry Mahar, who's helping out up there. He's former coach at Bowdoin, and he was pointing out, he goes, he's an 2007. He's a pretty good player, and I watched him, and he was right. He's got a long stride. He's really strong. He has learned to use his size and to get to the net. And Mark Bellotta, who scouted him in the Brooks Pingree tournament, gave him a B+, which is a really high grade for 2007 in prep hockey. Strong on his skates. He kept his puck on his blade. Rip of the wrist, he put one in. Impressive assist on the power play, one-hand pass, that type of stuff.
He's strong.
Yeah.
I mean, you said it. I was muttering under you. He is strong as a bull. He's been strong as a bull. As a young kid, he was strong. I think there was a time when he got a little bit too heavy for his body, and I don't mean that he was fat. I just mean that his muscles need to catch up with how big he is, because he's a big boy. He's strong. He can get to the net. He can carry his defenders to the net. He's got some jam. I personally think he's at his best when he's being mean and getting to the net rather than dipsy-doing and trying to look cute. There's not enough, in my mind, there's not enough players that are his size that are mean, and meanness matters.
Yes.
And he can be mean, and he can run you over. It's not like Sandrick, very similar to Sandrick from earlier.
Oh yeah.
Enjoy it. And when he's at his best when he's just running kids over, and he can run them over.
All right, the 12th selection in the 6th round by Sioux City, kid out of Minnetonka, Luke Gary.
Yeah, Luke Gary's a kid. Played top 6 on that Minnetonka team. You can make an argument. I know they didn't win the state tournament, but this is arguably the most talented team, top to bottom. There's a lot of USHL picks on this team. Played a top 6 role. He's light on his feet. Needs to get a little stronger, but he's a really smart player. He's got soft hands, good first touch, and he's a skilled passer. More of a playmaker than a shooter at this point. And then, like I said, needs to get a little heavier, play a little more between the dots. Right now he's a little perimeter, but smart, skilled, and terrific passer.
All right, sticking to the 6th round, the 13th selection by Lincoln is Ben Vatis.
Yeah, he's Phoenix Junior Coyotes, I believe.
Yep.
I'm not going to pretend like I know him.
So he's
very well, but go ahead, yeah, because you know him better.
Well, I think
goalies are tough for me.
He's goalie, but he's about 6 feet tall.
Yeah,
he's got really good numbers, and he challenges a shooter. He plays out beyond his crease. He's out. He stays up. Again, we talked about the kids earlier. If you're below 6'2" and you have good numbers, it means that your puck anticipation is great, that you're reading the second wave of a line rush, that you understand who's coming late, you understand who's a one-timer, you understand who's going to have to do a catch and release. The Royal Road is very important to be prepared. He's one of those kids. He's an 06. He's average sized kid at 6 feet, or below average, actually, not to today's world with the goalies, but his numbers are great. He challenges and he stays on his feet. Very rarely is he outside his post.
All right, we got another interesting one here. 14th selection in the 6th round by Dubuque, Cole Spicer out of Minnesota Duluth.
Yeah, Cole Spicer, second-year player in the NCAA, playing for Minnesota Duluth. This was a highly touted prospect out of minor midget, played on a talented Honeybake team, and then made the U.S. national program 2 years there. Had pretty good success there. And, I don't know what the story is with him at Minnesota Duluth, if he's leaving or whatnot, but hasn't had the same success there that he had at the program. Might be looking to reset and give another year in the USHL. We've seen some players do that. Again, with the transfer portal, this is, we've seen guys come back and have real success in the league. But what this kid did, he's a 4th-round draft pick of the Bruins. He was a leading scorer on that Honeybake team that had some names you'll know: Piatella, Van Sickle, Varner, Owen Baker, Frank Nazar, and Max Nemestikov, who was a top 5 pick in the OHL draft that year.
There's nothing wrong with taking a step back to take 2 step forwards. He's got time. If he thinks he needs to find his game and find his footing, there's nothing wrong with it. You see it in other sports where you have a pitcher. We were talking about pitching earlier, where somebody's up in the majors and could be telling their pitch, could be whatever. They send them back. They might send them back to AA rather than just AAA. So they go in and they find their confidence again. So probably a mature decision by this kid to find his footing again and start again and get it going.
Absolutely.
All right, and then the 15th selection in the 6th round by Fargo, Noel Olgren.
So he's a September 2006, but he's early September, so he doesn't fall into the late category. He's a right shot, left wing, average size, 5'10", 160 pounds. He doesn't put up a ton of points, but he's fairly consistent, about 3/4 point per game. Hasn't represented Sweden internationally, but again, if you're a Swedish player, in general, they're conscientious 200-foot players who has good basis of skill. He's still light, so training is going to be his friend this offseason to get up over 160.
All righty, moving on here. We have the 16th selection in the 6th round by Waterloo, Sam Peckham out of Edina High School.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about the best defenseman on the best team, +6 in the state tournament, all-tournament team, high IQ, reads, plays well, good size, humble, talented forwards, as our scout here says, making them ineffective. Those are strong words when you're, again, playing in that kind of environment in that tournament, which is, one of the greatest amateur tournaments in the world, without question. So he's a baller. He can play. He's a November of 2007. This is a superb pick here. Superb. He has, Minnesota kids sometimes, tricky to get him to come over, but he could play. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. So that concluded the 6th round. Moving into the 7th round now, the first selection belonged to Tri-City, and they select Kyle Jones out of the LA Junior Kings.
Yeah, Kyle Jones is a tall, athletic goaltender. Had a real chance last year to make the U.S. national team. I don't know the details, but my guess would be he was probably the last goalie cut. He's performed well in every USA Hockey Showcase. In our most recent viewing of him in the Tier 1 Elite League Showcase, he was a brick wall. He's very calculated. He's smart. He moves pretty well for his size. He's got rebound control, and he's got good paddles, quick on both sides of his hands.
Also moving to the 2nd selection of the 7th round by Green Bay, we have another Russian player, Vasily Zelinov.
Zelinov he's from Moscow, but he plays in Austria. He plays for Red Bull, plays juniors. He played a couple games in Austria 2, which is the 2nd division of pro. He's a skilled player, very fast, very quick. He's ranked this year by Central Scouting at 96th for Europeans. He's there because he can make plays and because he can see it. He has to get stronger. There's no doubt about it. He has to get a little bit heavier. He has to be able to withstand contact more. So coming over here, USHL, it's a much more physical game than playing on a big sheet in Austria. But I think he can make plays. He sees it. It's just adding weight and getting used to the physicality, because he's on Central Scouting for a reason.
All right, and then we have the third selection of the 7th round by Des Moines is Drew Roloffs out of Holy Family Minnesota High School.
Yeah, we have him again. A shout out to Michael Sonde and our Minnesota staff, which is a big group. They do an excellent job. Skilled player, played a little bit in the NA this past year. He's has a quick stick, can create something from nothing, and he's just scratching the surface, or he's just kind of getting to where his potential is going to be. So maybe a longer term play, even though he's an 06 here, but we will see. He's certainly talented and playing in a great league and putting up points. So
yeah,
he's got size.
Yeah, big and strong. He was very good in the elite league earlier in the season. Had certainly a good high school season at Holy Family, but I think scouts really got a sight of what he could do in the elite league because he showed he could score and he could protect pucks.
Going to St. Thomas, right?
Yep.
All right, the 4th selection in the 7th round by Lincoln, Luca D. Cabellis out of Orono, Minnesota High School.
I have to look this one up. That's not a name Yeah, big frame defenseman, late 2007. Yeah, kind of an underrated prospect. We don't have much on this kid.
Does he play?
Orono.
Oh, yeah. That's Class A. They've produced some good players, but I'm not sure it's a team we see a lot.
We'll move on to the 5th selection in the 7th round by Waterloo. We have Jacob McDonald.
So he's an 04. He's September 23rd. Still 19. Good-sized kid, 6'2", 190. He's committed to UMass Lowell. Played with Stars Elite growing up, and then he played for Lone Star. Had a huge jump from his first year to his second year. First year in the NOL, 44 games. He had 16 points. Last year, 44 games, 41 points and 22 goals. It's taken his time to get here. He's a commit. He's strong. He plays heavy. This is probably just the next step in the progression of going from playing U18 with the Stars to playing Lone Star with the Brahmas, and then again in Lone Star, now to the USHL before he ends up at Lowell. And he screams Lowell kind of player, hard, heavy, and works.
Coachable.
Yeah.
All right, and then the 6th selection in the 7th round by Sioux Falls is Bryce Ingles.
Ingles,
out of Lone Star, out of the North American League.
Yeah, so we went to Top Prospects. Jim Walsh, shout out to Jim, another one of our scouts, does a great job. We actually took the time to rank players at Top Prospects, and for them, it's players that are uncommitted, and they play at this event. And we had him at number 4, right shot D for Lone Star. He's got a ton of athleticism, ton of upside. Had a really good year this year. Brendan, do you want to add anything about him?
Yeah, I think he's a guy that he's a power play defenseman. He can move pucks. He can really snap it off. When he moves the puck, it doesn't get picked off. He's a headsy player. He's not in a rush. He's got a high panic threshold.
Yes.
And he can see up ice into the second layer. He often stretches the ice and creates odd man rushes from the back end.
Yeah. I mean, he'll dip, let people go by him, and then snap it on the net. Very poised player. Good with the puck.
All righty, and then we have Tri-City up on the clock right now. Looks like they're making their selection. So 7th selection in the 7th round by Tri-City, Alexei Nazkov, Russian player, it seems.
Yeah, he's a November 04, good-sized goalie, left catcher, 6'2", 210. Has very good numbers. He played in the VHL and the MHL last year. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce the cities he was playing for, but he's got good numbers. He's been above a 9. He's played a lot of games. Over the last 3 years, he's played 45, 39, and 37 games. He's an experienced kid coming over. Who'd you say took him? Tri-City?
Yep, Tri-City.
So they're going to have an experienced goaltender who's played a ton in Russian junior hockey over the last few years.
All righty, and then have Tri-City on the clock here, waiting for their pick. So they have back-to-back picks here. All right. Give you guys a second to catch your breath here. We're staying on pace pretty much.
I think we're doing a great. I think if you know what, we're doing a great
pat
job.
on the back.
I think it's all you, Murph.
At the break, we're gonna probably have a sandwich and a
Murph
fight.
and Ian, are you guys friends now?
We're always friends.
We're always friends.
He's my only friend.
Like he said, when if we have to fight, it's part of the game.
Yeah,
it's not.
He's got that bloody eye for a reason.
Yeah,
it's a little eye poke the other night.
Why? Oh yeah, I can get after it. Thanks for pointing out my. Yeah, that's nice.
It looks like we got.
No, it's okay. You do.
We got our 8th selection in the 7th round by Tri-City, Adam Botier.
Yeah, Bodier's a kid who was another, went fairly high in the Western League draft in 2022 to Spokane. He's mobile. He's highly athletic. He's another kid. We mentioned just scratching the surface what he can be. He's got to get a little stronger. He's got to get a little more physical. But in terms of skating ability and athleticism, this kid is got a pretty high upside. Moves well in all directions. He kind of defends right now with his feet and with his stick. Like I said, he's going to have to get a little more physical. But a Colorado College commit. They signed him right after the BCHL showcase. Before the BCHL showcase in the preseason. It was a smart take by that staff because he's only getting better and better.
All right, and then the 9th selection in the 7th round by Waterloo goes to Carter Casey.
Yeah. This kid, he's like a dog in the net. And I mean that. He's a December 2007 Grand Rapids, Minnesota, back to the state of hockey, and athletic, tons of confidence. We saw him play a game against the Dyna where he was kind of on an island, quite honestly, by himself. He just kept competing. And he's a blue chip prospect. I think he's somebody that because of that and his attitude, stop. What is that? There's a commercial where it's stop to put. No, what is it? Anyways, no goals. That's his attitude. I love it. And so he has no goals. That's his approach to life. He has no goals.
No goals.
All right.
No goals.
All right.
Goals.
Carter.
All right. So we're waiting for
We
Sioux
love
City.
you, man.
Sioux City on the clock right now.
Sioux City, that's in South Dakota?
Yes.
I've always wanted. I wanted to move to South Dakota, but then a couple people told me no.
You couldn't get the passport.
Couldn't get. They may secede. Who knows? I'm not saying anything else because I have a whole bunch of stuff. But then I heard about. I was talking about the wind. They call it the hawk.
Yep, the wind.
Right?
Yep.
It's like whips in and you're really cold. But
What
I think
happens in the
home
summer?
prices and taxes are great. That's a great state. Like if you don't want to be taxed to death, like the dog tax I have in my town. Yeah, you heard me, Winchester. Dog tax. They don't have that in South Dakota, I bet. You could probably have a tiger.
Tiger tax.
But anyways.
Might be Iowa.
All right,
Sioux
here we
City,
go.
Iowa?
Final.
Is that what it is? Iowa?
Yeah,
Or
it might be
is that
Iowa.
over
I
there?
don't know.
Sioux City, Iowa.
We don't know. We don't know.
Huge geography guys on the,
Not
on this
either,
end of
but
the table here.
we got somebody here.
So we got Sioux City. They had made their selection here. The 10th pick in the 7th round by Sioux City is Ethan Phillips out of BK Selects.
He's a good-sized goalie. I think he's closer to 6'2" than 6'1". He's a 2007 left catcher. He's been at BK for the last few years. Plays a ton of games for them. This year, played in 33 at a 1.65 goals against average. He's athletic. He moves well. He reads the puck well. And again, BK's played a ton of games, which is a key. You want to have a net as a goalie, and he's had it.
Yeah, and he's just coming off the U16 Nationals, and we've made a joke that Russ Whiteley, our scout, is probably the hardest grader in our staff, and you got a B+ at that event.
Oh, that's
It's an A++.
That's 100% grade.
Yep.
A+.
All right, and then we have Youngstown on the clock right now. Looks like they're just getting their pick in. So the 11th pick in the 7th round by Youngstown goes to Oliver Turner out of St. Andrews College.
He's a big boy. He's an 07, 6'4", 180 pounds, so he's got to put some meat on his bones. He is a Colgate commit. Plays a simple game, doesn't overcomplicate things. He's still got to get bigger and heavier for how he's going to play to have an impact. But when I say bigger, I mean he's got to get thicker and add more mass to him, work on lower body power and explosiveness, because for him to make an impact in the USHL and beyond, he's just going to keep playing the offensively the simple direct game that he plays, but defensively add some jam, add some mean, clear some lanes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
St. Andrews is a great spot for him. I think he's probably a couple years away. Train hard, put some meat on your bones. You can't discount. 6'4" is massive. He's a righty. 180 pounds is still pretty light. So
and our scouts say that still growing, and when he asserts himself physically, he does not fail.
Yeah, I think added weight is going to really help him.
Yeah, and they're a deep team this year. He wasn't a featured defenseman for them, so I think like Ian said, he's a little bit of a project right now, but there's a lot to like there. There's good defensive instincts with him.
All right, and then now we have Green Bay on the clock, just waiting for Green Bay, 12th pick in the 7th round.
I mean, back with Oliver Turner, at his size, length as a righty, and what our guys have said, when he asserts himself, he doesn't fail. I think part of that has to do with being so long, young, and not that he's out of shape, but getting the conditioning and to be able to do
big guys take longer. He's going to Colgate, so he's got a goal.
Yeah,
he's just something to
I just mean as far
towards.
as what our scouts have said is him winning. He doesn't fail, and then with me saying added weight is going to help him when he's at his best. I think a few years of good hard off-season training is going to pay huge dividends for Turner.
Absolutely. So it looks like Green Bay has made their pick here. 12th selection in the 7th round by Green Bay goes to Will Schumacher out of the North American League.
So again, top prospects. We went. He's an 04, and this they're talking about. I think there was 6 teams. I don't remember exactly, but of all the players there at the NHL top prospects, Will Schumacher we had ranked 10th. So these are players that are all good players, and we thought he was the 10th best prospect at that event. So he's good with the puck. He's solid all around. He's a two-way player. Go ahead, Brendan.
Yeah, he's a size speed guy. He plays hard. He can score goals. He had 32 goals in 51 games. He's a quick release. He's someone that can make plays in traffic, which is very important in the USHL. He's committed to Mercyhurst, so it was planning to go there next year. So we'll see how that shakes out. But this is a guy who can score goals, and he's really good around the net. He's got good touch around the net, strong hands, can win those loose puck battles, and can finish.
All right, and move on here. 13th selection in the 7th round by Omaha goes to Maxime Lai.
Yeah, so he's from St. Julie, Quebec. Undersized, very quick, 5'9", 145 pounds. We have him slated to go to Sherwood Park next year in the BCHL after playing for St. Etienne. I have no idea how to pronounce that second part. But he had 36 points in 42 games. He's an 07. Who knows? He can come to camp in the way that he can make plays and produce offense. He could be somebody that challenges for a spot. But even if he ends up in Sherwood Park, who knows what happens with the affiliate list, and maybe somebody that you see down the road in Omaha.
All right, and then the 14th selection in the 7th round by Dubuque goes to Lucas Sweden.
Yeah, he was with Muskegon.
He was with Muskegon, yeah.
At one point,
undersized goalie.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's 5'9" is undersized. If people ask me that all the time, is 5'9" undersized? Yes, I mean for goalie certainly. But if you're in the 150-pound range, you're undersized. Okay, that's just fact of the matter. He covers his angles well. He uses his stick. He's an aggressive goaltender. Quick reaction time. He's athletic. I think this is an interesting pick.
It's interesting. He was in Muskegon at the start of the year. Played 14 games, had an 8.97 and a 3.24, and then he went to Minot and the Knoll, 16 games, a 1.72 and a 9.30.
Yeah.
He's undersized. He skates really well. He gets out and he challenges. Being undersized like that, he knows if he goes down, they're going to pick him up top.
Is he in the net now for Minot? He must be.
Yep.
Yeah, because they're rolling.
Yep.
So that's another thing to note. And try to get and see some of those playoff games soon.
Awesome.
Next.
All right, we're getting to the bottom of the 7th round here. Waiting for Fargo to make their selection. They're on the clock right now with the 15th pick of the 7th round. So we'll wait for them. And then once they make their selection, we can talk about the player. And then I think we have a video from Lucas Sachin from Chicago right after that.
Awesome.
We'll take a quick break later.
Like Lucas Sachin.
So I think the pick just became official here. So with the 15th pick in the 7th round by Fargo, we have Lenny Greenberg out of the BCHL.
You got him?
Former Belmont Hill sextant.
Time traveler.
Time traveling. I loved, I think he was a Florida Alliance kid, went to Belmont Hill. LA, you sure? I remember talking to
and then BK.
Yeah.
Okay. It was a warm area, so I had that kind of right. But I loved him there. And then when I found out he was going to the Hill, I was like, wow, he's going to be great for you guys. And then saw a little bit of USHL time, BK, Belmont Hill, and then he was in the BCHL this past year. He's a really solid two-way defensive prospect.
Passes the puck really well.
Yeah, he's a great passer. He's long, so he can kind of he can create lanes with his length and his feet. He's a player I like a ton. And I'm not sure, to be honest, again, because he's been in the BCHL. I haven't seen him live. Brendan, you have. Do you have any commentary on him or Ian?
No, he was initially a Sioux Falls pick a couple years ago.
Yeah,
he passes the puck really well. He can run a power play. He was in Alberni this year. He's a Sacred Heart commit.
Yeah.
I think he honestly, his biggest asset is positionally. He's usually where he should be, defense in the middle out, and he can really pass the puck.
Yeah, I think he's got. There's a lot more meat on that bone. Like, I think he's got a high ceiling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he was Alberni's Rookie of the Year this year.
Was he?
I
he had 24 points from the blue line. Looks like.
Zinging it.
Did he play in? No, he didn't play in the pandemic hockey league.
He was a BK at that point.
Yeah, too bad. Could have been a part of it, but he's a good player. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, yeah. So we're good. So let's throw it over to Lucas Sachin from the Chicago Steel, and we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with the start of the 8th round.
My name is Lucas Sachin, and I'm from Chaska, Minnesota. I think the Steel drafted me because I really value becoming the best hockey player I can be, and I value making teammates better around me. I would pick 14 for my late uncle who passed away. His favorite number was 14, and I want to wear that to represent him. My favorite athlete is Matthew Barzell because I just love the way he plays the game, and I want to model my game after him. I love the way they treat their players and their staff and their organization. I love the way they value work ethic and hard determination hockey, as well as getting their players better.
I'm Cole Caulfield, and I played college hockey.
I'm Adam Fox, and I played college hockey.
I'm Jake Gensel, and I played college hockey.
I'm Johnny Gaudreau, and I played college hockey.
Whether you are a fan or a player, nothing compares to college hockey.
He takes his pills.
All right, and we're back here with the start of the 8th round. So the first selection in the 8th round goes to Youngstown, and they select Jonathan Brown out of Shattuck St. Mary's.
Yeah, I think Jonathan Brown is a really well-rounded defenseman. He's a fairly smooth skater. He's got good edge control. He rides guys off pucks. He also can pick pucks clean off the wall and start breakouts. Saw some power play time, saw some penalty kill time. The coaches obviously trust him in key situations. And our most recent viewing of him got a B+ at USA Hockey Nationals for the U16s just a month ago.
All right, and then the second selection in the 8th round by Omaha goes to Bobby Williams out of Dallas Stars Elite 16s.
He's a 2007. He's a good-sized kid at 6'2", close to 190 pounds, right shot defenseman. Doesn't put up a ton of points, plays steady two-way hockey. Was he at the Combine?
Yep, Combine kid.
Combine kid. he's just a kid. He's got to fill out a little bit more, which is fine. But he's direct. He makes a simple play. He doesn't look to overcomplicate things. And a lot of times when you're a younger player at 6'2", that's exactly what you're looking for, rather than thinking he's going to toe drag and do all the ridiculous stuff to get noticed. He just plays simple, steady game.
All righty. And then the third selection in the 8th round by Des Moines goes to Richard Barron.
Yeah, Richard Barron, I think, is a really smart pick. We would have had him probably a little earlier. He's out of the Victoria Grizzlies. They're having he had a really strong playoff for them. He's mobile. He's fairly smooth. He's smooth in transition. He's somebody that likes to make quick decisions with the puck. He doesn't delay. He gets it in the transition game, moves it quickly. He maintains tight gaps, even against smaller, speedier forwards. That's a very fast league, and he's able to gap up and take away time and space. And I think he's someone who's just starting to get some power play minutes, someone who's starting to make some plays offensively. So we're a really well-rounded game. It's somebody that can make an immediate impact.
All right, and then the 4th selection in the 8th round by Fargo goes to Elias Zimmerman.
All right, so he's a Swedish player, 6'6", left shot centerman. He's been a captain since he was young. He's been a captain pretty much everywhere he's been. He doesn't put up huge points, but leadership matters. He's committed to UMass. Played in the J20 last year, where he had 28 points in 45 games, where he was captain. Year before in the J18, he was captain. Year before, captain. He's just leadership. 16s, 18s, 20. He's been a captain. Committed to UMass. Like I said, 6'6". He's strong, big kid. He's got to get a little bit stronger. He's 210. But this is a kid down the road that you could see from an NHL team's point of view as somebody who could be an NHL free agent coming out of UMass.
All righty. And then 5th selection in the 8th round goes to Chicago. And we have Wilson Bjorsak. I believe I said that right.
That sounds good to me, Frank. Another guy, we've talked about this, J20 national. He's 6 foot left shot winger. He can play center as well. He was played for Team Sweden, the U18s, Alinka Gretzky. I haven't personally seen him, but if you got 24 points in 41 games in the J20, and you're representing your country internationally, you're a good hockey player. I know that enough to know that.
Absolutely. And then we have the 6th pick in the 8th round by Sioux Falls goes to Sheldon Rue. I believe I said that right as well. Yep. Colorado Thunderbirds, 16s kid, had some time in the North American League.
Yeah, Colorado Grit, played in the NAL this year, played about 15 games, but he's a dual citizen. 5'11", 175 pounds. He's a 2007, had played for Nashville Junior Predators growing up, then Colorado Thunderbirds, and this year got some time with the Colorado Grit. When he was playing for the Thunderbirds with the 16s, he was shredding it. He had 35 goals in 56 games, 87 points, and then got games with the Grit and had 5 points in 15 games. It says a lot about an 07 who's undersized, getting in there and playing and producing points. Got some jam, got some real competitiveness. This is a good pick right here.
Yeah, he can really skate.
Yeah, he can buzz.
He's a playmaker. He's crafty, creative, wants to make plays when he's got the puck on his stick.
He's looking to score and create scoring opportunities.
Yeah, like Ian said, impressive stat line. Even in Colorado, like 87 points, 56 games. That's
coming in, getting games with the Grit, putting up 5 and 15. That he's buzzing. He works and he's looking to produce.
Right, and talk about making big jumps, right? Like
that's a
playing U16 to go into the North American League and putting up some points in the minimum games.
And that's not a soft division.
Yeah, no, it isn't.
No, it's not. There's no frauds in that league.
No. Not a lot of places to hide in there. No. So now we have Tri-City on the clock here. Waiting for Tri-City to make their pick.
No any surprises so far, Brendan? Other than Murph not coming back, having enough of me making fun of him.
I would say early we would have thought we would see a lot of goalies. We didn't see goalies kind of until the 2nd round.
Yeah.
We're starting to see a bunch of run on Euro goalies, which is typical of this draft. Been a couple steals, I think. One thing I'm noticing is we're not seeing a ton of BCHL, AJHL. I don't know if the league's trying to figure out where that's all going to go. But I would have thought we'd see a little more there.
I think if kids have been playing in the BCHL and some of those teams that left to go to AJ to the BCHL, I think they're kind of waiting to see what's going on with that league and the level of play. And I think that there's a lot of them that are saying, the management of those BCHL and AJ teams are staying here. You know what you're in for. You know what you're going to play top 6, or you're going to play top pairing minutes as, forward and a D-man, whatever it may be. So there could be players, there could be interest from USHL teams, and the guys, the players just said, we're going to wait. And then I wouldn't be surprised here. To me, there's been a lot of Europeans that have gone early. And roster management wise, if you have kids that were playing in the BCHL and the AJ, they could be later round picks here that you see just purely on roster management with imports and what you're going to do with them. Totally. So that's kind of my feeling so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're kind of like we talked in the pre-show. Goalies was a big hit for us and then international players. So you guys were kind of spot on with that. And I guess while we wait for Tri-City here, let's talk about why you guys think goalies get drafted in this draft at the older ages and then come into the USHL right away. Is it physically their physical stature, they take a little bit longer to develop, or is it because obviously it's different on every it's different for every team in terms of forwards and defensemen, but goalies, you only have 2 goalie spots, right?
Yeah, it's the most important position on the ice. The USHL is typically a lower scoring league, so you're not going to have a lot of 7-5 games there. You need a goalie who can win you games. I mean, and the talent level is really high, so these kids aren't just shooting to put pucks on net; they're shooting to score.
Shooting with a purpose.
Yeah, and you can't mess around that goalie position. You're going to see teams that'll draft 3 or 4 goalies today.
Yep.
Just to make sure that they're
finding the right
sure
one.
up that position.
Yep. Absolutely.
To me, it's roster management. If you're going to have your overage player, I'd want it to be a goalie who's more mature and has had games
Some
and games
experience
and games
too,
of
right?
junior experience.
Yeah.
Nothing against the younger players. We think, there's no doubt the goalies take a little bit longer. I think all the young players take longer. I think that's why we saw, was it 5 or 6 08s taken yesterday in the phase 1?
Yep.
If you look at it from the team's perspective and how you're going to manage a roster, it makes complete sense to me that we would use, your overagers as goalies. Yeah.
All right. Looks like Tri-City's got their pick in. The 7th selection in the 8th round goes to Chase Pirtle.
Yeah, Chase Pirtle's a long and strong athletic forward coming out of the Victoria Grizzlies. Before that, he was a standout at Del Barton School. And this is a kid who just keeps getting better and better. He's actually a 2nd-round pick in this league a couple of years ago to Youngstown. Went up to the BCHL, had a terrific rookie season.
He's very good.
Yeah, point per game kid. He's got pro style.
Yeah.
Long and strong.
He's committed to Cornell, right?
Yeah, and he can shoot it.
Yeah.
So this kid can play up and down the lineup. And for what he did in his first year in the BCHL, he's an immediate top 6 forward.
He can change his shooting slot.
Yeah.
Like very few players that I've seen. Chase Pirtle can shoot it from out here, way out here, or way in here. I mean that sincerely. Like, he can change his release slot, and he's always looking to shoot it and get to the net.
His progression is great too.
I know. I just jumped right back in.
That's fine. You're seamless. No one saw the mayo.
no one even missed me. The mayo and mustard on me.
Yeah,
I didn't have any. Just
but his progression, Mount, and then he's playing in the BCHL. I think he's over a point a game kid there. This step here goes to Cornell. This is the kind of player with his size that you can see in a couple of years. That he gets an NHL college free agent deal if he's not a pick. Really and truly, he's got the size to play.
Yeah, and I heard you guys talk about goalies. I had a conversation with Joe Exter, who was an excellent goalie and one of the best people in all of hockey. And he was telling me how hard it is to be a goalie in the USHL versus other leagues.
Yeah. It's
very, very, very hard because it's so fast.
I mean, Pirtle's a kid. I remember watching him play. He was playing for Philadelphia Hockey Club. Saw him at Daily Rink in Boston. They were playing the Junior Eagles that had Will Smith and Pirtle, and it was a great game.
I think I was there. Yeah,
I think you were there. You might have been standing next to me.
No,
and that's right. That's right. You wouldn't. But anyways, he's made an impact on me for a long time with how he plays, and he's a player I've always thought that when he gets to 21, 22, he could be somebody that has has a pro contract, NHL contract.
All right, the 8th selection in the 8th round by Omaha goes to David Harubi.
Harubi, it's a great nickname coming at you right there. Anyways, he's a September 07, good sized kid at 6'1". He's still light at 160, left shot, left wing. He's played in U20 hockey last year. He had 4 points in 13 games. It doesn't look overly impressive, but as an 07 playing for in Czechia as an 07 in the U20, it says a lot about his playmaking ability. In his own age group, he's produces at a point of pace. He has represented Czechia internationally. Left shot, left wing, almost a late birthday, but he's who drafted him? Omaha.
Yep.
Yeah. So Omaha, I think that's twice here they've taken right there. I don't know for sure. I don't really, but they no, actually not last pick. Never mind. But he's a kid that can produce offensively, and he's going to get heavier and stronger. He's got real good length and reach.
All right, and then 9th selection in the 8th round by Madison goes to Mason Waugh, I believe. And shout out Jake Wood, our Ontario scout from the Halton Hurricanes kid.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a kid. He's tall, he's long, he's athletic. He was a second rounder by Owen Sound in the OHL draft. One of the better defensemen in the OMHAs this year. Like his mobility, like his ability to close a gap, take away time and space. He's got to get a little more physical at this point, but just a tall, rangy, athletic defenseman who got a lot of power play minutes and wore a letter for them. It was a good team. Halton had another strong
He's an
year.
08, right?
Yeah, I think that's the second 08.
That's maybe something they found something out from yesterday to today about what he wants to do. In fact, I would hope.
Yeah, for sure.
Flex spot.
Flex spot.
Use those flex spots.
Yeah,
Right?
flex spot.
Developmental league.
Flex
Use them
spot.
on the younger guys.
All right.
All right. So the 10th selection in the 8th round by Sioux City goes to Tyler Dishart.
Yeah. So he's an 04, 5'9", 170, left shot forward. He's from California. He's taken his time, and you like this. This is when you move on when you're ready to move on. You don't rush things. He played for San Jose at 15s and 16s, right around a point a game pace. Then he played for the Rockets in the NCDC, and then earned a job with St. Cloud in the Null. He had 29 points in 54, and then this past year was with St. Cloud again and had 50 points in 56 games with 19 goals. Again, this is a credit to this kid, not rushing into something that he's not ready for and taking his time to play and contribute where you are. California kid, kind of like this one.
Yeah, he's disruptive. He competes really hard. He can play up and down the lineup. He's got really good speed. And he was ranked in our NZ Top 300 for his birth year, which is very difficult to do.
Very difficult. Yes.
All right. And then the 11th selection in the 8th round by Youngstown goes to Victor Manabrat.
Manabrat. He's a right shot defenseman. Has been playing for Alunda over in Sweden. Moves the puck well. Again, he's a kid. He skates really well. He's not going to jump off with the end-to-end rushes or anything like that, but he defends with his feet, maintains body position, wins loose pucks by body position, getting underneath his opponent's hands and creating transition. He's not going to put up a ton of points, but he's somebody that's going to create transition that your forwards are going to want to play with. Good-sized kid. He's a April 05. Like I said, he's been playing for Alunda. He has not represented Sweden internationally, but that, to me, doesn't say a whole lot. I think he's a kid. He creates transition.
Absolutely.
No, Swedish kid, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So the 12th selection in the 8th round by Lincoln goes to Darian Anderson out of the OJHL.
Yeah, Darian was a standout for Little Caesars and came up through. He was drafted in both the OHL and the NCDC. He's long, he's lean, but he's got really good touch. He's got a soft set of hands. He can shoot and score from the outside. He's a December 22, 06, so he's not eligible till next year's NHL draft. Came into the OJ. Thought he, in all honesty, I thought he might struggle a little bit because he was thin, but went up against junior level competition. 19 goals, 19 assists, 38 points. Our most recent scouting report of him gave him an A-, and that was in a playoff game. And now he's committed to Clarkson.
Yeah, ECAC. And he's 6'3" ish. He's deceptive and creative, and he doesn't force his skills on the game. Uses them around the net where he should. That's what I like.
All right, the 13th selection in the 8th round by Muskegon goes to Brady Milburn.
Yeah, so you got him. Or you want me to
No, go for it.
6'1", left shot centerman. He's a 2005. He's from Kamloops. He spent the last few years playing for Chilliwack in the BCHL. Huge progression every year. He was playing for Yale Hockey Academy. He put up huge points, 45 in 29 games. Then he went to Chilliwack, had 10 points his first year and 40. Then last year he had 28 and 49. This year he had 42 and 50. He's a Lake State commit. He plays hard, two-way hockey. He's competitive. He has no issues with grinding along the boards whatsoever. Way back in 2020, he was drafted by Regina in the WHL draft. This is probably a great step for him to leave the BCHL. Physically, he's ready for it. He's 6'1", 194 pounds. He can play along the walls. He's strong. He understands how to maintain positioning and maintain the puck. He uses his hips, uses his ass really well. Lake State commit, like I said.
Yeah, I think you nailed it perfectly.
Yeah.
High compete, very physical player. There's not a puck battle this kid doesn't go for and try to win, and he wins a lot of them.
Yeah.
And Lake State's got a great commit here, and Muskegon obviously knows this kid as well. I really like this pick because he's a character player in the BC League.
He just competes his ass off.
And for a kid, his style wouldn't necessarily be a high point guy. To have the points that he's got, I didn't realize that until you said it. That's really impressive.
All right, the 14th selection in the 8th round by Dubuque goes to Graydon Robertson Palmer out of Phillips Andover Prep School.
Yeah, that's another kid. Last year, we had him high on our board in the 07 Phase 1 draft. He went undrafted, kind of a head scratcher. And I get it. He's at a very high academic school. They might not think they could pull him out of there, but this is a two-way player, an honest hockey player, really high IQ, does everything, kills penalties, runs a power play, he can score. A lot to like about his game.
Play center and wing, play out both wings. He's a full 200-foot kid. He's a Dartmouth commit. I think what scared teams away last year is that he's at Andover, which is one of the best academic schools in the country. And usually if you're at Andover, you don't leave early to go play. He takes academics very seriously. I think he's got one of the highest GPAs you can get at Andover.
I used to say at Tufts, you can't win with all smart kids. So, yeah, maybe that's true. I saw him play against Belmont Hill, of course, and made a really slick play where it was a bad pass, and he kicked it with the toe of his skate to his blade, and then in just without dusting it off, he ripped it into the far top corner. It was as high a skill play as I saw all year.
He was dominant 2 years ago at Floodmar.
Yeah,
we talked about him, and I think he got an A, right?
Yep.
Yeah. It's not like Russ giving out A's, but you gave him an A.
Yeah,
Brendan's a tough grader too. But
I'm wondering too. Yesterday we had a kid pretty hot. Well, midterm, Alex Theodore out of Andover, same kind of thing.
Yeah,
promising young prospect.
Yes.
Played for Neponset Valley River Rats at nationals.
Big kid.
Bit of a project, but someone to build around.
No, this kid can play, flat out play.
All right, the 15th selection in the 8th round, and closing out the 8th round here, Fargo selects Waylon Esch out of the NCDC and Utica Comets.
Yeah, so he's a Utica, New York kid, 2005, 6'3", 205. He spent the last 2 years playing for Utica NCDC. Again, as goalies, you want to make sure you have a net, and he has had a net the last 2 years. He played 30 games in 22-23, and he played 37 last year with a 283, 909 save percentage. Again, don't want to rush someplace before you're ready. Have a net, and Esch is certainly in that case.
Betting on upside here. He's big and he's athletic.
Yep.
All right, so that takes us into the 9th round, and the first selection in the 9th round belongs to Omaha, and they select goalie Ryan Cameron out of Long Island Goals 16U.
Yeah, that's a confident goalie, kid who's willing to come out, challenge shooters. just gave him Russ just gave him a B+ grade at nationals. He's got good puck tracking ability. He's athletic, makes quick reads, mobile, smooth, and quick reflexes.
Okay.
All right, and then we have the second selection in the 9th round by Cedar Rapids, Andrew Mohishki.
He's a big kid. He's tough. He's a left shot, left winger. He's a 2008. So again, roster management and flex spot situation. Played for the St. Louis Blues U15 team this year. He's a point-a-game kid. Again, I talked about it earlier. When you coach against a player, this is somebody that we coached against. He finishes checks all over the ice. He was pushing kids. He hit somebody at the bench. He was making sure that he bent him over the boards, played with some jam. I really like this kid at the beginning of the year. He's somebody I thought I'd see along the line yesterday. And,
we had him, right? But I think he's going in the second day, and that's probably about where we had him, right? But he can play.
He's a big boy.
Yeah.
He's a big kid.
Again, betting on upside, which is what you should be doing with these 08s.
Yeah.
I love this phase 2 because it's just all over the place. I love it. 04s, 08s.
Flex spots.
Everywhere. Europe, it's just great. NCDC, it's awesome. All right.
So the third selection in the 9th round by Des Moines goes to Chase Furlong.
Yeah, Chase Furlong's a dual citizen, played up in Thunder Bay in Ontario. Up north, they face a lot of shots. He had a very good stat line coming out of the GTHL because Thunder Bay just joined the GTHL a couple of years back. And then he moved out west this year and played U18 for the Rink Hockey Academy. He was a 5th-round pick in the OHL draft by Erie. This kid's he's smooth, he's confident, he's composed in the net. Doesn't move, have too much movement. Stays pretty composed and good flexibility. Our scouts have.
Nice.
All right, 4th selection in the 9th round by Lincoln goes to Zhao Wang. I think I said that right.
Oh,
Zhao.
That's pretty impressive.
That is
bad.
pretty impressive. I wouldn't be able to say
He's a
that.
good size, mobile defenseman. We had him pretty highly ranked in our OHL draft a year ago. Made his move up to the Brantford 99ers in the OJHL. BU jumped on him early. He was actually picked last year in the USHL draft by Dubuque and a 5th rounder to Oshawa. He's a big physical presence. He's still a bit raw at this point, a little bit of a project, but to walk into the OJ at his size and at his age made a pretty good impact. But yeah, just a physical shutdown defenseman.
Alrighty, moving to our next pick. 5th selection in the 9th round by Chicago, Marco Sinertia.
You got it.
Yeah, I'll do it. So he was at New Hampton, right?
Yeah.
And he moved to St. George's, who had an excellent, really, really great year this year. He has really nice feet. He can skate with anyone. He can defend speed at a high level. His stick is quick. Play on the power play. Gets pucks to the net. He's a great passer. He's really athletic. I don't know how big he is right now, but he wasn't overly big when I last saw him.
He's still undersized. But
Yeah,
he can really skate.
Really can skate. His feet are slick. So highly athletic, highly mobile player.
All right, moving on to the 6th selection in the 9th round by Sioux Falls, Jonas Cohn.
Yeah, so he's an 07. He's a big left shot D-man, 6'5". Even as an 07, he's a little bit over 200 pounds. He's a simple, direct, big D-man. He's not going to wow you with his offense. He's going to make his mark by defending hard. He's simple. He's direct. He plays with tight gaps. He uses a hidden stick. All the cliches you want to say about a big guy, he does it. Said he's an 07 Stillwater, Minnesota kid. Hasn't put up big points, but he's somebody that's going to be tough to play against, and he's going to get more difficult to play against when all of a sudden he's 225.
Yeah, I think points will come for him. I think he didn't play a ton on the power play there, but he's got a heavy shot. He can snap a pass off. Like Ian said, he's not an offensive-minded guy, but he's not one-dimensional either.
All right, moving on to the 7th selection in the 9th round by Tri-City, we have Sebastian Gatto.
Yeah, Sebastian Gatto is somebody we thought had a chance with the national program. He was a standout at Honey Baked. Played some games in the USHL, but made his move over to Leamington this past year. Played in 30 games, 928 save percentage, 13 games in the playoffs, and 932. He's tall, he's athletic, and he's on some NHL draft boards.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, moving on to the 8th selection in the 9th round by Waterloo, we have Theodore Malgrave out of Kent's Prep School.
Yeah, St. Lawrence commit, 6'2"-ish and fairly thick. Still can add a little bit more strength. He's a player that I thought made some steps from last year when he was, I think, still committed to St. Lawrence, and I was sort of like, I don't know about that, but he played a lot better this year.
He was good this year.
He
really
impacted every game. He was great in the finals. Kent won the Avon Old Farms Christmas Classic. What I really liked about him when I saw him is he played against a really fast Loomis team, probably built like the Chicago Steel, the prep school, the Chicago Steel prep school. And he had no problem with their high-paced forwards, and we may hear from them, and defensemen. We may hear some of their names called later on, but he handled it very, very well. So he got stronger, sturdier, and better defensively, made crisper passes this year. And again, he's a player that I still want more from it, and I think there is more. And he got an A- at Avon, which is a very high grade.
Who gave that grade?
Brian Murphy. Honor of our scout.
So I'll drop some knowledge on you. You know whose dad is? You played against his dad?
Mr. Malgrave.
Well, very good. Matty played at St. Paul's and then at Harvard.
Played at St. Paul's, huh?
No, his dad did.
We used to kick out of St. Paul's. that was a point game for me, for crying out loud. Never mind.
That's a bold statement.
Well, what's his name? Well, who was on that
point
team?
Game,
who else was on that team?
Jimmy Creer, Matty Mulgrave.
Who was the goalie?
Stevie
Hermsdorf. Steve Hermsdorf.
He lives in your town.
He's 2 houses up from me.
What's his name?
Hermie,
Yeah.
man. Shout out to Steve.
He probably knows his house number, though, right?
Exactly.
He's like 2 houses up for real. Steve. He's a nice house, really nice house. They're always skiing and stuff.
Those
Harvard guys,
he
they like their ski trips. He went to Harvard. He played backup to Trip Tracy.
Yep. There you go.
That's a lot of knowledge right there.
Yeah.
I probably scored on him, though.
Doesn't count in warm-ups.
Doesn't count in warm-ups. Anyways.
All right. 9th selection in the 9th round by Madison. That goes to Aaron Jessley.
Aaron Jessley. He's a Niagara commit. He is a late 04, October.
Yeah, he played for Niagara.
Yep.
Oh, you got him then. Go.
No, I was just saying he's a high-speed, high-intensity player. He was a phenomenal player in the OJHL.
OJ, yeah, sorry. I didn't realize he was at Niagara last year.
Yeah,
I was going off memory.
made the move.
Yep.
Obviously, we don't watch college, the college level. We scout before they get to that level, so we didn't see him this year. But the stat line would indicate probably wasn't thrilled with the season after coming up over a point a game, 111 penalty minutes, and he's not he's got good size and strength, but he wants the puck. He wants to make plays, but he'll battle you to get it. Relentless forechecker, good speed, hard on pucks, and just plays the game the right way. So he'll be a 20-year-old coming into the season, but somebody that's play up and down your roster.
All right, 10th selection in the 9th round by Sioux City goes to Oscar Panzari.
Yeah, he's a left shot defenseman. 6'1", 6'2", over 200 pounds. He's strong. He's a 2004. He's been playing for Frölunda. He's been a leader last year, 48 games, 17 goals, 25 points. Skates well, moves it well. He's played in the J20. He's played in Hockey ATN last year. He's a kid. He's worn a letter. Who drafted him? Sioux City.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, he's going to come over. He's going to challenge to play big minutes as an 04. He's going to be somebody that they're going to lean on. Probably come over and one of the Swedish kids when you get to the Fall Classic that you're like, oh, look at this kid, and you get colleges all over him.
All right, the 11th selection in the 9th round by Youngstown goes to Luke Santilli.
Yeah, Santilli's a kid who's an honest defenseman. He's strong. He's physical, mobile, makes simple puck plays, high percentage player. He's not trying to wow you offensively and rarely ever turns pucks over. He's got a good defensive stick, good body positioning, road guys off pucks, and that's a tough league because the pace and skill of it.
He gaps up, and when he gaps up and keeps people tight, he's like an octopus because he's so big and long and quick. Was he a Reading High School kid? Am I remember that correctly, Mark? Santilli?
He's from up there.
I think he played at Reading High School. Hold on. Just because that's interesting to me because it's a Middlesex.
He's a big stay-at-home D man.
Yeah.
He's difficult to play against. He's at his best when he's outright mean.
Yeah, Reading High School.
Yeah, look at you, Murph.
Reading is, I think he only played a year there. He played after the Islanders a little bit, but Reading
played NCDC. Didn't he kind of go? Didn't he go Reading to NCDC and then out to? Didn't he play for the Monarchs?
No, he played for but 16s, and then he played 1 year at Reading, and Reading has one of the best youth programs in definitely in the New England area. So just interesting to me. Anyways, moving along.
All right, the 12th selection in the 9th round by Green Bay goes to Ryan Staples of St. George School Prep School.
Yeah, he's a Yale commit. 06. He can impact the game whether he scores or not, and he can score. Again, St. George's had an excellent team this year.
He was on Coquitlam.
He was what?
He was in the BCHL this year.
Oh, he was?
No, he was. He was at St. George's.
No, he's at St. George's.
He was supposed to go to Coquitlam
because he got a B+ in the prep playoffs. Dangerous, shorthanded, and on the power play, consistent threat. And he's got some pace. He
buzzes. He buzzes all shift.
He stays moving. And the Yale commit, like I said, and he's an interesting player. He's got a little bit of size.
He's been to the last couple of national camps.
Yeah,
and,
yeah, he's a good player. For a good team. That the interesting thing about that St. George's team is he learned you're not going to back down from anybody. They historically haven't been a strong program, and that staff there just taught those kids that you don't take a back seat really to anybody. Yep. So he learned that this year, so that'll help him.
All right, moving on. The 13th selection in the 9th round by Muskegon goes to CJ Watroba.
I'll keep going, Murph. You're hot right now.
Yeah. So Watroba, Pope Francis, right? No, went to Kimball Union last year. So I started at Pope Francis, where he was I think Mr. Mass Hockey finalist. Yes, he was a finalist, one of our top 10 players as an 07 2 years ago. So that's pretty impressive. And he's a shooter. He's strong on the puck. He has a strong stride. He can rip it. He's really talented. You go on. I like his game.
He plays direct. He's heavy. He's strong. He's not going to wow you with toe drags.
Yeah.
He's going to carry the puck. He's going to try to drive you wide. He's going to try to get to the post, the far post. He's got a good release. He's very willing to block shots. All the kind of stuff that matters. He's not going to wow you with the BS, but he's going to do the stuff when a coach looks down the bench and say, we need somebody out there at the end of the game that's going to be willing to block a shot. Watroba is one of those kids.
Yeah.
He's been that way for a long time.
Yeah. There's some things he has to work on. His play when his team has possession away from the puck and it's not on his stick. I think that he can improve that, but he's got a ton of tools and he's got size and strength and he can score. So
he can rip it.
Yeah.
He's got a real rip.
All right.
All right. 14th selection of the 9th round by Dubuque goes to Hayden Russell out of the Junior Kings 16U program.
Yeah, Hayden Russell led that LA Junior Kings U16 team in scoring this year. He's long and lean, pretty athletic. He was on that national championship team last year on the U15s. He's added some strength this year. He's got a little heavier on pucks, which has allowed him to get into the dirty areas and score. So that's been a nice improvement in his game. His stride has gotten a little better. He's added some speed. This is a kid who's not an afterthought, but was definitely not a featured player on the national championship team. He returned. A lot of guys have left from that team, and then now he's the leading scorer.
All right, and then rounding out the 9th round here, I believe The 15th selection of the 9th round by Omaha, we have goaltender Steven Luciano out of Salisbury School.
Yeah. So he's a Connecticut kid. He's grown quite a bit. He's over 6 foot now. I think he's probably close to 6'1". He was at Mount St. Charles for a couple years, and then he switched, went to Mid-Fairfield, and then this year he was at Salisbury. He had a great year. He's confident. He's out. He's challenging. He doesn't let in easy goals. He's a kid that when the puck hits him, it stays. It doesn't go in his glove and bounce high or kick a rebound. You know, if someone's driving wide and fires it off his far pad, he can direct a rebound away from traffic, away from trouble. He's going to go to camp. I'm sure he's going to do well. Is he heading back to Salisbury next year, Brendan? I would
believe
imagine
so, but I'm not positive.
You know, he's a good sized kid. He was undersized goalie for a while, so he had to really compete. And then last year, I remember seeing him and thinking, "Wow, he's closer to 6'1" than 6'2", and he was very good for Salisbury."
All right, and that concludes the 9th round. We'll take a quick break here. We have a video teed up of St. Lawrence head coach Brent Brecky. He played in the USHL, and during his on-ice career, he draws from the league, as the bench boss for the Saints. So we'll tee up that video now.
Yeah, the growth of the USHL from the time that I played would have been in the late 80s till now. You're talking 35 years is significant. I mean, it's just a vast improvement. It starts from the league office down to the owners and to the coaches, and what they have in place is incredible. They're in place for development, to prepare the kids for college hockey, but obviously their lifelong goals of playing pro hockey, and whether it's the National Hockey League level or in the minors or in Europe. The NHL draft picks that are coming out of that league and the kids getting drafted after playing in that league for a year or two has just increased every single year. It's a great stepping stone for kids that want to develop and play at the highest level of hockey. But the kids coming out of the USHL, that transition period is much, much smaller. They're prepared, they're ready to go. It's not just the on ice, but it's taking care of their bodies off the ice. It's training properly in season and out of season. There's a lot of things that get instilled in those young players at that level in the USHL that are preparing them for college hockey to be the best they can be.
Obviously.
We'd like to take a moment to recognize the contributions of our USHL sponsors and corporate partners. These companies and organizations play an extremely important role in the success of our league, and we are extremely grateful for the relationships the USHL has with these important teammates. The National Hockey League, USA Hockey, Hockey Tech, Neutral Zone, Bauer, K1, The Rink Live, OT Sports, Howie's Hockey Tape, OGP, CCM, Tidal Wave, Warrior, True, Flow Hockey, USHL streaming partner, Gemini Athletics, Casper Sports, Shortside, Flow Hockey, Sports Science Solutions, Athletica Sports Systems, Force Premium Officiating Apparel and Equipment, Sport Testing Inc., Team Apparel, the Pittsburgh Penguins, RinkNet, Speedio, Wegmans American Cup sponsor, and Discover Green Bay.
Yeah, over my time at Quinnipiac, I've seen you at the USHL get better and better each year. I think it's, the number one league in terms of player development. It's the number one league right now with players in the NCAA. I just think they do a phenomenal job from a development standpoint. The USHL has been a great feeder for us here at Quinnipiac. It's one of our top 2 leagues that we get players from. Kids that we get from there are mature. They know how to play at higher levels. They know how to do details. And they're ready to make an impact the second they step on campus.
I'm Cole Caulfield, and I played college hockey.
I'm Adam Fox, and I played college hockey.
I'm Jake Gensel, and I played college hockey.
I'm Johnny Gaudreau, and I played college hockey.
Whether you are a fan or a player, nothing compares to college hockey.
All right, so now we're starting round 10. Pick number 138, Omaha, Valtteri Lehtosari. He is a 2005 Finnish player. He's a winger. He's an undersized winger at 5'9". He's 175 pounds, so he's strong on his feet. He's competitive. He's played for JYP growing up. He has represented Finland internationally. Not a ton, but he has, and when he has, he's done well, especially this past year in the 23-24 season. You know, he played U17 with Finland 3 games. He had 0 points. And then this year he played U19. He had 2 points in 4 games. And he played 3 games at the U20 level, and he had 5 points. So 5'9", 175, strong on his feet, picked by Omaha. He's going to come over and have an opportunity to produce offense. There's not a chance I can pronounce his hometown. It's JVA. You try, Murph. Javahaski.
I'm not going to try it. No, no way.
All right.
All right, next we have Sam LeDrew, Cedar Rapids. He played at Kimball Union, and we saw him, all season. He was one. Him and Sadowski, who we talked about earlier, really made them go offensively. He had a couple of goals and a few assists in the quarterfinals and semifinals. He's sneaky. He's got quick hands, really good size.
Strong.
Yeah, he's strong, goes to the net, and he can rip one-timers.
Yep.
Like just rip them.
That was their play. Railroad.
Yeah. Bang. Didn't miss. So this is a good pick. 05. So it'll be interesting. Where is he committed? St. Lawrence? St. Lawrence. Another ECAC school. There you go. Then next up we have who?
Ryan Seelinger. He's a Miami of Ohio commit. He's a August 05. He's from Illinois. 5'11", 180. He grew up playing Windy City Storm, where he was about a point-a-game kid all along. Then he played U18 with Windy City, again, about a point-a-game kid. Spent some time in the North American League that year playing for New Mexico. He had 3 points in 8 games. And then this past year, had 18 goals, 48 points in 58 games, had 2 games with Tri-City. Strong on his feet, competitive. That division is not for the soft players.
No, and
he's taking his time, which is great. 15 with Windy City, 16 with Windy City, 18s with Windy City, and he never was a massive point producer. He was always about a point a game, but he was always scoring at about a half goal a game. And, that just tells you he goes to the front of the net, and he has jam, he has grit. And there's a reason why he had some games with Tri-City this year.
And he also plays between the dots, and he does it with pace. So, pace downhill, pace north. He's that kind of player. So who do we have next? Next up was Sebastian Vitali from Muskegon, at number 141 overall. We know we have this player. Yep.
You got him?
Yeah, I'll get him. Sebastian Vitali, mobile, smaller forward, pushes pace, has good feet, uses his outside edges on his crossovers, good two-way player. Edge work is, as I just mentioned, is very, very strong. Has worked to be better, around the net in sort of the final third, so to speak. And I think that's going to continue to trend in that direction. So this is an interesting pick of an athletic, fast player that can make people miss. He's mobile. Okay.
Next, we have Benson Grande from South Kent, played U18 last year at PHC. He's a Fargo, North Dakota kid. He's a 5'11", 175 pounds. In 07. He's kind of taking his time. He played U16 and U18 for South Kent this year. U16, he was a point-a-game kid. And at U18, he was a point-a-game player. Good size. I can tell you the kids that go to South Kent, they train and they love it. They get after it. They train unbelievably hard. So when he came from Fargo from leaving Team North Dakota to go to South Kent, you just know right away that the kid loves hockey because those kids get after it. That's like South Kent training is like
Chicago took Benson Grande.
That's what I just did.
Oh, you did. I'm sorry. Brent Solomon to Sioux Falls.
Yeah, Brent's a hardworking, speedy forward out of Champlain Park High School, Minnesota. He's a little bit under the radar. He didn't play in the elite league. But this kid really can shoot the puck. He wants the puck on his stick. He gets it off quickly. He can aim his shot, place it where he wants it, and doesn't hesitate. quick, shifty, hard to defend against in open ice.
All right, and then we have the 7th selection in the 10th round by Tri-City goes to Jack Broderick out of the Westchester Express 16U.
Yeah, he plays Westchester. He's a late 07 November. Good-sized kid, 5'11", 170. He's obviously going to put more weight on there, and being a late 7, he could still grow. He destroyed U16 this year playing for Westchester in THF U16. He had 49 points in 22 games, and then playing in the 16U AAA, he had 121 points in 70 games. I mean, those are numbers. It doesn't matter where you're playing. He's also been captain. Again, leadership matters. He's kind of done his old route. He didn't, get sucked into going to a prep school too early or trying to play for another midget organization. Other than that, he stayed with Westchester. He's been playing with Westchester since he was in the 14s. And to look at his improvement at U14, he had 24 points in 21 games. And then at U15, he had 20 points in 19 games. And then all of a sudden, boom, this year, he absolutely torched it. So good job by
and he's
Jack Broderick taking his time and doing what's right for him and not getting caught up in the FOMO of what everybody else is doing.
He did well against good teams, against the Gulls and and BK. He still produced and trending in the right direction for sure. Athletic player.
We had him high last year in our 07 Phase 1 draft. And he wasn't taken, which was a bit of a surprise for us. So.
Good pick.
All right, the 8th selection in the 10th round by Waterloo goes to Casey Coyle.
Yeah, Casey Coyle's a skilled defenseman out of the Manitoba Junior League. He's a 19-year-old, so he's going to have some junior experience. Average of just under a point per game there. He's mobile. He plays the body. He's got some grit to him, and really his best attribute is his passing ability. He makes clever little head fakes and shoulder fakes to evade forecheckers and move pucks up to the outlets. And this year, as a power play guy, really started to find ways to get pucks through to the net, create tips and rebound chances, keeps the puck low from the point and gets it off quick.
All right, the 9th selection in the 10th round by Madison goes to Cash Cruitt.
Cash, this is a fun kid to watch. He's very athletic. He's tall. He's rangy. And he's a goalie who's got the money sign on his helmet.
He should. He absolutely
Cash.
You make it bigger, make it shiny. He is fun to watch. I would guess that he's really fun to play for. And when I've seen him, and I've seen him a couple of times, he's someone that you can't miss.
He's
good
massive.
Or bad with a lot more good.
Yeah. Big kid. Very big.
Yep.
All right. The 10th selection in the 10th round goes to Sioux City, and they select Anthony Alain Samaki.
Yeah, so he's a September 07, not quite late, September 10th, 6 feet, 165, left shot D-man. He played for New Jersey Rockets and NCDC. He's a UConn commit. He's not a real offensive kid. He just moves the puck. With the Rockets last year, 47 games, 0 goals, 7 helpers. Nothing flashy about what he does. He just moves it and plays the way he's supposed to play. Early in the year, I had a Hockey East coach tell me that there was a 07 playing in the NCDC as a D-man that I had to go see. And then before I even had an opportunity, he had committed to UConn, and that wasn't the coach who told me I needed to go see him. It wasn't UConn. So this is a good pick here because this kid can play. He can move it.
Yeah, and he's trending upwards. I'm just looking at our last year. He was in the Quebec Major Junior Draft. We had him at 111 at the midterm, and by the season end, he was our 38th ranked prospect in the Q draft.
So he's heading that way.
Yeah.
All right, the 11th selection in the 10th round goes to Lincoln, and Lincoln selects Ethan Simcoe out of Coquitlam.
Yeah, Manitoba goalie. He has good size, not great size. Quick side to side. Fourth penalty killer, so to speak, on a 5-on-3. 4th round WHL pick at one point, but it looks like he's choosing the college route. So he's somebody that I know Ian has seen. His numbers are good, his size is good, and he's an 06. Do you have anything you want to add?
No, just that he plays bigger than a 6'1".
Yeah,
he looks bigger than that when he's playing. Not a whole lot more than what you said, honestly.
Yep.
All right, the 12th selection in the 10th round goes to Green Bay, and they select Carson Olsen out of the SJ.
Yeah, Carson Olsen is a terrific skating defenseman, still rounding out other areas of his game. But we sent our SJ scout to watch their showcase. He said he was maybe the best player in the entire league. Kid can really skate, moves pucks. He's patient, he's poised, doesn't panic when he's forechecked. He can accelerate backwards from a standstill, doesn't have to pivot to stay on forwards. And he's got to get a little stronger and a little more physical. Right now he's defending with his stick and with his skating. But this is a terrific skater who could really develop. He's only a 2006 and played key minutes in the junior hockey this year.
All right, and then the 13th selection in the 10th round goes to Muskegon, and they select Aiden Pasek. Out of the North Jersey Avalanche.
Yeah, he's a Jersey kid. He played for Del Barton again. Nothing wild, nothing flashy about him. He's pretty direct, pretty honest. He had really good numbers with Del Barton. I know he was like 2.5 points per game. Brendan, you got anything?
Murph saw him at the Princeton hockey camp. About 6 feet, could separate with speed. He protected pucks. He's athletic and intriguing. Still a bit raw, but has tools and ability to create something out of nothing and bully his way to the net.
There you go.
There you go. All right.
Princeton camp.
The 14th selection in the 10th round goes to Dubuque, and Dubuque selects Ivar Stenberg.
Yep, he is a late 07. He's a prospect eligible for the 2026 NHL draft. Undersized right now at 5'9", 154. Just by being the late 07, you have to imagine he's going to put on some weight and grow a little bit. Late 07, he has represented Sweden internationally. This past year, playing U17 in 19 games, he had 14 goals and 24 points. He can play. Otto Stenberg, brother. He's going to be a kid that in a couple years you're going to know about. You're going to hear about his name in the draft. It'd be really interesting for him to come over. But he's had success internationally as a late 07 playing in his age group, which really says a lot.
All right, and then I believe this is rounding out the 10th round with the 15th selection by Fargo goes to Tomas Mikkel.
Yeah, that's a guy out of the Czech 20 league. He's represented his country internationally in the U17s. I haven't seen him personally. He was 6'3", 175, right shot defenseman. 17 points in 32 games playing against older competition, and he's only a 2007. So got room to grow.
Good sized kid, 6'3", 170. Put some meat on there.
All right, and then that takes us to the 11th round here. So the first selection in the 11th round goes to Omaha, and they select Cash Crawford from North Iowa in the North American League.
Cash Crawford played for Texas or Dallas.
BK,
looks like BK.
I've always liked Cash Crawford. He plays with a little bit of flair. We saw him at the NAHL showcase with North Iowa, and the first sentence of our report says the 2006 was the best prospect on the Bulls and one of the best in the entire NAHL showcase. So I can go on. His hips were loose, fluid. He moved in every direction quickly. Got to top speed in a couple of strides, and he was great at both ends. Transitioned quickly. A couple of assists in 3 games played. So, he's a player again that I've liked for a while. I think he's got a lot of confidence and a lot of upside.
All right. The second selection in the 11th round goes to Cedar Rapids, and they select Will Garrett out of North York in the GTHL.
Yeah, Will Garrett, good-sized kid, plays hard. He was in our top 200 in our final OHL draft rankings. He's going to have to improve a little bit of his pace and handling at pace, but he's hard, physical, tough to play against. He's really good defending his net front. And on breakouts, he absorbs contact. and he's someone that likes to step up at both blue lines and challenge guys. Got to improve the footwork a little bit and the puck handling when he's pressured, especially on the breakouts. But someone that went from unranked in our midterm list to inside the top 200. Another 2008, by the way.
All right. So the third selection in the 11th round goes to Des Moines, and they select Brendan Espinel out of Sioux Falls Power 16.
6'2", right shot D-man. He's a kid from Winnipeg, 2007. Came down this past year and played for Sioux Falls. Moves the puck really well. Has a great shot from the point. He had 14 goals in 64 games. He's a Merrimack commit. He's solid. He's strong. Another kid, he's probably going to have more offense as he gains more meat on his body and gets closer to 6'2", and he's playing a 190, 195. Hockey East commit to Merrimack. Pretty good pick right here. A ton of value.
Yeah, and he's smart with his pinches, and he's a good skater. He defends hard, good gaps. He's a solid player. Played with Braden Thompson on that team. All right, who we have next?
All righty. The fourth selection in the 11th round goes to Lincoln, and they select Oleg Kulabaikin.
Yeah, this kid played in Wilkes-Barre Scranton. He played with the tender Nikita Klepov. He's smooth hands, really dynamic offensively. He's a little bit one-on-one at this point as a Russian player learning to play in the U.S. But he's played some international, U16 Russia, put up big stat line. 8 games this year in the AY. He had 32 points. That's 4 points a game. So didn't play the full season. He's probably a little bit unknown at this point. Probably why he slipped. He's a 2008. Very well could have gone yesterday in the draft and has a lot of offensive skill.
All right, and now we're waiting. Chicago is on the clock. I think they just got their pick in.
Fly Pelicans, fly.
So their pick, so the 5th selection in the 11th round.
Fly Pelicans.
Is made by Chicago. It goes to Indiana Grossbard out of Loomis Chaffee, New England Prep
I like to call him Indiana Grossband, but I did that the whole Avon Old Farms Christmas tournament,
Done it for like 2 years.
Which, by the way, I'm fairly confident that he led it in scoring. And I had a scout come up to me and say, "Oh, I don't know who you like." And I said, "I like this kid. He's not heavy.
Yep.
He's light. He's mobile. He's agile." And he said, "Oh, it'd be nice if you played between the dots." And I was like, "Really?" Because you obviously haven't watched the whole game. He plays between the dots. He's got some snarl, some edge to him that makes him a really effective goal scorer. He played his onside on the power play, which was really excellent.
He can rip it.
And he can rip it from his onside. He low, high, wherever you want. I really, really like his game. He's got to strengthen his stride a little bit, add some power and strength, go back to Loomis. Pelicans fly. But we predicted this, right? That Loomis, they have some high-paced players.
I
did just say it.
Yeah.
I did, but really liked him. And I called him Grossband, and he's from, where is he from? Wilton, Connecticut.
Yeah.
So, he could play.
Great kid.
Chicago.
Great kid.
Yeah. I called Loomis, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Chicago of New England Prep.
Look at you.
Look at that. It all just comes together.
I feel like they've taken a bunch of New England guys too. Chicago has in this phase.
They've had some success with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't a Chicago guy who said that to me.
They've got a real, obviously, how they like to play.
But
they draft to. You can almost say who their picks are going to be.
Yeah,
it's great.
For nothing else, the Chicago fans are going to really enjoy it because you talk about pace, transition.
He can rip it.
He can really rip it. It's foolishness to say he doesn't play between the dots.
No, he plays and he shoots from between the dots. He doesn't just cut. He gets it there and he brings it.
Yep.
His edges are excellent. He's a really good player. Congratulations, Indiana.
All righty.
Say his last name.
Grossband.
Bard.
I know it's Bard. I'm going to get a text, because I was at. Anyways, moving along.
All right. So the 6th selection in the 11th round goes to Sioux Falls, and they select Connor DeTuris.
Yeah, DeTuris out of the British Columbia Hockey League, played for Nanaimo. This is a kid who's got great pace, great pressures pucks, high compete, and a lot of energy. He killed penalties. He won races all over the ice. He's a 19-year-old. He had a pretty good stat line, 39 points in 43 games. But at this level, he's probably a middle round or middle line forward who can do a lot. He can kill penalties, like I said, and he can make it hard for opponents to break pucks out against. Like his speed, like his compete.
Jesus. All right, perfect. So then we're waiting for the pick to come in. I believe it's in. And I just had a news text come across my thing. So Indy Grossbard is going to Avon next year. He'll no longer be a Pelican, Murph. I don't know if that upsets you or not.
Yeah, it ruins my entire theory that Loomis is the Chicago of prep school, but that's interesting. Okay.
All right, so the 7th selection.
So Wing Beaver. Is the same.
Wing Beaver.
Yeah,
yep.
Fly Wing Beaver,
too,
fly.
So,
yeah, okay.
So the 7th selection in the 11th round by Tri-City is Andre Malyavin.
Yeah. This is an interesting one. He's a left shot D-man, 5'10", 190 pounds. He's strong. He's a January 04, so he's already 20. He's played in the OHL season. The OHL. He's played the last 2 in the WHL. He's represented Russia internationally. He's not flashy. He's strong. He's a bull. This is interesting here because he's played 3 years of major junior hockey and he's coming down. So,
what does that mean?
Means that probably taking a guess that major junior players are going to come college eligible would be my guess, or maybe he's going to be an overager and Brandon doesn't have a spot for him. Roster management, because he's an 04 who's already 20. So either way,
he's a good player.
Oh yeah, either way, he wasn't going to be in major junior because he's not going to take one of their overager spots. And who got him here? Tri-City. So they must have an overager spot available. He's going to be an impactful kid without a doubt. He is strong as a bull.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The 8th selection in the 11th round goes to Waterloo, and they select River Freeman out of Hermantown, Minnesota High School.
Freeman's a good speed, hard-nosed forward. Like I said, he was out of Hermantown. Hermantown got upset in the state tournament this year, but he was one of their top forwards. Really like his compete level, his battle, his energy. Every report, the words that are coming out: compete, hustle, strength, energy, toughness, grit. That's the kind of player you're getting here.
All righty, and then we're waiting for Madison. I believe they're just getting their pick finalized right now. So with the 9th selection in the 11th round by Madison goes to Lucas Prudhomme.
Prudhomme. He was another kid. He was in our OHL draft rankings last year. Came around 150 area. Big power forward. Plays a physical game. He's kind of a depth player for that St. Andrews team because they were so talented. But this year he'll likely move up and be one of their feature forwards.
Yeah, he'll pop you, and you think he's going to school here, right?
He's going to Quinnipiac, so that's good.
Quinnipiac.
He spent some time at Boston Hockey Academy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean he's coming right here.
It's tough to play against, so fit right in, and they'll be slow to let him develop and
take your time.
Make sure he's ready and
rush.
Bring him in. He'll be fine. He's going to be great.
All right, and then we have Sioux City on the clock, waiting for Sioux City to make their pick.
What do you think so far, Murph? What do you got?
I'm just thinking about what's Loomis and interesting.
Your beard looks good.
John Gardner has paid his attention, so. But I'm wondering if some kids left there. I'm not trying to start rumors. I'm just.
It's not a rumor if he left.
Right. I'm the one because there's another kid that committed to Quinnipiac from.
Oh really?
Yeah, from a defenseman who has not been taken yet. Interestingly, he's a good player, but I don't know if he's a Pelican or he's going to be a Win B. Either way, they fly. Right.
Yep.
All righty.
Winged Beavers.
We got the pick in.
Sorry.
So the 10th selection in the 11th round by Sioux City goes to Enzo Lawton.
Enzo Lawton is a highly skilled, highly intelligent forward out of Trois-Rivières. We just saw him a couple weeks ago at the Q Cup. This is going to be someone that's going to have a first-round grade in the Quebec Major Junior League. He is creative. He's somebody who's instinctual. makes terrific reads, really sees the ice. He can process it at pace, and he's got the skill to pull off any move that he wants. We thought we'd see him yesterday. We had heard from some people that he was considering NCAA hockey. So if he ends up doing that, this could be one of the steals of the draft.
Yeah.
Enzo Lawton is a first, second round USHL grade player for the 2008s.
All righty, now we have Omaha. Waiting for them to get their selection in. Looks like it's in. So with the 11th selection in the 11th round by Omaha, goes to Maxim Elsiev.
Elsiev, he's a dual citizen, Finn and Russian. He's played growing up in Finland, primarily with Jokerit. He has represented Finland internationally. He's a late 05, November 9th, 05, left shot, right wing. He's got a great one-timer. He was a kid early in the season. Thought he'd be on some draft lists, but he's not at this point. Didn't make Central Scouting's final. This year playing for U20 in the U20 SM Sharjah for Jokerit. He had 22 points in 44 games. Last year he had 21 points in 44 games. So he didn't take the jump offensively that I personally thought he was going to take with being a potential draft pick, but he's a good pick here. He is Omaha again. Omaha's drafting some kids that can play, that can produce offensively, and this kid has a one-timer.
Yeah, Jokerit, that's a good program there too.
Yep, without a doubt.
Youth on up, really do a good
their
job.
Their logo, you've got to love their logo.
The logo is
Jokers,
great. It's like a Joker, and,
yeah.
and they again they produced a lot of really good players.
Yeah.
All righty, and it looks like we got our next pick up by Green Bay. So the 12th selection in the 11th round by Green Bay goes to Pierce Mbui.
Yeah, Mbui. This is a kid who's had an excellent season this year in the GTHL. Played alongside Adam Valentini. He's one of our top-ranked players. He went 7th overall in the OHL draft. We had him as a top 10 pick, but he has not signed yet. So worth taking a flyer on. This kid's a game changer. He's one of the best combinations I've seen in a while of grit and skill. He can finish. He'll bully his way to the net. He's smart. He takes the right routes, and he's someone who can really score. He's got a great release. He shoots to score. He picks his spots and can put the puck there. So Pearson Buey is a really talented player. We'll see if he comes down, but I think it's at this level in the draft. Now we're in the 11th round. This is the time to start taking flyers on kids and try to get some difference maker. This kid's definitely a difference maker.
Absolutely, for sure. So now we have our first pass. So I could talk about what the pass means quickly. So we talked about the IPL list and the affiliate list. So when teams start passing as we get into this later round, that just means they reach their IPL is filled. Their initial protected list is filled at 45, so they pass the rest of their picks, and they can no longer draft. So Muskegon is the first one to do so and the first one to pass. So that brings Dubuque up on the clock with the 14th pick in the 11th round.
So that means they have no more flex spots.
Yeah, no more flex spots. Flex spots are done. All affiliate spots are done. Their draft's done.
Their draft is done. Aha.
All right, so it looks like we got the pick in from Dubuque here. So with the 14th selection in the 11th round by Dubuque, it's going to be Owen Thomas.
Yeah, it's a big, strong defenseman out of Powell River. Plays a pretty simple game, doesn't try to force it. He's heavy and hard in the corners. He's got a good stick. He breaks up passes. And our notes on him from the showcase is hard to play against, physical presence, hard net front game.
6'5", righty, very difficult to play against. He is late, but not late enough as of September 14th. I believe he's a Providence commit.
Yeah.
Yes, he is a Providence commit. He's very difficult to play against, without a doubt. He's big righties are enjoyable.
Hard to come by.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Fargo on the clock with the last pick in the 11th round. So just waiting for Fargo. Looks like they're waiting for their pick to become official.
He put who did Notre Dame Hounds, right?
Owen Thomas.
Yeah, no, the last, yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he got really good coaching at a young age. he'll be prepared.
All right, so the pick is in. So the last pick of the 11th round, and then the 15th selection of the 11th round by Fargo goes to Joseph McGraw.
Yep.
Yeah, this kid, Army commit out of Northeast Generals in the NAHL. He's hard, he's physical, he's mean. He wins puck battles the old-fashioned way, physical.
He earns it.
He earns it. And, not a flashy player, but somebody that, if you just read the stat line from last year, he had 5 goals in 43 games. This year he had 22 goals in 59 games. And he's the kind of kid, he's scoring goals within 5 feet of the net front. So rebounds,
team first kind of guy.
Yeah, rebounds, tips.
He's going with the perfect school. Yeah. High compete, and he wins a lot of battles. That's the bottom line with him. He's going to make your team better right away, make everybody around him better. That's what he is. And Army has had to cook him pretty well the last few years. So another year for him, maybe 2. We'll see.
All right, perfect. So that concludes the 11th round. Before we start round 12, we could take a quick break, and we have a video from head coach at Cornell University, Mike Schaefer. Schaefer has a slew of USHL players on his roster. So just talks about the testament and quality and play and preparation of our league in the USHL. We'll let you guys grab some water, take a bathroom break, and we'll be back in 2 minutes.
The USHL, I think the qualities that exist in all the players that we have here at Cornell and we look for in the USHL is one is consistency. Knowing night in, night out that they have to compete and play at a high level of competition prepares them for what we demand out of them here as coaches at Cornell University. I think the second thing is just the competitiveness of, again, having to play against high-end players throughout the course of the year prepares them for the college game. And I think the third is that, things aren't that easy. I mean, it's tough to score goals in the USHL when you play against great players. You have to come in with a kind of a sense of security to know that you're playing in a great league. And you walk into college hockey, you're going to be well prepared for the rigors of the coaching, the rigors of the schedule, and for us, that's paramount in our athletes.
I'm Cole Caulfield, and I played college hockey.
I'm Adam Fox, and I played college hockey.
I'm Jake Gensel, and I played college hockey.
I'm Johnny Gaudreau, and I played college hockey.
Whether you are a fan or a player, nothing compares to college hockey.
Fuerza is proud to support the USHL draft and growth of hockey across the United States. From the first-time players step onto the ice to celebrating careers coaching and officiating, Fuerza is there to capture the moments that matter. Photo, video, live event production, their team of creative professionals has your communications and public relations projects covered. For more information, check them out on social media at Fuerza-Strategy. We'd like to take a moment to recognize the contributions of our USHL sponsors and corporate partners. These companies and organizations play an extremely important role in the success of our league, and we are extremely grateful for the relationships the USHL has with these important teammates. The National Hockey League, USA Hockey, Hockey Tech, Neutral Zone, Bauer, K1, The Rink Live, OT Sports, Howie's Hockey Tape, OGP, CCM, Tidal Wave, Warrior, True, Flow Hockey, USHL streaming partner, Gemini Athletics, Casper Sports, Shortside, Flow Hockey, Sports Science Solutions, Athletica Sports Systems, Force Premium Officiating Apparel and Equipment, Sport Testing Inc., Team Apparel, the Pittsburgh Penguins, RinkNet, Speedio, Wegmans American Cup sponsor, and Discover Green Bay.
I'm Cole Caulfield, and I played college hockey.
I'm Adam Fox, and I played college hockey.
I'm Jake Gensel, and I played college hockey.
I'm Johnny Gaudreau, and I played college hockey.
Whether you are a fan or a player, nothing compares to college hockey.
All right, and we are back with the start of the 12th round. Looks like Youngstown has their pick in. So the first selection in the 12th round by Youngstown goes to Tate Hardacre.
Yeah, Tate Hardacre, I just had to look up my notes from him in the Minnesota Elite League. Was more of a shutdown defenseman, big body, good size, good long reach. But then we didn't see him this year at Southwest Christian, but he was second on the team in points, put up 43 points in 28 games. So obviously he has an offensive game. I didn't see that in my viewings in the Elite League, but the points don't lie. Good size, 6'3", left shot D.
All righty. Second selection in the 12th round by Cedar Rapids goes to Michael Deck. I believe I said that right?
Michael Deck. He's a undersized, light left shot centerman. He's listed here at 5'7", 135. He's a January 07, playing for St. Andrews. He had 22 goals in 50 games last year, 26 helpers, 48 points. He's super slippery, really elusive. He goes into the corners. He wins battles. He's really quick. Bigger defenders try to lean on him and try to push his hips, and he uses it as speed to gain coming out and then to attack the net. He's obviously going to get bigger and maybe, I don't know, maybe if he won't get any taller, but he's going to get heavier. But he's got really good lateral agility. He sees it well. And honestly, for me, the biggest thing is he's below the goal line. He can engage in contact, and it's not like he doesn't push back, but when the defender leans on him, he takes that momentum and leaves the defender behind.
Yeah, and we have a bunch of reports on this guy, and in one of them it says that his IQ is off the charts. So, he's a smaller player, but he knows where to go.
Oh, yeah. He's fun to watch.
All right. So the third selection in the 12th round by Des Moines goes to Logan Hughes. Looks like Team Maryland U18.
Yeah, this is a 2006 goalie, 6'1", out of Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. He's played with a really talented Green Bay Junior Gamblers U15 team several years ago. Then went to Windy City last year, and this year he's playing with Team Maryland. And no knock on Team Maryland, but that's a team that gets a lot of shots. He had over 900 save percentage, 23-14-1 record.
Alrighty, and then the fourth selection in the 12th round by Lincoln goes to Will Cortan. Looks like Minnesota High School, Lakeville South kid.
Yeah, Lakeville South. He is a 07, 5'11", 170 right shot forward. Last year, he had 29 points in 25 games. Year before, he had 17 and 29. At this point, he's still gaining strength. I would expect him to be back at Lakeville next year and have a huge year and put up big points.
Yeah, they kind of took. They didn't have the Lakeville South has been a contender the last few years in Minnesota. They kind of took a step back this year, but this kid certainly didn't. Really quick, fast, agile. Yeah. He's got a really high hockey IQ, and he's excellent at Minnesota High School. Like Ian said, he's going to have to develop more strength, mature his game a little bit to play at the junior level. But this is a good pick for future prospect.
Alrighty, and then the fifth selection in the 12th round goes to Chicago, and they select Jacob Leswaznak.
Yeah, it won't be long until you can pronounce his name. No problems at all. He's dual citizen, Sweden, Australia, 6'3", right shot forward, can play center, can play wing. He is a prospect, a real NHL prospect for the 25 draft as an 07. He's played for Lulu growing up. He's always played up. He's always produced. Last year, 23-24 in the J20, he had 50 points in 36 games as an 07. I mean, this kid is a player. He's represented Sweden internationally, point of game pace. He is a player that we will all know very, very soon.
Alrighty, the sixth selection in the 12th round goes to Waterloo, and they select Carter Richardson out of the North American League.
Yeah. The Maine really rode him the end of the year. He's an 05 goalie who really controls his rebounds, gets to good spots, tracks pucks well, has a quick glove, keeps his paddles in front of him. is successful in scrambles. He's got some size and some strength. He's a player that reads plays quickly in the net. And
another kid who spent some time at Boston Hockey Academy, and really kind of came into his own this year. 2005. He's a good goalie. Yeah.
All righty. Seventh selection in the 12th round by Tri-City goes to Luke Drury from Brunswick School.
Yeah, it's the son of NHL GM Chris Drury for the New York Rangers. Luke Drury's a heart and soul character type guy. One of my favorite players that I saw this year in prep school. Just the way he competes. He's strong on a stick. He's not a burner. He's not elite skill, but he gets the most out of what he's got. He's got a nose for the net. He scores big goals in big games.
He's a leader.
Yeah, and an absolute leader, absolutely.
Alrighty, and we got back-to-back picks by Tri-City. So the 8th selection in the 12th round by Tri-City goes to Cameron Covery from Little Caesars.
Yeah, this is a kid. Covery played on a very talented Little Caesars team this year. He's a 2008. He's out of Greenwich, Connecticut, but went out to the Midwest. Played kind of a third-line role for them. So I think this is a smart pick in the sense that he's got deceptive skill. He protects the puck pretty well. He receives hard passes. He does things that are subtle but are hard to do. So I kind of like this pick.
All right, and then the 9th selection in the 12th round goes to Madison, and they select Cooper Snee out of Avon Old Farms.
Yeah, Cooper's a player that I know well, and again, Avon Old Farms. Over 4 games, he was an A- at the Christmas tournament and had high grades in the playoffs as well. He's tough to play against, great around the net. His reach, his strength. He's listed at 6 feet, but I just keep thinking he's bigger than that. Providence commit, plays hard in his end, blocks shots intentionally. He's kind of like a heart and soul, straw that stirs a drink kind of guy, and he can score. So this is a good pick. He can play. I really believe his game is transferable as he moves up in levels. So he's still an 06. I don't think he's a junior there.
I think he got his college commitment this year too, I believe.
I think it was this year. Yeah, he's all over the place. He
works his ass off. He's strong as a bull. He goes to the net. I mean, he's your kind of guy.
Yeah, I love him. He's a really good. I gave him an A-, so he didn't get an A. So I'm not that easy of a grader.
Mustn't have given you a pocket warm-ups.
Maybe he didn't say hi to me.
Yeah.
He played with
Flaherty.
Like with Flaherty and I don't remember who else. Mikey Monroe.
Yeah.
And that was like they were just all over everybody, tough. And
it's a high compete line right there.
Yeah. They fly.
Yeah.
All right, and then with the 10th selection in the 12th round by Sioux City, we have Zachary Shahade.
Yeah, this is a good-sized defenseman, good physicality at a Deerfield school, which is a New England prep school. He's tough. He's got good gap control. He doesn't give you much time and space. He'll challenge you at the blue line, forces a lot of dump-ins. And he's a pretty good passer. He's not someone who's going to put pucks at risk, but he can snap it off and hit targets through the neutral zone.
What did he get at Floodmar?
B.
It's a good grade.
All right, the 11th selection in the 12th round goes to Youngstown, and Youngstown selects Jacob Hess.
Yeah, Jacob Hess, he's a left shot center, December 30th, 2006, so he's late. Just played in the U18 Worlds. Didn't have any points, but he was playing around 10, 11 minutes a game. He was about a point-a-game kid playing for Bahrain Zelene in the Czechia U20 League this year. He had 29 points in 38 games. Again, he's an interesting pick because he's a late 6, so he's eligible for next year's NHL draft. A lot of times you see these kind of kids that are playing in Czechia or Slovakia. They'll go in the CHL import draft. This is a kid, maybe he's giving them a heads up that he wants to come and play here and maintain his college eligibility. Speaks a lot about the league when you're getting – I mean, this is the, telltale kid that would be an import pick, and go and play in the CHL. And him coming right now or being in this would lead me to believe that he's told somebody who picked him, that he's told
he got picked by Youngstown.
He's told Youngstown that he's coming over.
All right, and then the 12th selection of the 12th round goes to Green Bay, and they select Max Pendy from Del Barton. I believe he was a Jersey Rockets.
Yeah, he's a Rockets kid too. Yeah,
you got him.
They do both. A lot of these Jersey kids. Yeah, he's going to Princeton. Scheduled for the BCHL next year, but we will see about that. He's sort of an under the radar kid. He plays the game. He's a low risk, high reward player. He moves the puck and then he moves to a good spot. He creates disorder, in the offensive zone. He intercepts passes. He anticipates well. Plays bigger than he is, and he's pretty big. He's an interesting player. He's going to be solid, moving forward. So I think this is a good pick because I think he was scheduled to go to Princeton 2025. With the new coach, I don't know if that'll get pushed back or if he'll play in the USHL next year. I think he can.
He's a good player.
Yeah, I think he can because his game, he can simplify and adjust. So, yeah, Pendy.
All right.
He also plays at Del Barton School,
Yep.
which is probably the best athletic prep school in Jersey, that and Lawrenceville. Anyways.
So then we have, obviously, Muskegon with their pass. So that brings us to the 14th selection in the 12th round by Dubuque. Goes to Cohen Eshkagogan.
Eshkagogan is a first-round OHL draft prospect to Ottawa. High IQ player, one of the best skaters in Ontario. He's dynamic with the puck. He's very, very smart. He makes all the right reads, both defensively and with the puck. We had him as a top 15 pick, and he was the last pick in the first round to Ottawa. This player, he's a bit undersized, but if he goes the college route, this kid's going to be able to pick his school. Like I said, he's a very intelligent player and somebody whose game will translate at higher levels.
All right, and then that brings us to the last pick of the 12th round. 15th selection of the 12th round goes to Fargo, and they select Jack O'Hannesson.
Yep.
Amazing, right?
Yep. Minot, another player who's playing great hockey right now. He is not overly complicated. He's strong. He's tough to play against. Again, tight gap, moves the puck quickly. But he's evolved a little bit offensively, which is great.
Great year this year.
And player that got a B at the showcase, and recently got a B plus A minus in a report from about a month ago. So 2 assist night. He's moving up on the rush, sliding around from the blue line up and down offensive blue line. So and this says he was dangling defenders, which I'm not sure I totally believe, but his offensive game has blossomed.
60 points, 61 points this year.
Yeah,
big
it's
time.
Blossomed. He's a player I've always really liked for a long time. So he's a player that again, he's tough to play against. And
put it this way, I know his name because of you. I knew how to pronounce it because of you, and you don't.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. No, he's an 04, so I'm guessing they're thinking he has a really good chance to make the team. And I don't believe he has a commitment yet. I don't know. He will.
He'll play next year, and he's going to make an impact.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's again on a team that's really playing well, and he's a huge part of it. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so that takes us into the 13th round here. So the first selection in the 13th round goes to Omaha, and they select Justin Collins from the Cleveland Barons U18.
Yeah, Justin Collins is a kid 2 years ago we had in our Phase 1 draft list. He's got a great release, big wingspan. He can catch passes outside of him. He forces defenders to turn pucks over on the forecheck because he gets in quickly. He's kind of deceptive closing ability. Doesn't shy away from the physical game. He's not the fastest guy on the ice, but he uses his body well to protect the puck. He lowers his shoulder, gets to the net, and he plays a confident game.
All righty. Second selection in the 13th round goes to Cedar Rapids, and they select Euro Pretty.
Euro Pretty. He is a April 05 right shot D-man, a little bit under 6 feet, strong as a bull, around 190, 195. He's grown up playing for Assad. He played this past year in the U20 SM Sarja. He had 10 points in 28 games. He is the prototypical European defenseman, right around 6 feet, isn't going to wow you with offense, isn't going to go end to end. He's going to create turnovers. He's going to win the battles because he's strong. He's going to make a good first pass, and then he'll join the rush if he can, or his partner's going to join the rush if he can. He has the awareness of knowing when to join and when not. He moves on the puck and moves into the rush, even when he knows he's not getting the pass back to be a distraction. He plays real hockey, who the higher level you go, the better and more impactful he's going to be.
Alrighty, and then the third selection in the 13th round goes to Des Moines, and they select Eli Molde.
Yeah, Des Moines, playing a little Chicago here with this pick. Wayzata High School. He's highly skilled, but that was a good line, right?
It was. Look at you.
Yeah,
it's like you drew him up.
It is like I drew him up. Playmaking forward, he gets on the sheet, really great edge work escapability, can create from anywhere in space, in traffic, low, on the rush in transition. He's again, our Minnesota scouts were all over him, and quick hands, can win faceoffs, key situations.
What do you think his nickname is? Eli, Moldy. What do you think it is?
Mulder.
Mulder? You think
Yeah,
it's
I think it's Mulder.
Wow.
Eli, text us or just put it in the chat what your nickname is. We'd love to know. Wayzata Hawks?
No idea. Wayzata, home of Mike Spalla, I believe.
Hermantown Hawks.
Hermantown Hawks. I should know Wayzata.
Isn't that where Spalla's from?
Yeah, why don't I know their nickname? Isn't it somewhere?
I have no clue.
All right, doesn't matter. I'm sorry we don't know that. That's actually shameful. But he's a very skilled, high-paced player.
Trojans.
The Trojans. Okay, yeah. I should probably
right
just
there.
look at. I could pull his profile up, like
You like to challenge yourself, though.
most normal people would do, and see Trojans right on his.
Is there a
uniform.
website where you can go and do that?
There's a website called Neutral Zone where you can pull up people's profiles and look at all the reports that they wrote about.
Are there evaluations on the players?
There are evaluations, and there are star ratings. This player is a 3.75 star, which puts him squarely as a Division I projected.
Wow, and who
player.
does those evaluations?
Brian Murphy.
All of them?
Yeah, all of them. Yes,
Wow.
all of them.
A lot of run-on sentences.
No, I don't do outside of the U.S. It's too much for me.
You do outside of Belmont.
They just don't. I go, whoever comes through Belmont Hill,
Yeah.
you get on the site.
In their time
All right, enough with Belmont Hill. Yeah.
All right, so moving on here, the fourth selection of the 13th round goes to Lincoln. Here you go, Murph, Hermantown Hawks. Drew Nelson.
This thing is flowing beautifully today. I got to be honest, Brendan.
He's a good-sized kid. He's strong. He's defensively minded. He plays hard in the corners and the net front. He's not a flashy kid, but he's highly effective, and he's smart, high IQ, makes good reads. He's in good position to break up the plays. Another guy who doesn't force the puck, lets the play open up, and then moves it.
All right, and then the fifth selection in the 13th round belongs to Chicago, and Chicago selects Zach Spagnolo from Dallas Stars Elite 16U.
Good-sized kid. He's mobile. He's pretty smart, retrieves pucks well. His head is always up. He's somebody that doesn't turn pucks over. He manages it pretty well. He can play power play and penalty kill. He's got a versatile skill set.
Growing up, he played some D. He's responsible.
Yeah, I was just reading that. It looks like he's played some D and some forward.
I think he's drafted here as a centerman, but he's played some D growing up. He's conscientious, so that's great. A D-man moving up to center, he's going to know what to do in the defensive zone.
He played D, so.
Yeah, last time I saw him, he was playing D. But we have him ranked at 137th last year, so we would have had him in our phase one, late in our phase one
last
draft,
year.
so he got passed over, but getting picked here.
Yep. And in this game that he played defense, there was a key face-off in the game, and he actually moved up to take the face-off.
Oh, really?
That's versatility. That's like that's a Swiss Army knife, right? You pull out the face-off part of your knife and take the face-off after playing a great game on defense. But he's got.
I've seen him play forward in D, and he's very good and very thorough. With how
you know what?
when you're
picking your travel group for games, you always want that player that can play both. You could do that at the NHL level. Yeah. It helps you extend your career. You a slick up front too.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call myself slick, but it was definitely something.
But I
can slide on the bench very quickly.
Those players that can do both. If this kid can do both, going forward,
it's a huge advantage.
Coaches will take that player, and that player's always going to be on the bus.
Yeah,
right.
Kept me in the NHL for years because I could play all five.
That and when they mic'd you up, that kept you.
That was also that might have kept me out.
All right, we got McCall.
Yep, so the sixth selection in the 13th round by Sioux Falls goes to Garen Mikalski.
Yeah, two-way defenseman out of Detroit Victory Honda. Another kid we had in our phase 2 or phase 1 last year. Puck mover, strong balanced skater. He can escape pressure. He's got good little head fakes. Real touch on his passes. He can sauce it with ease. He's confident on the blue line and on the power play. He's somebody who will walk the line, get shots through. And one thing that stands out is he takes ice. He's not someone that if no one's on him at the blue line, he's just going to rip it. He'll skate to the top of the circles till someone's on him and then let it go. So a real understanding of the game. He's elusive and someone who's really added an offensive dimension this season.
Awesome. All right, moving on here. The 7th selection in the 13th round belongs to Tri-City, and they select Jack Hamilton.
Hamilton is a big left shot D-man. He was at Culver for a little while, for 2 years. Then he played this past year for the Columbus Mavericks in the USPHL in the Premier. He had 7 points, 8 games. He's gone to national camp. He's a big, big kid who, as Murphy said a number of times, bigger kids take longer to develop. 6'5", 195 right now. It's a pretty interesting pick right here because he's gotten better and better every time I've seen him play. He's a kid. He's huge, so you can't miss him. But I remember when he was at Culver, he looked a little awkward. And then he was at U16 2 years in a row and looked a little more fluid. And then I just happened to see him this year with the Mavericks. And again, it looked like he was having fun playing. It was the perfect level for him to have the puck on his stick to make plays, and he turns that into a pick. I'm pretty sure he was a phase 1 pick a couple of years ago.
And 2 years ago, this was a top 40 man camp at NTDP.
Yep.
So he's had a bit of a road to where he is, but
take your time.
The upside with this kid is really high.
Yep.
All right, the 8th selection in the 13th round goes to Waterloo, and they select Ryan Whiterabbit out of Gentry.
Yeah, so he's been a little tough for us to pin down. We have a couple of reports on him, and they're pretty consistent in that he's smooth in his pivots, he's balanced, he's mobile in every direction. He's smart, can score a little bit, but he played in the NHL, I believe, a little bit this year, and then played for Gentry. But he's well positioned at both ends of the ice, and the left shot D. He's got an A- in this report. So, he looks like he's an offensive defenseman, but he's smart and doesn't chase in his end. So
perfect.
Yeah.
All righty, and then we had Madison is full on their IPL, so they pass, and the pick goes to next up Sioux City. 10th selection in the 13th round by Sioux City is Vladislav Brizgalov.
Yeah, it's the son of Ilya Brizgalov. Started the year with Ogden, played in the NCDC, had an excellent start to the season. 23 games, .933 save percentage. Then he made his way to the BCHL with Alberni to end the year 6 games, .930. Known for his excellent footwork. He's a positional goaltender, obviously well coached. Someone who's got good stance in the net, plays with the right depth, and is just smart. Most of his reports talk about his hockey IQ.
Alrighty, and then the 11th selection in the 13th round by Youngstown is Cade Canali.
He's a good size. He's an 08, so
Yeah.
we got flex spots going here.
Flex spot.
Yep, 6'1", 160, so he's still light. He can play center and wing. He's growing up. I've seen him play for Philly Flyers Elite. He's a kid that just keeps getting better and better. He had it in the U14 year. He was just over a point a game at 20 and 15, and then he blew up during and ended up having. Oh, he finished that year with having 89 and 50. So he took off as it went on. I'm pretty sure he played with Zelensky, I believe. I could be wrong there. I think he did play with Zelensky.
Yep.
Yeah. So he's a big kid. He's long. He's super light right now. He's well over 6 feet, and he looks like he's about 150 pounds. But he plays hockey the right way. He stops on pucks.
Cross under. Powerful cross under, and he's really aggressive.
The
Combine kid.
Combine kid. There you go.
All right.
Roster management.
That's it. All right. 12th selection in the 13th round belongs to Green Bay, and they select David Green out of the OJ.
Yeah, David Green plays for St. Mike's. Before that, somebody that we had higher than probably the market out of the Toronto Marlies. He's physical, stout, tough to play against, hard on pucks. And then since he's made his way up into the OJHL, he's really improved his mobility, both straight line speed and his pivots. He's tighter on his gaps because of it, and he's able to challenge guys at both blue lines, uses his reach well, and he's got a strong stick in front of the net, keeps his head on a swivel, and takes away rebounds.
All right, the 14th selection in the 13th round by Dubuque goes to Elias Polani.
So he's a 2006. He's eligible for this year's draft. 6'1", 170 pounds. He's ranked 185 by Central Scouting for Europeans. He's grown up playing for Kaiko Espoo. Played this year games at U20 and the U18. Point of game pace 10 goals, 10 assists, 10 for 20 in 20 games played. And then he moved up playing U20, and he had 7-19 for 26 in 28. He's played internationally, represented Finland. I don't know if he's going to be a draft pick this year, just by where he's rated, but he's eligible for it. He's in Central Scouting's final rating. He's got good size at 6'1". He's still light at 170 pounds, but he's Dubuque. So Callie might know something that the others don't. He's another kid here that kind of falls into the CHL import draft where they would be taken to come over and, maybe in a second year eligibility to play, but maybe he wants to play college hockey and play in the USHL. But this kid can play. He's good. He just needs to get heavier. He needs to get not heavier fat, heavier stronger.
Yep.
Yeah, heavier fat's not really good.
Heavier fat's me.
We got heavier fat.
That's all of us.
Yeah.
All right, and then the final pick of the 13th round, so the 15th selection of the 13th round by Fargo goes to Landon Pappas.
Yeah, it's an undersized defenseman, really smooth skater out of Nipawin Hawks in the Saskatchewan Junior Hockey League. Guy can really skate. He moves pucks. He's smart, pretty efficient too with the puck. He's not someone that gets it, needs to handle it a bunch. He can get it, pick it off the wall, move it quickly. Quick decision maker, quick processor, makes a lot of high IQ decisions.
Yeah, he's mature, and that'll give him a chance. He's poised and he's mature. And he did not make the Circle K Classic. I didn't see him on that report. Trouble is afoot at the Circle K. So
strange things.
That might be because Circle K was a year ago, Murph.
Strange.
Still no report on him, man. Trouble is afoot.
Strange things afoot.
No trouble.
All right. Well, that concludes the end of round 13. I think we'll take a 1 or 2 minute break here. We have a video from Anthony Cardilli from the Chicago Steel, and I hope you guys enjoyed that video. And we'll be back in 1 to 3 minutes. How's that?
My name is Anthony Cardilli, and I'm from Okina, Illinois. I think the Steel drafted me because I'm a 200-foot center. I take care of my responsibilities, and I'm a physical player. What makes me unique is I think I'm very versatile for my size. I think I have a skill game, but I can also bring a physical presence. If I could be any athlete, I'd choose to be probably LeBron James. He's got everything. He's very versatile, speed, power, all that. My expectations for camp were, I knew the Steel being such a great organization, it was going to be a great time. I know they take care of their players, and I knew it was going to be competitive. A lot of skill here, and it's just been a great time. So.
My name's Ryder Betzold. I'm from Farmington, Minnesota. I think the Steel drafted me because I'm a puck possession guy. I like to have possession of the puck, and I like to make plays. What makes me unique as a hockey player is probably my hockey sense. I have really good hockey sense and vision. My favorite athlete is Cole Caulfield, kind of just because he's a smaller guy like me, and he likes to score goals, and I like to score goals. So. My type of game is a puck possession player who likes to score and make plays all around the ice.
been amazing so far. I think the USHL does a great job setting up these tournaments. They actually did the Fall Classic this season. I thought that was great, and I love how they get a lot of teams to come out and play out here, and I think setting up the tournament is great, and going 3-0 so far has been great. Yeah, I think the Fall Classic and the Combine was really good. Just pulling in a lot of guys, top kids from the country is also a big thing, just having competition. And then I think the on-ice and off-ice Combine is really like a good thing to see how you match up against other players. And I think I went out there and just tried to do my best and compete with the best players in the country. Yeah. I think for me, just getting up the ice fast and moving my feet is like key for me. And then once I kind of enter the zone, I can kind of use my playmaking ability to, set a defender off and then maybe dish it to another guy so he can set up for a goal. I also like to use my shot too in different areas. I think it's a pretty lethal shot and I can hit my spots, but also using my deception to maybe feed another guy on the backside. Yeah, I think Johnny Mustard right now in the USHL, he's an Avs guy. So that's pretty cool to see him doing successful, especially in his first year. Just what he's doing for the whole USHL, being a rookie coming in, just putting up points. I mean, it's good too, especially being from Avs. I skated with him in the summer, and he pushed me to be my best. And it's good knowing he's putting up points right now.
Who?
All righty, and welcome back. Kick off the 14th round here with the first selection by Omaha. That'll go to Kyle Murray Smith out of Kimball Union Prep School.
Yeah, he's a big, strong winger, very athletic, moves really well, can legitimately run people over on the way to the net. He can have people hanging on his body, and he brings them to the net. A legitimate net front presence at all times. He wins his battles. Players bounce off him like they don't even exist, like they're just little kids. He's at KUA, and he'd have the biggest player on the other team take a run at him, and he'd bounce off like it was a little player, a little toddler coming at him to hit him. He's big, he's strong, he's got great skating mechanics, he's very athletic. He is a heck of a lacrosse player. We've heard, I don't know if this is true or not, but we've heard he's got the big-time schools in lacrosse offering him. He wants to be a hockey player, which is great. He moves really well. And he honestly, the net front presence, he can make a living standing at the top of the crease.
All right. The second selection in the 14th round goes to Cedar Rapids, and they select Jalen Lobo from the GTHL North York.
Yeah, Jalen Lobo is a kid who a little bit underrated prospect. That was a talented team that Tyson Challenger, Brady Smith, Cam Warren. But this is a kid who works really hard, high compete, battles for pucks. He's got pretty good size. He can protect it. He takes pucks hard to the net. He's got a power game and a finesse game, which is a hard combo. And as a player got better and better as the year went on. We ended up ranking him 45th overall in our OHL draft rankings this year. So another 2008 off the board.
All right, and then the third selection in the 14th round belongs to Des Moines, and they select Brant Dubé out of the North American League.
I call him Doobie. I don't know how we pronounce it, but this is a great pick. He's just at the beginning of his development curve. 2006, playing in the NAHL. Again, we went to the showcase, watched 5 games, and he got a B+. That was from 4 different scouts, combining a lot of tools for someone his age. Confident, decision making was good. He's athletic. He stayed square to defend. He made smart passes on the rush. He's really, really has a chance at the next level, I think. If not next year, possibly the year after. But he's big. In fact, it was a name I mentioned to Ian for the NHL draft.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah, he's
a fan of him right away.
I'm a fan.
You actually called me during the game.
Yeah, I did. I think
you did.
Yeah, no,
I actually answered.
He's a kid that I don't know that he'll go, because he's not at the highest level, but
he's probably not going to be a pick. But he's someone that in a couple years could develop into a legitimate pro prospect.
Yeah, again, for an 06 to get a B+ at the showcase is extraordinary. So it's a great pick.
All right. The 6th selection in the 14th round belongs to Sioux Falls, and they select Kyle Rower.
Yeah, Kyle Rower's a
Yeah.
good size, strong skater, really high compete level out of Fairbanks in the NAHL. Murphy gave him a B at the NA showcase. He's got to improve his stick skill a little bit, improve his pace with the puck, but he's someone that plays hard, plays north south direct, goes to the net and can shoot.
And again, so he has a 2005, right? Good size. Was used on 5-on-3 situation, and was also started 3-on-3 overtime, right? So like those things matters. That stuff absolutely matters.
Coaches
because
tell you.
as much as I want to say I know more than the coach, I don't, right?
What?
He was ranked
depends.
231 in our top 300 ranking.
So what are you saying? My eyes are lying?
No, I'm saying he's
probably giving you.
My eyes told me that he's an impressive player, and how he was used.
So the coaches
proved that out. Coaches, and we don't talk to coaches a lot, especially not there because it's crazy. Anyways, moving along. What do we got?
All right, so this was a guy we were looking for yesterday, Brendan. The 8th selection in the 14th round by Waterloo goes to Caleb Malhotra.
Yeah, Malhotra's a kid. We had him at 15th at the midterm in the OHL draft rankings. Really skilled, strong, physical, well-rounded forward. By the end of the draft, but by the end of our final rankings, he was a number 3 prospect in the OHL draft. We had him as our number 1 prospect for non-tenders for the USHL. He's the son of Danny Malhotra in the NHL. Manny. He just plays the game the right way. He's plays between the dots. He can beat you with power, with strength. He can also undress you one-on-one. He's got really soft hands. He can score from the outside. He's got touch inside. There's very little about his game that would need to change to play at the next level. And I think if he's going to play in the BCHL next year, and I think he's going to be a top 6 kid as a 16-year-old.
Didn't Marlon say that he's farther along than Manny was at the same age?
Crawford said that he's better than his father was at his age.
There you go.
God bless.
And Crawford scouted his father. So
yeah,
Ontario guys are great. Shout out to the Ontario guys.
Alrighty, so the 10th selection in the 14th round belongs to Sioux City, and they select Oliver's Mernix.
He's a July 2008 6'1", 180-pound left shot center. So you've got a flex spot going here. He's a prospect for the 2026 draft. Big, strong kid. He can produce. He can play. He's represented Latvia internationally and done very well. In the U16s in 3 games, he had 8 goals, 9 points. And then he moved in. He was playing in the Latvian league for HK Mogo. He had 15 points in 18 games playing in their top league. He's represented all along the way. I played U18 World Junior Championships here. He had 3 points in 5 games as an 08. This is a kid that you will be able to pronounce his name very shortly. It's going to roll off. He's a good pick here. Roster management. Interesting to see if he comes over.
Alrighty, the 11th selection in the 14th round belongs to Youngstown, and they select Tyler Stern.
So Stern's a player that if you look at his stats, you say, right? Well, if you look at what we write about him, we really like him. He plays with pace. He can change pace. He's tough to play against, makes high percentage plays. He doesn't turn the puck over. He's not just winging it around everywhere. So that's going to play at the next level, at the USHL level.
He holds conversations with his opponents.
Yeah, he uses the English language very well. He's a tough customer and really mature. And again, he's high, low, high percentage, low risk. I like his game a lot.
Perfect. We move on here to the 12th selection of the 14th round by Green Bay. They select Max Edwards out of the Junior Coyotes U16 team.
Yeah, it's a stocky two-way centerman. Plays an honest game. He's got a heavy release, soft set of hands. He can make guys miss, and he can also get into tight areas, create space for himself with using his body, staying low in his stance, and riding his edges to the net. He was second on their team in points this year.
Yeah, I like that kid.
Alrighty, and then moving on to the 15th selection of the 14th round by Fargo. That belongs to Felix Heibach.
Felix Heibach. He's an 06, long, lanky kid, 6'3", 185, left shot forward. Second player we've seen taken out of Red Bull, the Hockey Academy, the junior program, part of Salzburg. He's represented Austria internationally at the World Championships Division 1. 2 years ago, we had 1 goal. This past year, U18s in the Division 1, he had 5 points, 4 helpers in 5 games. He's an interesting kid here because he's so long and he's still pretty light. He's got good skills. Red Bull, those kids, they train hard. So who drafted him? Who was the Fargo?
Yep.
Comes over. He'd be a great kid to come over and play and train and develop because he's so long. And you get this kid up over 200 pounds. He can protect the puck. He can make plays. He can bring it to the net. It's a good pick here.
Alrighty, and then that takes us into the 15th round with the first selection belonging to Omaha. They draft Aiden McKenna out of Buffalo in the OJ.
Yeah, Aiden McKenna's been with that Buffalo Junior Savers organization since 2021. He's always shown talent. He's a bit raw, but he's got the size. He's got the flexibility, quick reaction time, and he's a pretty talented player from a technical standpoint. And then this year he made his rookie year into the OJ, 36 games, 897 save percentage. So he's still kind of feeling himself out. He's a University of Vermont commit. It's going to take a year, maybe 2, but someone with real talent who might have to sit behind somebody for a year, but has the upside to be a starter at the college level.
Awesome. All right, moving to the second selection of the 15th round belongs to Cedar Rapids, and they draft Zachary Ferris.
So he's a left-catching goalie. He's an 05. He's from Pennsylvania, played for Pensley growing up, and then he went to the Gulls. Took his time. He went to for the 22-23 season. He played for the Rockets and NCDC, 23 games with a 9.05, played well. Moved up this past year and played for Johnstown in the North American League, 27 games at 2.64 and a 9.24. This is a good pick here. He's a good-sized kid at 6'1", left catcher. He's not going to overwhelm you with his size, but he plays out at the top of the crease. He's quick. He has good anticipation. When I see a goalie that's under 6'2", I think of it as undersized now, which is crazy. But this guy's very athletic. He moves well, and I love the fact that he's taken his time and had a net.
Yeah, and he also mentioning kids that are nationally ranked. He's for 2005s this year. He was ranked 153rd, which again includes all the leagues from USHL and down.
That's right. Hi.
All right, the third selection in the 15th round goes to Des Moines, and they select Yaroslav Brizgalov from Team Belarus.
He looks like he's played some international hockey. He was over here for World Selects. Not a player that
what year
we've
is he?
seen.
07.
Unfortunately,
He's a good stat line, obviously.
Yeah.
We're not going to make stuff up.
All righty,
Okay.
Moving on to the sixth selection of the 15th round. That goes to Sioux Falls, and they select Charlie Zolan.
So is it goaltender, good size, athleticism, technical ability, good combination of those two things. I think he was on an island at times this year. He can make desperation saves, makes the easy ones look easy, as goalies should. Challenges shooters. His numbers, I don't think we're great this year, but that's why we go out and watch. So and our guys noticed him a number of times. So, and obviously, so did whoever just took him.
All righty.
Sioux Falls.
Yep.
Eighth selection in the 15th round belongs to Waterloo, and they select Miroslav Holinka.
Yeah, so he's a late 2005. He's a right shot center. He can play wing. 6'1", 183. He's ranked 31 by Central Scouting for the 24 draft. So for this year's draft, would put him right in the wheelhouse of being a pick. He's from Czechia. He's represented Czechia internationally. He's put up points everywhere he's been. last year playing in the U20 league. He had 41 points in 29 games. And then he got up to the top professional league playing in Czechia, and he had 3 points in 16, which doesn't look like much, but that doesn't show, those kids when they get called up, they're not getting key minutes. They're playing, they're practicing, they're developing. He's a highly skilled kid. He can score. He's very good around the net. He's got quick hands. Has him here that he's going back to play in Czechia next year, but who knows? Maybe he's coming over. If he's going to be a draft pick, maybe they've already said they want him over here playing.
Yep. So moving on, the 10th selection in the 15th round belongs to Sioux City, and Sioux City selects Dallas Potter.
Yeah, Dallas, high IQ player who's just now starting to hit his growth spurt. Really clever, quick feet. Mount St. Charles kid. He was
at South Kent this year.
Yeah, no, it's his Selects Academy. So he was at Mount, right?
He was, yeah.
Yeah. So he can snap the puck now. He's again high IQ player. His dad's the coach at Wesleyan University, so he's a coach's son, and his dad is quite big. So that would make you think that Dallas is going to keep throwing, and if he does that, he's going to be something special. He's something pretty special now. So congratulations to Dallas and to Chris.
So
Chris, you're still a champ, man. I just want you to know that.
So Dallas at the end of the year, he played some games in NCDC, and he did well. And then he actually went out and skated with Sioux City, and apparently must have done well because he just turned that into a draft pick. So
yeah, well, he could play. He could flat out play. He's just been so small, and he's just now starting to get there.
Yep.
Yeah, and for parents and people out there that think that if you get an opportunity to go skate that it's a waste of time, it's obviously not, because Potter had the invitation to go skate NCDC. He did very well, and he turned that invitation with NCDC to go skate in Sioux City, and he turned that into a draft pick. So congratulations on your hard work, and
he's not far away.
Stick-to-itiveness. Yep, that's a real word.
He's not far away.
No,
not far away.
All right, with the 11th selection in the 15th round that belongs to Youngstown, they select Anthony Casper.
Anthony Casper's a tall, athletic kid out of Philly Flyers Elite, played some high school hockey in PA this year, about a point a game. We had him in the EP Cup Series, early prospects, long wingspan, touch on the puck, skilled passer, a little bit perimeter. So someone who's just got to get a little stronger, a little more direct, but has some upside, has some puck touch.
All right, moving on. 12th selection of the 15th round belongs to Green Bay, and they select Vladimir Anderson.
Yeah, he's a left catching goalie. He's an 05, 6'2", 185. He's from Denmark. He's played for Herring Blue Fox growing up. He's played U20. He's played in the top Danish professionally. He's represented Denmark internationally. He's had played U18. He's played U20. This past year, he had 7 games in the top league where he had a 2.92 and an 8.85. He's an athletic goalie. His family is all over the place when it comes to hockey. If you're checking it out, if you want to go on Elite Prospects, and they have the lineage. Father is Ernst, brother is Frederick, brother is Sebastian, sister Emily. He's got uncles that played. He's got cousins that are playing. He's got an uncle by marriage that's playing. So this kid is a hockey family. My guess is they have the playoffs on when they're on.
Good assumption. All right, and then it looks like this will be the last pick of the 15th round. So the 15th selection of the 15th round belongs to Fargo, and they select Tyler Geyer.
Yeah. He's St. Cloud Norseman. We saw him around 6 feet, 175 or so, all situations type, tough and physical. Got better as the year went on. Good anticipation, defensive end, collects pucks. He's got a sticky stick to pull pucks out of scrums, and he accounted himself well against some bigger, older players, and he doesn't back down. So as an 05 again, had quite a bit of success, and all these players that are in the NAHL that are getting taken, we all have graded as Division I players. It's kind of interesting. So as far as our star, they're all 3.5 stars or above. There's not really maybe.
That is pretty interesting.
It is interesting. So these are players that based on our ratings, should at least have a shot to play Division I hockey at some level. So it makes sense that the USHL
They're probably
would be
trending.
And they're trending, right?
Yep.
And then and probably have opportunities, but maybe want better ones. So we can do that every year, and a lot of them, I'm sure, are hoping for the USHL. And again, they're prepared in that league, but it's different. USHL is different. So, all right, enough.
All right.
Oh,
So that concluded the end of round 15. So I think, we'll take a quick break, use the restroom, and we have a video teed up from Brendan Whittet from Brown University talking about Ryan St. Louis. Obviously, Ryan was a player in our league. So just talking about his journey from the USHL to Brown University. We'll throw that video up right now. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll be back in 3 minutes.
Ryan is a very creative player. He's crafty, he's smart. He's got a high skill level, which allows him to fit into stylistically how we want to play in terms of puck possession, controlling pucks, and equally as important, he has a creativity to him that allows us to be offensively explosive. And for us, he's a premier guy and a guy that we're very happy is here and playing here at Brown.
My name is Owen Tylick, and I'm from Buffalo, New York. I think the Steel drafted me because of my unique play with being more of a thinker and kind of seeing and reading the play really well. I'd have to say my passing and my ability my vision, I guess, to kind of see the whole ice and make smart plays. Man, it's a tough one. Probably Sidney Crosby. Growing up, I don't know. All my PlayStation usernames were Sid the Kid, so it has to be him. What I like most about the Steel is the culture and how everyone's out there having fun.
First time I got here, it was so different. The first game, you probably remember, we played against Dubuque. And I was so shocked because I didn't know about those plays. So many turnovers, so many breakaways. Because back in Slovakia, yeah, you have 3 breakaways in a game, but they're trying to settle in a zone, play European hockey. But here, they're so fast. Everything is so fast. You can have turnover. And I needed to learn how to play like that, how to be focused to that. I get focused, I get in my zone, and I get everything what I need. I learn how to play that. Every game you need to be just focused. Focus on what you like to be, what you like to play, what do you want to do. You need to be focused on every shot, every rebound. If you're gonna be focused, you have it in your pocket. If I'm gonna be in the net, I'm gonna try to give them a chance, to give them confidence to win every game. And that's it. Still the show.
Do any of these? I can do Roland.
All right, and welcome back here. So we're starting off the 16th round. First selection of the 16th round belongs to Omaha, and they select Alex Hritzov.
It's a kid who played for the New Jersey Rockets here, or Rockets Hockey Club. They went to nationals this year. He earned a B+ rating at the most recent showing. He's a steady defenseman, plays defense first style. He's got a strong stick, wins a lot of 50-50 pucks. He's tough, boxes out in front of his net front. And he saw some time on the power play.
Wins his battles.
Yeah, but mostly most of his notes were on the defensive side. But pretty good stat line, 27 points this year in 67 games. Pretty well-rounded overall player.
I would think his points come from transition, not from setting guys up and giving it to him backdoor, but by winning a battle, pinching somebody off in the neutral zone, getting that puck on the stick and making a good outlet.
Alrighty, with the second selection of the 16th round goes to Cedar Rapids. Cedar Rapids selects Maddox Marmulak.
Yeah, this kid it's had a promising year this year with the Halifax McDonald's, one of the top teams in Nova Scotia this year. They have the red helmets with the yellow streaks.
Yeah, great. It's great.
He's a good skater. He's strong on his edges. He's got some physical to his game. Quick first few steps. Plays the game the right way. Back check, stops on pucks. He's got pretty strong hands. He's somebody that can receive a hard pass, forehand and backhand, and he doesn't shy away from the physical play.
Alrighty, the third selection in the 16th round goes to Des Moines, and Des Moines selects Hans Hedlund.
It's another player. If you're talking about good helmets, Rosemount has nice helmets.
Oh yeah,
the Irish, right?
No, they're like Michigan's. He's 5'11", 175. He's a right shot centerman. He's a 2006. He's always put up numbers everywhere he's been. This year he was at Rosemount. He had 41 points, 13 goals in 23 games. My opinion, he's a kid that every time I see him, he gets better and better. A couple of years ago, playing for the Blue Army, he was under a point a game. And then this past year, he was under a point a game. And then again, all of a sudden, he started putting it up this year at Rosemount. He's a kid who's
speed.
Yeah, strength and conditioning is going to be his friend here heading through the summer and in his future because he's got good sense and he's good around the net. Yep.
Yeah, one of the better skaters in Minnesota.
Yeah, I think he just needs to get a little.
That says a lot.
Yeah, it definitely says a lot.
Especially one of the better skaters in Minnesota. So.
All right, sixth selection in the 16th round belongs to Sioux Falls, and Sioux Falls selects Noah Jedelson from Taft School, New England Prep School.
It's a tall kid, right shot defenseman, protects the puck well, makes a clean first pass. He's got some physicality to his game, shields players off on retrievals. Pretty good stick.
He's got a good stick.
And kind of knows where to be on the ice defensively. Doesn't chase out beyond the dots. Kind of stays to himself, lets the play come to him, and broke up a lot of passes.
Yeah, I think defensively has a very good stick. His first touch he needs to improve on a little bit. That'll come. Stay in a prep. Hopefully he gets to run some power play and have the puck on his stick. But defensively, he picks off passes. He understands how to force forwards to make passes into lanes where he can pick it off. As a little guy, I remember watching him play, and he always was picking off passes and starting to transition. He's not a flashy player by any means. He's defense first, clears his own end. He plays with good gaps without being risky. We talked about it earlier. He recognizes when he has a back checker. When he does, he stands up with a good stick on puck, and puts his shoulder in the chest. He's a player. He's not flashy, but he's very consistent and ddetail oriented.
And he won't back down.
He doesn't back down at all.
That song's playing in my head right now. I won't back down.
Who sings that?
I don't know. I think he died.
Tom Petty.
Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, right? Taft Rhinos. It's a beautiful school, but he adds a little bit of grit to that place. I like that.
Rhinos is a great name.
Rhinos is a really good name.
It's a great name.
Yeah.
Do you think it has to do with President Taft hunting rhinos?
Oh, sure, yeah. Although probably now they won't be the Rhinos anymore. You just did that. Nice job. That statue will be gone.
No, I hope not.
No, beautiful place.
It's a beautiful school.
He's a tough, high compete kid. That'll get you a lot of places. Oh, yep.
All right. Eighth selection in the 16th round goes to Waterloo, and Waterloo selects Landon Wright.
Yeah, Landon Wright's a kid who kind of bounced around a little bit in Ottawa. He's out of Belleville. It's right outside the city. Finished the year with the Idaho Falls Spud Kings in the USPHL Premier. Then made the jump this year to the OJ. Almost a point per game. Had a strong playoff finish. He's fast. He's balanced. Can play energy role or can play a top six role. He's got really good hands, quick hands, and he's strong on the puck. So he's someone that's hard to knock off it. And if he gets going in open ice, he can make you miss.
Yeah, I think this was the OJHL West versus East prospects game. And he got an A. He's committed to Maine, has all the tools to succeed, and will only get better over the next few years with his growth and maturity.
Excellent.
All
right. Sounds like Dickie Dunn.
I just try to capture the spirit of the thing.
Good.
All right. So 10th selection of the 16th round belongs to Sioux City. We have another combine kid here, Luke Lalonde from Little Caesars 15U.
Yeah, he's a dog on bone, man. I loved his game. He was all over the puck, all over the ice, scoring goals, net front, knew to go in front of the goalie, not stand to the side like, hey, I'm here. And retrieved pucks on rebounds, came back and helped in his end, picking up sticks.
Caesars kid, right?
Yeah, he's a Caesars kid.
So he played with some highly skilled kids. He probably didn't get the opportunity that some of the others had. And you get to be on the offense or be on the power play.
He was just
but
gold.
He's long.
Yeah.
He's light. He works. I was about to drop an F-bomb there because he gives it. This kid is high compete.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's with Caesars next year and some of his highly touted teammates have moved on, that this kid makes a huge jump offensively, because he's earned, in my mind, watching, he's earned that opportunity.
And he's around the puck all the time.
Constantly.
All the time.
He gives it.
All the time.
And he's the son of Derek Lalonde. So.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Well,
yeah. So he's got I wonder if they talk hockey.
I would imagine they do.
That would explain why he's on the right side of the puck.
He's a
coach
smart.
in our league too.
Yeah, and again, he was at the combine.
Yep, he was at the combine.
And
That's the reason he was there.
He was an A guy.
You got an A at the combine?
Yes, he did.
All right. 12th selection of the 16th round belongs to Green Bay. They select Ryan Grout.
Want it, Brennan, or you want me?
You take it.
All right. So he's a 2007. He's from Calgary. Undersized goalie, meaning he's under 6 feet. He's around 5'11", 150 pounds. He's playing for the Silverbacks right now in the BCHL. 15 games, 2-2-3 with a 9.26. He's very athletic. He's committed to UNH. He's another of the smaller goalies that if you're going to be a smaller goalie and you're going to survive, you have to have excellent footwork, excellent skating mechanics, excellent posture. This kid. He's out. He challenges the shooters. He reads the line rush. He understands when someone's going to fake. He understands when there's a Royal Road pass, who's receiving on the other side, if it's a one-timer, if it's a catch and release. His feet are excellent. His glove, the shots to his gloves stay in his gloves. He understands the flow and momentum of a game. If his team's running around, he tips it out of play, gets whistles. He's a high IQ goalie.
One of our scouts says he stays composed within himself.
There you go.
I don't know what that means.
The opposite of you. That is the opposite of you.
It's the opposite of me.
You are uncomposed and you are never within yourself. Yes.
So he's a poised, athletic goalie.
Yeah, we're looking for more Ryan Grout out of you.
I like the name, though.
Yeah.
It's going to fit in at UNH. I like that.
Yeah.
All right, here we go with the last pick of the 16th round. So the 15th selection of the 16th round belongs to Fargo, and they select another Minnesota high school kid, Brooks Cullen.
Yeah, that's another local kid for Fargo. They got Zach Zimmerman off Moorhead, the leading scorer. Now they got the captain for Moorhead and Brooks. Brooks' father's Matt Cullen, longtime NHLer, royalty in Moorhead area. This kid, he's a balanced skater. He's an honest player, plays at both ends. He's hard on pucks, plays a two-way game, 200 feet, and competes for everything he gets. Someone that character player could wear a C at the next level.
Absolutely. Late 06. No, September 06.
It's close.
Yeah.
All right, so moving into the 17th round, the first selection of the 17th round belongs to Omaha, and they select James Russell out of the LA Junior Kings U16 program.
Yeah, he's a big, strong, right shot defenseman. Pretty sure his twin was drafted earlier, right? He's twins
I believe so,
Hayden,
yeah. Hayden.
He's played for the Kings growing up. He's a Holy Cross commit. He's not an offensive D-man, but he's stayed at LA with the Kings this year. He had a good year, 11 goals, 33 helpers, 44 points in 56 games. He's big, he's strong. He's only going to get stronger. 6'2", 198, righty with some snarl. No doubt that he's going to be playing at about 210 very quickly. That should, real 210 is going to enhance how he plays. He clears lanes, pins guys to the wall. He's not pretty. He's not looking to be glamorous. He's looking to not have the puck in his end, and he does it very well.
All righty, second selection of the 17th round belongs to Cedar Rapids, and they select Nathan Birch.
Yeah, Nathan Birch, a kid out of Bishop's College. This is a nice get for them.
Yep.
He just came from the Quebec Cup just on Blainville. He was standing guys up. He played physical. He was in your face. He can also, once he knocks you down, he can pick the puck up and skate up ice. Makes pretty quick decisions with the puck, and he's got real zip on his passes. He's a strong skater and really well-rounded game. This is a kid who's really moving up draft boards in the QMJHL. So a nice take here, another 2008.
Perfect. Next one here, third selection of the 17th round, belonged to Des Moines, and they select Kazakhstan kid Abzel Alabek.
Yep. So he played in the MHL this year for Baris Astana. He was just captain of Kazakhstan at the World Junior, the U18s. He had 5 points in 5 games. He's played in their top league. He's played in the MHL. He's an interesting pick. Again, this is another kid. He's an 06. He falls into the mix of someone that would be a CHL import draft pick. You know, maybe they're taking a chance here. You get him to come over. He's a leader. We talked earlier about leadership and how important that is. It'll be tough for him to come over. Just culturally coming over from Kazakhstan to playing is going to be difficult. But I mean, this is a kid. He's a leader and just played in the U18s. Did well. This is, he comes over. He could be a player who makes an impact and makes a big impact.
Alrighty, sixth selection of the 17th round belongs to Sioux Falls, and Sioux Falls selects Will Leonard from the Long Island Gulls.
Yeah, Will Leonard, Ian and I just saw him at Nationals. Really like his game. He's an honest player. He's 200 feet. He's somebody that doesn't try to make flashy plays. He makes effective plays. Somebody on a 3-on-2 or 2-on-1. If he doesn't have a passing lane, he shoots it low, far pad, give himself rebounds. He goes hard to the net to score, and defends in his own zone, gets out to the points, stick on ice, and block shots.
Yeah, I mean, we were out in Fargo at Nationals in the coach's box there, or the scouts box, whatever you want to call it. We spent some time with the Gulls staff, good guys, and they told us that when they have competition day and the 15s are against the 16s and the 18s, that none of the older kids want to go against Leonard because he's going to embarrass them because he's so strong and he's such a pit bull. So, I mean, that's a huge, huge compliment for him. He plays hard. He's ultra competitive. He's a great kid to coach against because he plays so hard and he's honest. He does whatever it takes to win. He's impactful at both ends of the ice. Good stuff here by Sioux Falls.
How big is he? 6'1"-ish?
Leonard?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think I'm going to say he's smaller than that.
5'8", maybe?
Yeah. He's,
is he? Okay.
Yeah, 5'10", 165. I was going to say he's like 5'9", 170 because he's strong. He's very strong.
Yeah, and it's a 2008 getting taken late in phase 2. So there's got to be some real belief in this kid.
Yeah,
for sure.
All right, so the 8th selection in the 17th round belongs to Waterloo, and they select Jude Bray.
Yeah, Jude Bray is a guy we had very high on our list. He's one of the best defensemen in the OHL draft. He slipped because he signed in the BCHL, and he's made inroads that he wants to go to college. This is a smooth skater. He's strong on his edges. He's an excellent distributor of the puck, both on the breakout and on the power play. Really poised. Nothing gets this kid rattled. And he was their best defenseman all throughout the season. Not just offensively moving pucks, but also defensively. He runs guys off their edge. And like I said, he's got a balanced stride. Doesn't have to play overly physical to run guys off pucks, and wins a high percentage of 50-50 battles in the corner.
Alrighty, the 10th selection in the 17th round belongs to Sioux City, and Sioux City selects Drew Allison out of South Kent.
So Allison's a left shot defenseman. He's from Sault Ste. Marie, came down, went to South Kent, played U15, U16, played some U18 games this year. He's a good two-way player, 6'1", about 165, 170 pounds. He's direct, he's honest, he moves the puck well. He was a leader for South Kent. He wore a letter. He moves the puck and he distributes it. It has here as a stat line, it's 28 points in 48 games. Again, I don't think he's a kid in the long run is going to be running somebody's power play from the top, but he's definitely someone that can distribute the puck in transition. He could be a shooter on a power play. He could be on a flank. He works to be a outlet for his partner. Again, I said it earlier, the kids that go to South Kent, they train hard. I'm not sure how many South Kent kids we saw. We saw one yesterday in the Phase 1. I think this is the third we've seen so far in the Phase 2.
Probably, yep.
They train hard. They're looking to produce players. So good on Allison to be a pick here and get somebody's attention.
Yeah, he was someone we really liked last year at the Q Cup.
Yep.
He moved up in our Q rankings from kind of the 50s, 60s up into the high 20s, but he's made it clear he wants to go on the NCAA route. And everything that Ian said, the only thing I'd add is he's added some strength. He was a little lanky last year.
They train at South Kent.
And he's gotten stronger.
Yeah. It's like Russia in the 80s, man. They just go.
Keep saying that. Are they going national bound right next year?
That's a rumor.
Yeah.
I can't say that for sure, but that is a rumor,
deny.
and that will definitely enhance some scheduling.
Yep, for sure. All right, so the 12th selection in the 17th round belongs to Green Bay, and Green Bay selects Simas Ignatavicius.
That's pretty darn good. He plays U20, played U20 in Switzerland for Genève Servette. He is a 6'2" right shot winger. He can play center and wing. He's a late 07, October 22nd. So that makes it interesting. He falls into the 26th draft for you're paying attention that way. He is, even though he's playing in Switzerland, he is a Lithuanian, but he was born in Tennessee. This past year playing in U20. He's a point a game kid playing in the U17 elite. In the U20 elite, he had 20 points in 33 games, 10-10. Again, this is another kid that you think that he could fall into the CHL draft, but he's coming here, so it makes me wonder. Dual citizen, do they? Who drafted him? Green Bay. Green Bay's had great luck with the with Europeans coming over. Maybe they know something here. He's a dual, so he's not going to count as an import. This is good pick here. Big kid, strong kid.
All righty, then closing out the 17th round here with the 15th pick of the 17th round by Fargo goes to Brady Kudrick.
Kudrick. You got him, Brendan.
Brendan
That's
loves
a
him.
kid that I thought was one of the best forwards in the Northeast U.S. this year. Really strong skater. He's a balanced two-way game. I think he's an honest player. He won face-offs. He took pucks to the net. He back-checked up through the middle. He hustles in all three zones. And he's somebody who's got just enough skill to make every play. He's got just enough power to get himself and win puck battles and get himself in the scoring areas. And he's got just enough sense to find open ice and create things out of nothing. I really like his game. I like his versatility. I think he could be a first-line player in this league down the road.
He has a rip of a shot. Saw him play in the fall. He was playing for the Whalers. His teammate is on Central Scouting, and this kid scored all the goals. Then watched him this year at Thayer. Came out of the gate hot. He has a rip of a shot.
Yeah, I didn't see Thayer this year. I apologize to Thayer for that, but these guys are all over this player. You both really like him.
He's probably the most underrated prospect.
There was even commentary that he might have been the best player in prep hockey.
Yeah.
Right? Let's just be honest about what was said.
He was unbelievably impactful.
Yep.
Power play kid, penalty kill, key face-offs. He can play all three up front.
Yep.
He's getting bigger and stronger. A year ago he was probably 5'10". I think he's probably a good 6'1" right now. He's got a heater of a shot and needs no space to get it off.
Yep.
All right, perfect. So that brings us to the end of round 17, start of round 18. I think we have two more videos from ECAC head coaches Keith Lane and Ted Donato from Harvard. Keith Lane from Yale and Ted Donato from Harvard. So we'll queue up those two videos talking about players that played for their program when Keith Lane, they won a national title there at Yale, and then Matt Coronado playing with Harvard. We'll tee those up. We'll be back, and we'll finish out the draft show. Hang in there, boys.
We're good.
We're awesome.
Hello, I'm Keith Elaine, the head hockey coach at Yale University, and I was excited to hear that our league, the ECAC, will be hosting the USHL draft. USHL does a great job of providing players to our league and other leagues throughout the country, and they come in ready to play. Just this year, our goaltender Jack Stark played 3 years with the Chicago Steel. He comes in as a rookie, wins our team MVP award, and of course Rookie of the Year. And I think a lot of his preparation was due to his work in the USHL. Now, going back a few years, we won the national championship, and that team was heavily impacted by USHL players as well. our leading scorer, tournament MVP Andrew Miller, USHL alum. And we had 7 other players throughout our lineup who prepared in the USHL to help us win a national championship. So we're excited to be hosting this draft with the ECAC.
Just wanted to take this opportunity to talk about Matt Coronado, who's a great player for us here at Harvard. Had an outstanding development path through the USHL with the Chicago Steel, Clark Cup champion, leading goal scorer in the league. So we're very blessed to have guys play in the USHL. We know if they can have success in the USHL that they'll follow up with success at the collegiate level. So we're very proud of our relationship with the USHL.
All right, welcome back, and here we go with the start of the 18th round. So the second selection in the 18th round belongs to Cedar Rapids, and they select Cole Hiles out of Cushing Academy.
Hiles is one of those players that creates offense. He's got a long.
He looks like a player. You know what I mean?
He passes the eye test for sure.
Yeah.
Long, beautiful stride.
Yep.
Creates speed. He can wheel around the outside. He can go in as the F1 and get the puck. He can be the F3. He can attack the net. His edges are good, and he's a player that's at his best when he simplifies his offensive game. And there were times where you were like, oh, Hiles, I didn't notice him a ton, and then you look, he has 1 and 2. Right? He's that kind of kid, and actually that's a really good thing. He's got a lot of ability, highly athletic, in my opinion. UNH commit. He'll have a chance next year as an 06. Ian?
Yeah, I think what you just said, playing simple is how he's most effective. I think he's probably going to go to Cedars camp. I think he'll probably do well. He skates really well. He's strong. He's competitive. I think for his long hockey journey ahead of him, he would be better off going back to school if he makes it and plays.
Yeah,
and
I agree with that.
Has the puck on his stick.
Absolutely.
Because he's going to, when he gets to juniors, he's going to be a middle six, a bottom six kid right away. I think it was an adjustment to prep last year. I thought he played really well. He looks like a player to me when I watch him play. He skates like a player.
Yeah,
it's just having the mindset and the consistency to make the simple plays over and over. There'll be some people that argue that's why you'd go to juniors right now, but for him, he had 1 year at Cushing. I think a second year would be great for him. I think he's a New Hampshire kid, right?
Yeah, he is. This is a really good kid. This is a really
I like him a lot.
Yeah.
I saw Cushing play a ton. He was always, I get there early and watch how kids warm up. He always had a ball, stick handling, out working on his game, working on his craft, which you love to see. I like Hiles' game a lot.
Yep, and he's good in every sort of inch of the rink.
Yeah, he's
good in every
moves
area.
Really well. Long legs, long stride, good stick.
Okay.
All right. Third selection of the 18th round belongs to Des Moines, and they select Ben Bowen out of the GTHL.
Ben Bowen's a kid. He got hurt for a stretch this year. We had a first-round draft grade on him in the OHL draft. Bumped him down to a second round, I think partially because of the injury. Went to OHL Cup. Really shine. It's a kid who can play on the power play, all 3 forward positions. He can play low. He can play the bumper. He can play the high wall. He's got an explosive release, shoots to score. He's hard in the corners, protects pucks really well, leverages his body and strength, and probably going to be a power forward at the next level.
All righty. Sixth selection of the 18th round belongs to Sioux Falls, and they select Camden Pankowick.
Yep. Sioux Falls Power, right?
Yep.
He's long and strong. He's tough to defend. He uses all the technology of his stick because his weight transfer on his shot is superb. Changes his release point. He's good on the cycle. He values possession. He plays a quality, a style that's more in the pro mold. And sometimes at lower, 15 and 14, it doesn't show as much. But we've noted it, and we've noticed it, that he plays the right way and creates offense in a way that doesn't lead to turnovers and transition in the other direction. It doesn't allow people to come back at his defenseman in a hurry. So he's a solid player, really can shoot it, balanced. people bounce off him, and I like him a lot. He's an 08, by the way.
Yep. All right, takes us to the 10th selection of the 18th round by Sioux City. They select Dakota Mullen. Mullen.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm kind of shocked he didn't go earlier because he's a late 06. He spent the last few years on the national team with NTDP, played at Honey Baked, really produced offensively at Honey Baked. He was over a point-a-game kid. I'm not surprised. I'm surprised he wasn't picked just because he's a late 06. So I'm not sure what he's got going on academically or where he is, but to me, he's a kid that, you know, he played, he contributed, he can really pass the puck, but a year in the USHL, I think will be huge for him before he goes to school. I have no idea where he is or what the plan is, but I thought he would go earlier when his other NTDP teammates.
Did he play for Canada? In the U18?
No, he's American.
He's an American?
NTDP kid.
Okay, I'll take it into
He got to be one of the best pure skaters in that.
He can
berth.
skate, he can pass.
Can really
He's
skate.
yeah.
Okay.
He's a player. It'll be fun to see if he's in the USHL next year at the Fall Classic. Smile on his face, having fun, you know, playing early in the fall. He can really skate and he can pass it.
All right, takes us to the 12th pick of the 18th round by Green Bay. It goes to Reese Cordray.
Yeah, we were a big fan of this kid coming out of Wisconsin high school. He played at Verona area high, which is a great team in Wisconsin. He also played in the Minnesota Elite League with Team Wisconsin. Speed, pace, high energy, playmaker. Made his way to the to the NHL. Thought he might have a transition there because he's typically been light on his feet and kind of a skilled playmaker type, which the Null is a more physical, tougher, older league. But he came in, 47 points in 59 games, playmaker, and then showed added strength and added physicality. He doesn't back down from anything. He was one of their grittier players this year on a good Fairbanks team. He's a plus player and somebody that can make an immediate impact.
All right, that brings us to the last pick of the 18th round. So the 15th selection in the 18th round goes to Fargo, and Fargo selects Judd Knopf, another combine kid out of Little Caesars.
Yeah, he played on the same line as the other guy that just went. With names, but both left shots forward. He's a little bit longer, and he's got a lot of jam, a lot of snarl, and he could finish. He could pass it, make plays on the rush. Defensemen did not like seeing him come in on the forecheck. I can promise you that. What I really liked about his game was that he came down and helped in the high slot twice in one game where a player had a puck teed up. He lifted his kid's stick, took the puck and went the other way. So he was aware of his surroundings and that the world is not perfect and that you're just not responsible for your guy. You have to know what's going on. So he was really solid and strong. His stick is really strong. And he seemed to be everywhere all the time. And I thought he would go in phase one, quite honestly, because of the combine kids, I probably would have had him about 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. As far as rankings.
Was he drafted? Was it Fargo?
Yeah,
Fargo. He was really good at nationals. I think he had 4 and 4.
He's
ranked 185.
Highly competitive kid.
Yeah, highly competitive.
Alrighty, so we'll start off the 19th round here, getting towards the end of our phase 2 draft. So the second selection in the 19th round belongs to Cedar Rapids, and they select Joseph Fenton with the New Jersey Rockets.
Fenton's a 6'5", right shot defenseman, just coming off nationals with the Rockets. He's got a good long reach, causes disruption. He's fairly mobile for his size, uses a defensive partner well, and pick pucks off the wall, zips his first pass, committed to Union, has a high ceiling, only scratching the surface.
Alrighty, moving on to the third selection of the 19th round belongs to Des Moines, and they select Luke Gallo.
High energy, high compete kid. Played for the Royals growing up on Long Island. Then he went to Mount St. Charles, stayed at Mount for a few years. Then he played for the Junior Sabres. He's the kind of kid when you go watch a game, you never have a doubt that he's playing because he's blocking a shot, he's running someone over, sprays the goalie, back checks hard. He does all the stuff that you takes to win. He's a highly competitive kid. Started out this year, played some games in NCDC with the PAL Islanders. and then he ended up finishing the year with Corpus Christi in the North American Hockey League. Doesn't have a ton of points in his time with juniors this year, splitting between NCDC and the North American League, but he is a kid that impacts the game because he has nonstop effort, compete. He changes hard. He goes to the bench hard on line changes. You've seen this kid for a long time.
Yeah.
We've watched him. We saw him at Exeter the same
Yep.
time Sandrick was running around.
Yep.
This kid, he's a high compete, high energy kid.
Perfect. Moving on to the 6th selection of the 19th round belongs to Sioux Falls, and they select Nicholas Schneider out of Pittsburgh Penn's Elite 16U.
Dave's 2007. He has speed, knows how to create space with both his skating, puck control. Got a good handle. He can make plays at full speed, fluid, can score. He again pushes bad gaps on defenders, and he's attacks the net. He's looking for rebounds. He's again a two-way guy, good size, not great size, but high compete with some fluidity, skill, athleticism, all kind of mixed together.
Yeah, he's got good grit. And just to pick on Russ again, his most recent report says Penn's Elite brightest offensive performance at the national tournament. So this was just a month ago.
National tournament.
And earned a B for that.
Brightest.
I'm looking. That hasn't made it public yet, has it?
No.
This one I'm looking at, the kid got an A-. So, but yeah, he's a player that I remember and recognize. So yeah, that's a good pick.
All right, the 12th selection of the 19th round belongs to Green Bay. They select Madsen Cool. I think I said that right.
Cool.
Yeah, Cool's kind of
nickname Gibber.
He's kind of still developing, a little bit raw at this point. Played at Wayzata, point per game kid, and then made it to the Null this year. Doesn't have a ton of offense yet, but he's a plus player. He's someone that plays hard. He's disruptive, hard on the forecheck. He's not going to put up a ton of points, but he's going to kill penalties. He's going to help you in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, he's a big rig, 6'2", 200, and he's going to get there.
All righty, and then closing out the 19th round, 15th selection in the 19th round belongs to Fargo. They select Tucker Lindacker from Nichols Prep School.
Yeah, this was the best kid by a long shot. On that Nichols team. Earned high grades throughout the year.
I'm going to look up what Russ gave him.
We had him in a top 300
right
for
now.
our 2008 birth years. So we thought he had a real chance.
I thought he's bigger than he's listed at 6 here. I thought he was bigger than 6 feet.
He's got good touch around the net. He's soft hands, uses his wingspan well, can catch in a big radius, shoots to score. He's somebody who's very athletic. He can kind of manipulate the gap on the defender, get him to bite, and then accelerate by him. Makes plays off the rush and off the cycle.
I mean, I think he plays with a purpose. He shoots with a purpose. He shoots to score. He understands where his line mates are. He shoots so they can get rebounds. He was far and away the best kid, most impactful kid on that Nichols team for sure.
All right, it looks like a few teams left filling their 45-man IPLs. So we go to the 20th round. 12th selection in 20th round belongs to Green Bay. They select Anthony Pedalino out of the Long Island Gulls.
Now this guy, I'll move to Ian on this one, but I thought he was pretty solid at Nationals. I think he's a balanced skater, kind of stocky, sturdy, tough to penetrate inside. I thought he made simple outlet passes. I didn't think he tried to do too much. But that was really my first viewing of him.
Yeah, he's tough. He's hard-nosed. He's competitive. He moves the puck well. He skates well. He's very quick, straight line. He's got good explosiveness. I don't know if he's a captain or not, but he certainly plays like a captain, the way he blocks shots, the way he puts the team first. When I would, again, I'd coach against the OH and coach against the Gulls. He was a player that we would tell our forwards they need to be hard on. They need to finish their checks on them, and that's a compliment. You don't say that because you're for any other reason. Then the kid can impact the game if you're easy on him, you let him off the hook. He's been good. He played up when he was growing up, and he's very impactful for the Gulls.
Yep. Russ says he's developed into a really solid two-way defender.
Very.
Plays top pairing and got a B. So that's on the curve. That's like an A-.
All right.
No, it might even be an A.
Hey, yeah.
The Russ curve.
A Russ curve, yeah.
All right, here we go. Closing out the 20th round here. 15th selection of the 20th round belongs to Fargo, and Fargo selects Zaid Penner.
Yeah, this kid out of North Star Christian, had an excellent season playing with the U16s as a 2008. We thought we'd hear his name yesterday. One of the best pure skaters in this draft, and we had him ranked 98th in our 2008 list.
Yeah, just if they asked me if he should be 98, I would have said he should be 8. I love Zaid Penner. Played for North Dakota, Team North Dakota. Was their best player by a lot. Was one of the best players at 14 nationals, which was a while ago.
But
he
was very
he
good
was
very,
who
very
is
good.
this kid?
Yep.
Good. And I didn't see him this year, but he has some special abilities.
He can really skate.
IQ, skating, and puck play, all of it. It's all there. This is a great pick. Great pick.
All righty, moving into the 21st round. 12th selection belongs to Green Bay. They select Memphis Wilcox out of Windy City Storm 15s.
Yeah, Wilcox is an undersized right shot defenseman, highly skilled. He ran that power play for Windy City. They had a kid tendered yesterday, and they had Nathan Howard. But this kid is equally as impactful for that team. I think he's an excellent skater. He's agile in all directions, quick laterally. He's excellent on the breakout. He gets back to pucks quickly, turns up ice, and moves it. Doesn't mess around with it. Makes quick decisions. Another kid that we had ranked in our top 300 for the USHL Phase 1.
All righty, closing out the 21st round, 15th selection overall, Fargo. They select Ilya
Kolmakov. He's a September 30th, 08, left shot forward, plays center. He's from Russia. He can really play. He can really produce. He sees the ice very well. Again, the late 08 here, so you got roster management going on and construction here. We've got some 08s going late in the Phase 2, which I'm not sure often that's happened in the past. Never mind an 08 who's European, so maybe they know he's coming. Maybe they know he's going to be, playing in Windy City, something like that. Who knows that he, could get games, get to camp, all the kind of stuff that matters when you're trying to construct a roster and an affiliate list.
All righty, here we go here into the 22nd round. Green Bay, they make their selection. It's František Nutusil.
This is a Czech kid, played for New Jersey Rockets. They seem to be doing really well with some foreign players, Russians, Czechs. He's not a burner, but he's really smart. He's got a strong stick. He's an excellent passer, natural offensive instincts. And from what I saw from the beginning of the year, I thought he was good, not great. By the end of the year, I thought he was one of the better U16 forwards I saw this season. Didn't see a ton of U16.
Going to Western Michigan. Violent release, quick release.
No, just the same thing that Brennan said, that he's year one on, he got better and better. He sees it offensively. Really can see it.
All righty, and then the last pick of the 22nd round, and this will close out Fargo's 45 IPL list. They select Jua Salamalin.
Sounds good. Salamalin.
Salamalin.
Yeah, so he's a 6-foot goalie. He's a 2007. Has grown up playing for Luco from 16s through had some U20 game. Had one U20 game this year. He's got excellent numbers in age appropriate hockey. Where he's playing U18, he had a 9.11, a 2.42 in 24 games. He's represented Finland internationally at the U16, U17 level, where he's at a 9.31 and a 8.97. Again, he's a 6-foot goalie, so you'd call that undersized, but he skates well. He must be out in challenge, must have excellent feet.
All righty, and then it looks like Green Bay is the only team left looking to fill their 45 IPL. They have 2 more picks. Their second to last pick in the 23rd round is Charlie O'Connell looks like from the Chicago Reapers 18U.
Yeah, he's an Illinois kid. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's kind of a lanky defenseman. He's pretty mobile. He plays a pretty smart, efficient game. He keeps shots low from the offensive blue line. He can walk the line. Good athleticism. He's got a pretty powerful stride, which allows him to ride guys off pucks. Doesn't get beat wide, and pretty positional.
Yeah, wears a letter for them. He leads by example. Okay. At this point, you want kids that are going to be leaders, not followers.
All righty, and then it looks like this is the last pick of the 2024 USHL Phase 2 draft. That'll go to Green Bay, and they select Arseny Kavgorinia.
Excellent work there.
That's terrific.
Yeah. So he's a 6 foot, 175-pound left shot forward. He's a May 2005 from he's a Belarusian. He's grown up playing for Minsk. That was a tough one there for me there. Little speech impediment. He has represented Belarus internationally. Hasn't scored, but again, Green Bay has had excellent luck with the Europeans coming over to play. To me at this point, it's roster management. You're taking a shot on a kid. Will he come over? Will he not? He's in 05, so he's a little bit older. Yes, and he can skate because he's playing and representing Belarusian international games. Again, to me at this point, it's all roster management and how you do it.
Yeah, I looked him up, Ian. I don't know this kid at all, but his brother came overseas to play with Spokane in the WHL.
There you go.
Is now in the KHL.
Yep.
All right, and then that concludes our 2024 USHL Phase 1 and Phase 2 draft show.
Phase 3 tomorrow.
Phase 3 tomorrow.
Phase
yeah,
3,
if you guys are up to it.
2010s.
We draft coaches.
Yeah. I don't know to close it out. If you guys want to give some final thoughts quickly, we'll start Brendan, you, and then we can work our way down. Just some final thoughts on the draft. Or
I thought we saw again today that teams are not afraid to go into Canada and try to attract some of the top players up there. I thought we saw a lot of older players early, guys that will come in and play right away. And then at the end, I thought they took some younger guys, some projects, and guys that could be good players for them down the road.
Murph?
I had a lot of fun today.
Yeah.
It's enjoyable. It's you just really have no clue what's coming, whereas yesterday you had a little bit of an idea. We were going off a list here. We were just going off of reports we had.
Yep.
Obviously, we know some of the players offhand, or most of them, but I had a lot of fun, and I think it's impressive talking about the players from overseas that what the USHL scouting staff do to do the work to get those players on their radar. They are evaluating them. They're not just taking them based on elite prospects.
Yep.
There's video involved. There's time involved. Contacting them doesn't guarantee those players will come over, but that takes a lot of work, and that's really impressive. And I like that the league is taking some shots at some players and believing that they can get them from both up north and overseas.
Yeah,
absolutely. Ian?
For me, it just go to the players. If you were selected yesterday or today, congratulations. I think it's great. You should be proud of yourself. It's your hard work. If you were not selected yesterday or today, you've got a full bag of FU to give to people over the next 12 months. I'm going to wish you the best luck to stay motivated and hungry and to work hard and prove these people wrong. And if you were selected, you're trying to prove people right. And remember, just because you're picked doesn't mean that you've made it and you're there. And if you weren't picked, doesn't mean that you're not going to make it. Just be full FU because you've got it now. You should be in the gym tonight, gaining some mass in your ass.
Okay.
That's it. Perfect. So yeah, in closing, a couple thank yous, I guess. First and foremost, NCAA, ECAC, Quinnipiac for letting us host it here. It's been great. Obviously, we can't thank the guys behind the camera enough, right? Mark, Logan,
awesome job.
Anthony Veltri, Sean Morgan for running the draft, Ian Gentile, Glenn Heffernan, our commissioner, for coming on. And then obviously, most importantly, thank you to you guys, right? Our partnership's been great. This is our second year doing it. Murph, it was awesome to have you on.
Thank you.
I had a lot of fun this year being in person and doing it in person with everybody. So I imagine it'll continue next year. So as soon as the camera goes off, let's get back to work and let's get ready for next year, right? Because I know it's a long process. So
Once again, we appreciate everything you guys do. You guys do a great job. And
thank you.
There wasn't many players that I think stumped you guys. So kudos to you guys and your staff. And we appreciate it. And thank
our
you
director
again, obviously.
here.
So
our director.
Golf clap for everybody.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thanks, guys.
Absolutely, of course.
Behind the scenes, thank you very much.
Awesome.
It was unbelievable what you guys did. You pulled it off. Quinnipiac, thank you.
Yeah, as long as we were here, doing this draft, those guys were here, hours longer.
Oh,
yeah.
Especially Mark
sure.
and Neutral Zone Wizard, the Wizard of Neutral Zone.
Yeah, Tech Wizard over there.
So he's awesome.
Yeah, with that said, I mean, be sure to tune in on Flow Hockey to our Clark Cup finals between Fargo and Dubuque. Congratulations to all the players that were selected. And until next year, we'll see you guys around the rink. I'm sure you'll see our faces a lot. But thanks for tuning in. We appreciate it. Have a good evening, everyone.
So much history in this league, and there's so much history in the Cup. We were looking at the Cup earlier to see some of the names, players, coaches. It's a great honor.
View from the top of the mountain is everything that I thought it would be. And the Indiana Ice are the Clark Cup champions. eBay Gamblers, Clark Cup champion time. The Tri-City Storm has won the Clark Cup. Around. Oh, Charlie Shane tried. Now a shot go! Sioux City wins it. It is Nick Pierre. The Musketeers are the Clark Cup champions. The Sioux City Musketeers are the Clark Cup champions.
When you watch those celebrations over the years and some of the teams that have won it and the coaches that have advanced from there and the players that have advanced from there, it's just an amazing accomplishment. And it's part of the building blocks and a body of work for great players to accomplish a league championship. And the Clark Cup is a legendary trophy. Make it to the Clark Cup finals is an amazing accomplishment in and of itself. But to then win the best of five.
Centering feed toward Grant, turnaround shot. He scores! He scores! Tyler Grattan in overtime, and for the first time in team history, the Chicago Steel are Clark Cup champions.
Not only the most difficult trophy to win in all of hockey, but the largest.
Many, many coaches and players that have won that trophy have advanced on to the highest levels of the game. It's a crowning achievement for any USHL team to achieve.
One team will be left standing. One team will hoist the Clark Cup. And one team will etch their names next to the greats that came before them. The road starts here.